Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to Twisted Tragedies, where we follow all the twists and turns wherever they lead. I am your host, Elise, and happy Friday, everyone. Happy Friday, my friends. I am going to tell you that I think it's Dr. Lopisada next. She's a literal disaster. Yeah. Yes, Dr. Lollapalooza. How'd you know, Sunken? Up early this morning, my friend. Yes, the Emmy, as far as I know, and then ARCCA. I think that's the last three that they're going to do. They're apparently not thinking about calling Green at all. Not a shock if I mean, I wouldn't have called Russell either, but they're not calling their dog guy either, their other dog guy, their dog trainer, like, because he wasn't allowed to opine about certain things. So now they don't want him to testify at all. Interesting. I find that interesting. But hey, that's okay. Hank has this. Another one bites the dust. So I think, yeah, if we get through the direct now, let's everyone pray, because she's the ME, that we don't have Alessi, because I might cry. I did send it. I sent you both them this morning. God damn it. I know it was a little late. I was a little freaking late this morning. I did do it. I did this morning. Did it not go through? God, Lord, help me. It's one of those days, guys. I'm already having one of those days, all right? I don't have coffee. Okay. I sent it again. Just to be sure this time. It says sent. So, all right. Hey, good afternoon, Jelani. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Yeah, no Richard McNasty, I heard. Nunsies. 0 Richard Green, y'all. My shirt today is brought to you by, it says, y'all can see it, I'm just here to establish an alibi. Very appropriate for true crime. You guys know me and my t-shirts, all right, that say things. I love it. Hey, Dr. Russell's limo. How you doing? The Commonwealth is waiting for Karen's trial to end, and then Hank is going to jump. You know, I've been saying this privately for a long time. I don't think Cosgrove. What? I sent you one yesterday too, but I just now sent these links. Check again, beat him. Because Freak got it. There is court today. Yes. I know, right? Or is it too hot? This might be the lady, yeah, who's going to say no hypothermia. Good morning, Michelle. You know, we have good morning, everybody. This lady is a disaster. Is he really? I mean, the defense is the ones who said they might not call Richard Green. So if they call Richard Green today, let's do this. Like, let's do this. I mean, here's the thing. Richard Green seems like a nice enough guy when he's on the stand. It's just that, like, guy. Come on, man. Good afternoon, Trish. Like, come on. We know you were wrong, right? Ooh, I know he can't. I haven't checked any of my texts yet. Sorry, guys. So if anybody has texted me, I apologize. I was running around like a donkey this morning. He can't play it in rebuttal because you can't drag in anything new on rebuttal. So that's the only thing. Hold on. Beat him. I'll resend it. I'll try to. Yes, good idea. Let's try it that way. It comes from my other email, as far as I know. Hold on, let's try it again. Invite Gmail. Send this one just to you. Send. Let me see. Let me view it. Make sure. Let me view it and make sure it's actually going through, because what is happening here? This one should be coming from my other email. I'm going to forward it to myself on that one so I can send it to you on the other one. from my Twisted Tragedies account. I sent it to you from my personal account like I usually do. Let me look. Let me look. Hey, Penny. I have not been to the beach. I am Spanish, and I just get darker quick. I have some like hyperpigmentation of rosacea of my face actually. So thankfully the filter tries to like even it out for me, but I am tan. Ooh, yeah, that was at McNasty's, right? Yeah, Lucky saying he wasn't threatened. Yeah, it rebuts a couple people. It rebuts ARCCA. It rebuts Dr. Russell, and it rebuts their ridiculous, nonsensical Emmy. Hold on, guys. I'm just trying to make sure B Tim got the link because I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what's going on here. Let's see. Let me copy this. Copy. Send it to B Tim this way. It says sent, B Tim. Check again. I don't know what's going on this morning. Freak, did you get yours? Did I forget to write day 28? Did I write day 27 on today? That might have been my bad. I might have wrote day 27 and it might be day 28. Okay, that'd be my bad. That'd be my bad. It probably says that. I probably did write 27 and I meant 28. So that might be what the thing is. Okay, so Rich Green is there. Is it not coming through to this one? What is happening? I'm not understanding. Is StreamYard effing with me, y'all? Hey, Lisa. Welcome. Thanks for being a member. Hello, my friend. How are you doing? Missed you. Nope, it says 28. What the hell is going on here? I'm sending it to myself to see what happens because this doesn't make any sense. I'm sending it straight from this live that I'm on right now. So it shouldn't be popping into a different one. That's what I don't understand. What is happening? I'm trying to send it to myself as well and see what happens. Good morning. So maybe we are going to see Rich Green this morning. Let me see. I gotta get everybody up here on panel here, and I don't know what's going on. Hey, Dale. Good morning, my friend. Nice to see you. If the link ends in J, not J9A, it's yesterday's link. Why is it giving me yesterday's link, though? Why isn't it? I'm so confused. I am so confused as to why it's doing that, though. It usually sends a link I'm in right now. I don't understand. Why is it doing that? Let's try this. Let's try it this way. Let's try it. I don't know why it would be doing that, though. I feel like this is one of those things that it's like StreamYard can't get its crap together, I can try doing it from my phone and see if that makes a difference. J9, it's still doing a J9A at the end. I don't understand. Why is it doing that? You know what? Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to go out and I'm going to come back in because the screen's going to go black for a second, but it needs to refresh, I think. All right, let's try this again. Let's see if this works now. I don't know what's happening. What the hell is happening? It still says J9A. What in the actual hell? I am so confused right now. This is frustrating. So frustrating. Why? Just why? I do too. I don't understand. Yes, I'm having issues. Yes, I am having issues. It says ended. That's so strange. Why? Just why? I don't understand. Like, it's literally sending me the same one, so I don't get it. And it does end in I don't understand. J9A. Like, it's hold on. I'm gonna send it one more time to myself and see. Like, why? Just why? Why? You know, it's already been one of those days, guys. You ever have one of those days where it's like you wake up and it's just shit? Like SHIT shit. Richard Green is going to be a disaster. So if they call him before Dr. Lollapalooza, then we have a very serious issue. Let's see. I might echo for a second, guys. Hold on. Yeah, well, my today is crap. I don't know of him. My audience might. No. Have no fear, Dale. I have a lot of faith in Hank, and at this point, there is no cohesive theory for the defense. There just isn't. Let's see. Yeah, that's strange. Ended. Why is it doing that? Why is it saying ended when it's Okay, you know what? This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do it this way. I am going to open it up on my phone, and I'm going to attempt to do it that way. That is really freaking strange. I've never seen anything like that. Why, guys? Just why? Okay. The answer is why. Rich Green, he is the digital expert that tried to say 2:27 a.m. happened, but it didn't. So, you know, we got one of those. If he testifies today, that's going to be freaking hilarious. Hilarious. Oh, hold on a second, guys. Give me one minute. Sorry, guys. I'm literally trying to fix. Oop. Give me 1 second. I'm going to mute myself so I can fix this. Sorry, guys. I needed to drop that for a second so that I can try to get my guests on here the way I normally do. All right, B-Tim, let's try this. I'm going to see what pops up when I do it this way. Or if it's still going to be... Oh, yes, it's working this way. All right, you're next. You're next, freak. That should have worked, B-Tim. Can help me out while I'm trying to figure out how to get this one over, freak. That should have worked. It doesn't end in the same one now. Thank God. Let's see. Now, I add... Yeah, there it is.
It was all conspiracy theory all along. She was trying to stop me from coming up.
Like, what the hell, dude? I literally had to do this from my phone for it to give me the correct link.
Am I going crazy? Or is this thing just constantly putting me from yesterday? And it can't, I'm just like, I started looking at it. It's like, it's all the same. I'm like, are you just like auto clicking from yesterday? I was like, oh my God, what is going on?
Ian's shaking the bushes over there. Thank you, Ian, for shaking the bushes and buying 5 memberships. I appreciate you.
So, what do you think? You know, if they don't call up Mr. Green, then basically they have to admit, like all the Karen Reed people have to admit that the whole 227 was a lie, and they all got suckered by these shirts on their chests to say 227 and look like idiots.
True.
I mean, think
Oh,
about
for
it.
fuck's sake.
And like, is
You're
this
right,
the
though.
warrior?
You're right.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, but again, you have to remember after the first trial, they still tried to say 2:27 a.m. happened.
Yeah. And is Betterow and lawyer going to
Yeah,
get
I said after the
married?
first trial, they still tried to say it happened.
Yeah. And is Betterow and lawyer going to get married or something?
Imagine.
Like, holy fuck, man. If I ever saw two grifters come together for one case, Jesus Christ. That was crazy. When I heard his opinion, yeah, when I heard his opinion about like, I don't think the witness intimidation should come in. What? I was like,
what, buddy? Rave,
sure?
you didn't. Kenda's gonna be so upset with you, sir. You didn't remember your wife's actual birthday? That's so bad.
Actually, you know what's funny is, I would say
So bad.
if you depose a husband, 80% of them do not know their wife's anniversary, the marriage anniversary. 80%, I'm telling you.
The anniversary is one thing, but the birthday.
And birthday.
On, Grave.
I am not even shitting you. 80%.
I've never had that happen. I've never had that happen where my significant other didn't remember my birthday or anniversary.
I can confirm that is a number that is something that is easily forgotten by all the husbands. The wives, they know it like that, like off the top of their heads. I think I've only seen like maybe like 2% of the wives.
You were close. I guess you get points for being close. You were day off.
Just say a random YouTuber says most husbands forget their anniversary, though you might be kicked out of your house after that. So either or.
Tell her that I said I am sorry on behalf of you. All right.
So
she likes me, so I'm sorry on behalf of you.
The rumor is that they're not going to call Green, and they're going to call the medical exam. There's only 3 witnesses left, and 2 of which is ARCCA, and 1 is this discredited medical examiner.
Is Lopisada. Yeah, and I accentuate the loser.
Lopisada.
So
isn't this kind of like a terrible idea to bring this lady on, this medical examiner?
Yes, it is.
Wouldn't it be better to just simply not focus on the wounds again and just because like the prosecution brought in a fucking brain surgeon.
I know.
And they had an ME that actually looked at the body, and everyone knows what happened. He hit his head and he froze to death. That's simple as that. That's not something. What is she going to come in to state? Like their dog bites, their dog scratches? Well, that's going to be disproven. 100. And then he's going to just bring up her record of like 1,500 non-autopsies and fucking all this stuff, and she's going to
being disqualified as an accident reconstructionist in another trial by another judge because oh shit, she's not an accident reconstructionist. She tried to play a Dr. Russell in another trial, and a judge disqualified her because she tried to play accident reconstructionist when, of course, she is not.
And if you think Mr. Hank Brennan doesn't know all this, you're out of your mind. This guy is like in touch with everything. I mean, remember
if I know. He knows. Just remember that.
Yeah. I mean, remember Lally, we were just screaming from the internet, please, can you please look at your social media? There's literally evidence that you can use to help you in this case. And this, I know. And this guy, Hank, is literally watching, has probably a team of lawyers watching documentaries and shit like this on Takari.
So Freak said he just checked, and Tom CPU did say that he saw Mr. McNasty. So if they do that, Freak's right. That's going to be wild if you guys call Richard Green. Like, defense calling Richard Green and then Lopisada. OMG.
I mean, I know they can't bring up the lying on the police report. I heard that.
Yeah, they wouldn't let that in. That's prior bad acts.
But
I mean, if it goes to your credibility, sometimes it will come in. And that's why the Lopisada stuff, most likely, especially because she testified and was disqualified, that stuff will come in.
Yeah, that's different. That's way different than lying on a police report for your private stuff. But like this stuff, like you're going to go on and then you're going to have this guy do maybe a slightly better performance than last trial. But you're not going to get a Lolly. Lolly fucking ripped him a new asshole on the stand. And now you're dealing with Hank Brennan.
Yeah, and now you have Hank. Imagine how bad that is going to be.
Yeah, you're going
Like,
to highlight the data again and how much you're incompetent and how much you're an idiot. How much do you think they paid Green to go back on the stand, man? Like, I wouldn't want to
oh my
go
God,
back on
they
the
would have had to
stand.
probably pay him double.
Oh my God. I'd be like, listen, I got to sit there while Hank tears me a new one for 12 hours. I think I'm going to ask for triple the money. I
Right?
mean, okay, so
What's today?
Petro thinks that there's going to be no Green, and I saw that reported on Twitter that they were like thinking that Mr. Green was not going to testify. Personally, I think it would be smart not to testify. I don't even think they should even bring in the medical medical witness and the Green. I think they really need to focus on the ARCCA witnesses, and they should have really focused more on the more accident reconstruction, like refuting the science. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
This whole crazy,
Absolutely.
like, why would you ever focus on a dog lady and the stupid Lucky and all this stuff? Like, really, your real battle is your accident reconstruction person, and get like the best experts you can for that. That's it. But that's just me.
Yep.
I
You're
think,
right,
like,
though.
yeah. Why would you ever waste your time with a lady that literally was at the bar and is just begging for attention? Lucky blind as a bat, Lucky, who can't even see a dumpster on the side of the road, and the dog lady that literally this is her only trial she's done, and she has no scientific method to anything she states, anything that she can point to, and she's a complete idiot when it comes to everything. And the only people that agree with her are other YouTubers that want to get views. I mean,
Yep. That's right.
it's
You're
just,
right. I mean, it's sad what the defense, because at this point, if I'm the jury, I'm confused.
if
You're
I'm
saying
on the
dog
jury,
bites, that didn't kill him. So what killed him then if you're saying she didn't?
yeah, like, I would naturally assume that, like, the narrative should have been like, how does the dog fit into, because the whole thing with the dog fit in was because originally they were going to bring Cullen, but now that Cullen can't be mentioned, why the fuck would the dog be defending Higgins, who's a rando in the house?
A literal rando, exactly. And Colin had left. That is exactly why they weren't allowed to bring Colin into it. He was gone. He was already gone. Like,
that was the original theory. The original theory was like the dog was protective of Cullen. He's in the house. The dog knows him. But why the fuck would the dog be like defending Higgins, who he just met like literally that day? I don't know any dog that does that.
They want to argue that Brian Albert was involved in somehow and that the dog was doing that for Brian Albert. But we know that that's ridiculous. Like,
we know all the conspiracy. First, Cullen's this massive drug dealer, and he was coming up. He was, O'Keefe was secretly finding out about him, and now the corrupt off. It's just like it's like literally shitty fiction bullshit. At the end of the day, if you think about it, there's no reason why a dog would attack fucking John O'Keefe, because why the fuck would the dog attack John O'Keefe for Higgins?
Right. That makes no sense. You know what I mean? Like, well, that's the thing. You actually have to get to some cohesive theory that even says that for you to accept that a juror might believe that. No, you can't say no if you're called as a witness. If you're subpoenaed, we can come arrest you and drag you in there.
Yeah.
So
Thomas, to answer your question, the problem is that the whole idea was that this is supposed to be a theory that Higgins and Karen Reed were in this, he got jealous and he invited for some reason John O'Keefe to beat him up in another man's house for some reason. And the fact is like, why would, number one, Brian Albert ever agree to something ridiculous like that over a lover's vow? It's like, yeah, I'm going to go to jail for life, killing a cop because this guy can't get laid. Like, are you serious?
Right. I mean, it's absurd, of course, as we know.
I mean, let's be real. No offense. I mean, Karen Reed's okay looking, but like, there are prettier women than Karen Reed, to be completely honest with you. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. There's probably a significant number of women that you don't have to commit murder for. And she's not exactly like the catch of the century. A woman that is an alcoholic, 40-year-old, that has no kids and acts like a fucking complete crazy person. I'm pretty sure you can find better women than that online. I'm pretty sure. I don't think it's that desperate. We're not in China. Yeah,
It's
we're
not.
not.
I did see that motion. I'm not sure what the judge ruled on it yet, though, is the thing, or if they're going to bring him because he wasn't allowed to opine on certain things, and they got mad about that. So it didn't really leave him left to opine on. So it's like I don't know if they're going to actually call him or not. Yes, the other medical examiner could discredit the dog lady. The dog lady herself is already discredited. She has discredited her freaking self. I think it is going to get fast and wild today. I think you're right. And how about this? How about hear me out on this? John never went in the house. So Chloe the dog couldn't have been defending her owner, Brian Albert, since John never went in the house. Also, the scratches on John's arm didn't kill him. So, and we know that his phone never went in the house. We know he was found with his phone. You know, it was in his pocket because Karen's the one who told us that she tried to take it out of his pocket. And then Kerry ended up picking it up when he was moved by the ambulance. We also know there was dirt and not snow underneath him, which means he had been there since it started to stick, which was around 12:30, not 2 a.m. There would have been inches of snow on the ground.
Well, that's the problem with the prosecution. The prosecution hasn't proven
nothing.
I mean,
the prosecution has proven it all. The defense has proven nothing.
Yeah, they haven't proven that he went in that house.
Within and for the county of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
It was under his back. I don't think it was in a pocket.
Hi, good morning,
It was in a pocket
Counsel.
state.
Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Yes.
And good morning, jurors.
Yeah, Colin didn't have a car then. He had somebody pick him up.
Yeah, even like Lucky's story about the car on the side of the road, that was originally brought up because it was the same car they were claiming Cullen had.
Or the same kind of car that the Alberts, they thought the Alberts had. That's the only reason why that got dragged in.
So, like, when you remove Cullen, you remove all this stuff from it, it doesn't make sense, the story. It doesn't, you don't even have any witnesses that say he went in the house. No science says he went in the house. Nothing.
Nothing.
I mean,
Literally nothing.
I would change my opinion 180 if somehow they found dog DNA on his arm or he was found some evidence in the house.
Oh my God. Larry, the grease ball's there.
Who's Larry again? I forgot.
The DUI guy.
Oh yeah, well, he's a
idiot.
He's like flies that roam around a rotten corpse. He's like that.
Yeah, clearly.
Why does he not just dye his hair? His hair looks terrible like that, to be honest.
I know.
Like, bro, dye your hair. It looks like a villain from like a reject villain from a Bond movie. Like, fuck, man.
Reject villain. He's a B-level villain.
Like Timo villain.
Guy. Is this the other digital guy? Is that what's happening?
Is that the ARCCA
So,
guy?
sir, we're going to try and keep the air conditioning
It
on
is.
this morning. So I'm going to have to breathe loudly into
Why
that
would they bring
microphone.
him up?
Mr. Jackson, you do so as well, please.
Because this is going to be so bad.
Dr. Wolfe, could you please state your entire name?
All right,
and
we're
spell
gonna
your
be here all
last name
day.
for the jurors, please.
Daniel Michael Wolfe, last name spelled W-O-L-F-E.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Bring
Dr.
it
Wolfe,
on.
what do you do for a living, sir?
I am the director of accident reconstruction at a company known as ARCCA, A-R-C-C-A.
And I'm going to start right off the bat. Get really comfortable with that microphone. It's adjustable. Pull it right close to
You might
you.
want to guess a lot of sidebars today,
Yeah,
folks.
really
Put your
loud.
sidebar guesses in now.
Dr. Wolfe, you said you
I'm gonna go with
work
11.
for ARCCA, A-R-C-C-A. What is ARCCA?
ARCCA is a forensic engineering consulting firm. We have a variety of disciplines: accident reconstruction, which is the group I'm a part of, biomechanics, failure analysis, and crashworthiness.
And you said that your title again, one more time?
The director of the accident reconstruction team.
And what sort of contracts does ARCCA normally engage in routinely?
So in addition to our forensic consulting work, we have, going back in time, we've dealt with doing contracts with the Department of Defense, where we designed energy absorbing seats for MRAP vehicles, mine resistant armored protective vehicles, where these vehicles were going over explosive devices and the energy from those explosions was going through the vehicle into the occupant. So ARCCA designed energy absorbing seats to help mitigate the injuries in that type of in those types of incidents. We also do work for the National Hockey League. I myself am part of that work. It has to do with scanning and analyzing player pads, but we certainly do impact testing and help set guidelines for player safety.
With regard to those MRAP vehicles, was that contract for the Department of Defense for the United States government?
Yes, sir.
For the military?
Correct.
Is ARCCA both nationally and internationally recognized as a leader in accident reconstruction.
Sustained.
Does ARCCA have a reputation, or let me ask it this way. Does ARCCA entertain or engage both domestic and international contracts and clientele?
Higgins was the Jeep.
Yes.
As the director of accident reconstruction, do you specialize in anything other than just accident reconstruction? Anything having to do with human factors?
Yes. So my other specialties in addition to accident reconstruction are lighting and human factors.
What is, give us a 25-word overview of human factors. What is that?
So to give you a good example of that is, and again, this is a case that I commonly see, but let's say you're driving down the road at night. It's an unlit roadway. You're relying on your vehicle headlights to see the roadway ahead, right? And you've got a pedestrian that is entering the roadway. And you want to have an understanding based upon the lighting conditions, how much sky illumination there is, their clothing, right? When would a driver recognize that individual on the roadway? So that's where it starts from the vision aspect of human factors. Then we get into driver response, right? So the driver is presented with a hazard. So how do drivers typically respond? What are their actions and how long does that take to avoid and initiate a reaction?
That's human factors. Can you do the same thing and give us an explanation for accident reconstruction just in the broadest sense? What is that discipline? I
think a very simple definition of accident reconstruction is the application of physics and engineering science to collision events.
What role do you take as the director of accident reconstruction for ARCCA as contracts come in or engagements come in?
Well, my scope in cases can vary greatly. As I just mentioned, I could have a case where I'm assessing the conspicuity of a pedestrian and a driver's response time. It could be a 50-car pileup on a highway, and I'm trying to figure out a sequence of events. It could be a rear-end collision where a seat back has failed in the vehicle and the occupant has sustained injuries, and we want to have an understanding of the crush, the damage, the forces. So again, it can vary case to case.
Do you engage in reconstruction or attempt to engage in reconstruction of all sorts of passenger vehicles and commercial vehicles?
Yes.
What about motorcycles?
Yes.
Bicycles?
Yes.
Involving pedestrians and sometimes involving no pedestrians?
Yes, I see all types of collisions.
How many cases, if you have a number in mind, have you been a part of in terms of engaging in accident reconstruction broadly?
That's something that I don't track, but I've been with the company now for over 8 years. So at this point, if I had to estimate, it's well over 1,000 at this point.
What education, training, and background do you have that
Jimbo, I love you,
allows you to perform the duties that you've described for these juries in terms of accident reconstruction and human factors analyses?
In terms of, are you looking at additional training?
No, let's start with your education. I want education, training, and background, but we can do them in order.
Okay, yeah, so we'll go back to 2012. I received a Bachelor of Science in Engineering from James Madison University, along with a minor in mathematics. Some of my courses included physics, statics, dynamics, thermodynamics, fluid mechanics, your engineering sciences. Subsequent to that, I then went on to pursue my PhD in electrical and computer engineering with a concentration in electromagnetics and photonics. So my coursework while doing my PhD included optoelectronics, semiconductor physics, basically how to guide light on semiconductor devices.
Cockamamie, I love it.
Did you write a dissertation to get your PhD?
Yes.
What was the subject matter broadly of the dissertation that you drafted?
So my dissertation focused on a technology called smart glass. So you may have seen this technology where if you've seen a pane of glass that is transparent, somebody flips a switch and it goes opaque. That's a type of smart glass technology. So my PhD involved developing a new type of novel, what we coined optofluidic smart glass. So we are using geometric structures that we've optically designed to create a very reflective surface or medium, if you will. And then through the introduction of various fluids, we can then modulate the amount of visible light and electromagnetic energy that is passing through or being reflected. So not just visible light, but also energy that you can't see. As part of that process, I ended up prototyping these structures with a 3D printer that was capable of printing 3D printable polymers. And as we kind of got towards the end of my work, we looked at how we could scale this up on a larger scale. And we ultimately ended up researching and doing tests with a material known as polymethyl methacrylate, which is PMMA or acrylic.
Again, no one
What
cares.
relevance does PMMA play in terms of this case?
So with respect to this case, the outer lens and the
here we
clear
go.
plastic diffusers of the taillights on the Lexus are comprised entirely of polymethyl methacrylate, or that PMMA material.
The same material that was the subject of your dissertation.
Correct.
What additional training and
He looks
experience do you
nervous.
have as it relates to accident reconstruction beyond your BS and your PhD?
I caught a
So
moment of
certainly
weakness.
the
in his
8
face.
years of work that I've had at ARCCA has certainly trained and taught me a lot over the last 8 years. Like I said, I've seen hundreds of collisions, all different types of accidents. But in addition to that, I've continued to take courses through Northwestern University in crash reconstruction, human factors and lighting, heavy vehicle forensics, heavy vehicle EDR downloads, Bosch data retrieval and black box downloads, photogrammetry. So a number of continuing education.
Are you accredited as a traffic accident reconstructionist?
Yes.
By whom?
An organization known as ACTAR.
Is that a nationally recognized organization?
Yes, sir.
What does that stand for, ACTAR?
The Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstructionists.
Are you trained in photogrammetry?
Yes.
What is
Agree, Lou.
photogrammetry generally?
So photogrammetry is the science of extracting and measuring information in a photograph. So you don't actually have to physically inspect something to be able to get information about its measurements or where things are spatially. You can do that from a photograph alone.
Is that an accepted methodology in the field of accident reconstruction to use photographs and or videos without actually having been at the scene during the course of the crash?
Absolutely. It's very common.
Of course.
You mentioned Bosch. What is the Bosch crash data retrieval analysis? What is
System.
that generally?
So generally, most modern vehicles on the roadway now have what's called an airbag control module, or more commonly known as a black box, which can contain crash-specific data in a collision.
Are you a member of any professional societies?
Yes.
Can you describe those for us, please?
So I'm a member of the Society of Automotive Engineers, the National Association for Professional Accident Reconstruction Specialists, the Illuminating Engineering Society, and the Optical Society of America.
Is it fair to say that you've authored a number of peer-reviewed papers in the field of physics and or accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Can you describe that for us?
So my most recent publication in the field of accident reconstruction deals with vehicle control history records. Publications prior to that were focused primarily on my dissertation PhD work.
I think you testified that you have dealt with probably over 1,000 different types of cases. Are you able to estimate of those 1,000 different types of cases dealing with accident reconstruction, how many of those or what percentage of those have involved pedestrians?
I don't know if I can give a percentage. I would certainly say it's the majority of my casework. As I mentioned earlier, given one of my specialties being in human factors and lighting, there's a direct correlation between time of day and pedestrian collisions. We certainly see a rise as sky illumination drops and the illumination levels go down. We're having to rely on artificial light sources. So given that occurrence happens in nighttime hours and low illumination, like I said, I certainly see many pedestrian accidents.
What types of pedestrian impacts have you been involved with in terms of your analysis?
Innocence fraud is right.
All different types, everything from pedestrians being run over, running into the side of vehicles, being hit by the front of a vehicle backing up in a parking lot into a pedestrian. So I've seen it from all sides of a vehicle.
What is kinematics? Can you describe that or explain that phrase or term?
I think a simple definition would just be the motion of an object or a body.
Have you done any testing as it relates to kinematics and the interaction between pedestrians and motor vehicles?
Yes.
How many times have you engaged in such an analysis?
Numerous times. We frequently and routinely do testing at ARCCA.
Thank you, Grave, for your $20
You mentioned
donation. We
ARCCA
appreciate
has
you.
several different disciplines within it. What are some of those different disciplines in addition to accident reconstruction?
So as I mentioned, we have biomechanics and crashworthiness, and there's a few others. And I will note that it's very common in our casework that we will work together as a team. So to give you an example of that, I mentioned earlier about, that rear end collision, right? So let's just say we have a rear end crash and there's crush and there's damage to the rear of the vehicle. and the seat back failed, which caused the driver to ramp up in the seat and ultimately hit their head on something and sustain an injury. So I myself, as a reconstructionist, will analyze the forces, the speeds, and the severity of the crash. The biomechanist will evaluate the mechanism for the injury based upon those crash forces. And the crashworthiness expert may analyze, okay, is there a better or stronger seat that may have held up in this crash?
Is it normal for you as the director of accident reconstruction at ARCCA to work with others in the other disciplines that are housed under the umbrella of ARCCA?
Absolutely, yes.
Is that a normal process for you?
Very common, yes.
As a matter of fact, it probably would be uncommon if you didn't do that, correct?
Depending on the kind of case, but yeah, certainly wouldn't be uncommon.
Tell me about the testing that you've undertaken to determine forces that are at play in a given accident or an impact.
Okay. So to give you a simple example of it is, let's just say we have a sideswipe type collision where two vehicles sideswipe each other and a front bumper gets torn off or deflected essentially, and there's some deformation to it, right? We can do testing at ARCCA to determine how much force does it take to bend that material so that we get the deformation that we have. That would be a good example.
Is there a specific type of testing, or is there varied types of testing?
I'll find it for you, Stella.
And undertaken to determine
that was a big point once you said it. I was like,
in your example, in that
thanks, Karen.
The forces at play in that sideswipe collision.
Yeah, absolutely. It would have been, again, as part of the test, we would be measuring the forces, we'd be measuring the displacement, we'd be able to calculate acceleration and things of that nature from that test data.
The tests that you undertake, are they generally accepted methodologies in the field of accident reconstruction?
Yes.
What are quasi-static tests?
So a quasi-static test would be like the example I just gave you, where we have basically the bumper would be stationary, right? And now we're pulling on it to determine how much force it takes to bend it. So that'd be an example of a quasi-static test.
So that test specifically is determining or attempting to determine the amount of force necessary to deform a bumper, for instance, in the way that it's seen after an impact.
Yes.
Exactly, Leon.
Or any other body panel, correct?
Correct.
And on the human side, also there are forces at play, I'm assuming, in terms of injuries that are sustained by pedestrians in the accident reconstructions that you've done involving pedestrians.
Yes.
Do you have experience in evaluating whether damage to a vehicle is consistent with a proposed scenario or set of facts?
Yes.
Describe those circumstances for us. What are the circumstances in which you're trying to determine whether or not the damage fits a proposed scenario?
So a case that commonly comes across my desk is we have two very different versions of how an accident unfolded according to party A and party B, right? And we have a set of evidence in terms of the damage to the vehicles, maybe some roadway evidence, right? So we can look at that objective evidence, utilize physics, maybe some calculations, determine whose version is most consistent based upon the damage and the roadway evidence.
Is that an accepted methodology in the field of accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Don't worry, Jesse. We're here, my friend.
In other cases in which you've undertaken such an engagement to determine whether or not the physics or the physical evidence matches a particular scenario or is inconsistent with that scenario, have you been able to ultimately reach conclusions and opinions to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty in those cases?
We call those tantanas.
Is that normally
John.
what you're seeking to ultimately come to an opinion or a conclusion about those scenarios or circumstances?
Yes.
Are your opinions and conclusions based on your education, your training, the background and experience that you've explained to the jurors?
Yes.
Is it also in furtherance of the scientific methodologies that you employ in order to come to those opinions and conclusions?
Yes.
And are those generally accepted in the scientific and accident reconstruction community as a proper methodology to come to opinions and conclusions of that nature?
Yes, sir.
Have you been qualified in other courts to testify in the area of accident reconstruction?
Yes.
It was
Let's talk
the
about
day
how you
he
began your work
testified.
in this particular case.
Lurch.
When you were initially retained in connection with this case, were you hired by the defense?
No.
Did you know who we were?
Objection. Yep. You don't
May
even.
we approach?
You can ask it differently, Mr.
Sure.
Ooh.
Were you hired by
Sorry,
anybody
pissed off.
affiliated with the defense?
No.
At that time, did you know any of the names of the defense.
He doesn't get to say they're independent.
At the time that you were hired to
And this is what he's trying to do.
In this case, did you even know the name Karen Reed? Did you know any of the names or of any of the parties?
Sustained. I'll see it.
Sure.
He did that on purpose to get the sidebar. Let's just make that clear. All right. Sidebar number 1. He's trying to bring in that they're independent. They were already told they cannot say that they're independent because of the fucking stunts that they pulled. So
Yeah, they lied. They lied in the first trial, and they can't say they're independent.
they're trying
in the
to lie
second
right now
trial.
again.
Yeah, and they can't say, "Oh, well, they're independent," when they were
No.
clearly weren't independent, even in the first trial.
No. And that's what they're trying to put out to the jury is, oh, you're independent. All right, I'll play the sidebar clip. Hold on. Guy's a fraud. It's really that simple. They cannot say they're
Yeah.
independent, and that's what Jackson is attempting to do because he knows that's his only help is that they're
Yeah.
independent and they came up with this all on their own. But that's not true, and the judge was very clear with her ruling.
Yeah, I mean, the ruling is it is what it is. You lied to the judge, you lied to the people, and now you're trying
Lied
to
to
come
the
in here and
court.
say like a proper question would be, when you initially were hired by the agency, were you did you know us? Then you could probably say, no, I didn't know you guys, or something like that, something to that
Right.
degree. But like,
Yep.
you can't say that you never knew us during the first trial or anything like that. To me, it's just purely objectable.
It's misleading and it's
Yeah.
trying to lie. And Hank is going to, as we know, eviscerate this in about 3 questions right away. But the point is that they're trying to circumvent the actual order. Like that's
Yeah.
what they're trying to do right now. And it's like I could hear it in the judge's voice when she said, like, basically, no to the sidebar. You can, and like, she's already pissed off. She's already pissed off, which means his presence, ARCCA's presence alone done pissed her the hell off.
Yeah, because the problem is he's going to go with, oh, did you lie to the court last time you were here? Did you use a secret app to communicate with counsel? Did you do this? Did you do that? Which is all going to be allowed in. So it's not going to look good for this guy.
Yep.
I think he's going to be gray by the end of this fucking cross, to be honest with you.
Oh yeah. He's
I'm
gonna
going to
look like
see
a fool
that.
once again.
I got work. I'll see you. I'll jump in if I'm in.
When
break.
you
Thanks,
were
P. Tim.
initially hired to look at the facts and circumstances of this case, did you do so independently? In other words, were you given a series of facts and a series of data and asked, just look at these facts and look at these data and make a few determinations about accident reconstruction in this case?
Yes.
What were you asked to do specifically?
It was to look at that evidence that we were provided and determine whether or not the damage to the vehicle was consistent with the injuries to Mr. John O'Keefe.
At the time that you were asked to engage in this independent analysis, were
I
you
love you,
provided information or data?
Yes.
Her court ruling, which is an order of the court.
Who at ARCCA was assigned to the team that would ultimately engage in this particular analysis?
She said they could not.
It was myself,
Try to
Dr.
say it
Andrew
independent.
Rentschler, and Scott Klein.
Describe what the materials were that you were provided in your initial assessment of this case.
Could I refer to my report?
With the court's permission.
You don't know that you were given absolutely shit? Nothing? You were given like very little?
Would you like me to just go in order from the materials reviewed?
That would be fine.
The Norfolk SPDU homicide death report, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of State Police crime scene report, OCME dispatch removal report, photographs of the incident location, videos of the incident location, photographs of the 2021 Lexus LX 570, photographs of recovered evidence, crash data retrieval report from the 2021 Lexus LX 570, report of autopsy photographs, and there was a few other items there, but those were generated internally.
There were about 14 things that were listed in terms of
No
categories
worries,
of information that you were provided, or ARCCA was provided. Is that right?
A little less than that, because some of those, like I said, were internally generated. But,
It was
yes.
when Hank wanted them discluded
Why were you provided that data?
because of all the shadiness.
What's the reason why
multiple
it's
violations.
important for you to get certain data as you begin your analysis?
Well, we wanted to have an understanding of, or ultimately the entity that retained us wanted to have an understanding of what, I guess, the evidence that we would need to reconstruct this.
Yeah, no wonder why he's not fired.
Did you get enough information to engage in a fulsome analysis, an accident reconstruction, in terms of the initial request by the entity that hired you?
Yes, in terms of our scope, yes, we had sufficient information.
We had lunch last time together,
Were
you
able to
know?
review photographs of not only the
Good for you
Lexus
guys.
involved, but John O'Keefe's body.
Yes.
Did you use those photographs in furtherance of your analysis?
Yes.
Did you use the reports detailing scenarios or possible scenarios in furtherance of your analysis?
From what I recall, I don't believe any of the reports indicated any type of theory or understanding of how the accident occurred.
Were you asked to determine whether or not certain scenarios could be possible?
I don't recall them giving us any scenarios to evaluate. They essentially left it in our hands. Here's the evidence. What do you think happened?
That was an open question, correct?
Yeah, I'm not buying that part.
Did you engage in an analysis that basically
Right, how many
allowed
potatoes?
you to think of any scenario?
I think that's fair. Yes.
In your initial analysis, did you note damage to the vehicle?
Yes.
Describe the damage. Let's start with the vehicle. Describe the damage that you noted in furtherance of your analysis.
The primary damage was to the right rear taillight on the quarter panel section. The majority of the outer red lens was broken and shattered, as well as some of the underlying components and diffusers that are underneath that outer layer, as well as some damage to the back portion of the taillight.
Can I stop you right there? Describe when you say the outer lens material and some interior material as well was damaged. Describe that in detail for us.
So the outer lens is red, and it's about 5 millimeters in thickness, and it basically encompasses the majority of that quarter panel taillight. And then there's a small segment that is clear, that is for the turn signal indicator, which is yellow. Underneath that 5 millimeter thick red lens, there are additional diffusers that run along the bottom. There's two rows of those, I believe, and then they also go up vertically on the side, and those are clear. And I think the thicknesses of those are about 3 millimeters.
Is 5 millimeters of PMMC, have I got that right? PMMA?
You call it acrylic. That's the more common name.
Easier for me. Is 5 millimeters of that acrylic, that outer lens material, is that considered thick or thin in terms of just sort of what we'd see on a taillight?
I would describe that as a pretty thick piece of plastic. It's certainly by no means, you can't, if you had a segment of it and you try to bend it, it's not going to bend.
Okay. In addition to that outer taillight material, that acrylic, in terms of the information that you received, did the interior acrylic also have damage to it?
Yes, those clear diffusers that, again, there's 2 rows of those, and they also went up vertically. Those were shattered and broken as well.
Was that important to you in your ultimate analysis?
Yes.
Did you note any superficial scratches or dents anywhere on the tailgate area or the liftgate area?
Yes, there was a dent and some paint chips, if you will, above the lift gate taillight assembly. So again, that next to that quarter panel taillight, there's another assembly that is on the lift gate. And there was a small dent and some paint chips at that area. There was also on the wraparound section of the bumper cover, as it's going from the rear to the right side, there were some superficial scrapes in that area.
Did you note any other damage or deformation to the Lexus? Deformation in the tail, the lift gate, the bumper, anything like that?
No.
Is it common in a vehicle pedestrian collision that there is some sort of bumper deformation that's associated with a vehicle pedestrian incident?
That can certainly occur if a pedestrian is in an normal upright position. You can certainly get displacement of the bumper.
Did you see any displacement or panel deformation on the Lexus?
No.
Is it more common that there's panel displacement or deformation if the collision is above, say, 10 or 15 miles an hour?
Yes.
During your review of all the investigative materials, did you note any items of evidence that were recovered or claimed to have been recovered on the bumper itself?
I recall there were 2 or 3 apparent glass fragments.
What's the significance of that? Let me ask it differently. Is there any glass in the taillight assembly?
Hey, Pollock.
May ask
I
that
agree.
Yes.
Is there any glass in the taillight assembly?
No.
Was there any shattered glass anywhere on the Lexus? Meaning panes of glass, the back window, quarter panel windows, anything like that?
No.
Did
Me
you
too,
have
and I
any
have 0
understanding
cups.
of what the Commonwealth's theory of the case was when you began your initial analysis?
Sustained.
Did you have any indication of what the Massachusetts State Police theory of the case was based on the
Yes, come
investigative
on.
reports that you received?
Sustained.
Did you perform an accident reconstruction analysis to determine whether or not the damage to the Lexus, that taillight housing material, was consistent with an interaction with a pedestrian?
Yes.
Specifically, did you perform an accident reconstruction to determine whether the damage to the Lexus was consistent with an interaction with John O'Keefe based on the injuries that you were aware of?
Yes.
Did you evaluate whether the investigative theories regarding, let me ask it a different way.
No, he knows there's a shitstorm coming for him.
Did you consider the possibility of Mr. O'Keefe's head striking the taillight?
Yes.
Did you consider
Why would his head
possibility of Mr. O'Keefe's arm striking the taillight?
Yes.
Did
Yes,
you
please.
entertain the possibility that Mr. O'Keefe's center of mass, his body, struck the taillight?
Yes.
Before we get into the initial testing,
Dr.
was-
Rentschler said that
were
didn't
you able
happen.
to come to opinions and conclusions concerning those things that I've just mentioned?
Yes.
Nope, none.
Did you also entertain the possibility that a drinking glass could have damaged the taillight?
Yes.
Were these some of the things that you were sort of, it was left open to you to decide yourself?
Yes.
Did you later provide all of those opinions and conclusions in a report to the entity that hired you?
Yes.
Is your understanding that those reports were then later supplied to both sides here in this case?
That was my understanding. Yes.
I don't remember him saying he was
Did you
director last
testify
time.
about those initial testing opinions and conclusions at a proceeding last year?
Yes.
Let's talk for a second about that initial testing that you conducted in connection with this case. When approximately did you begin your testing? And I'm going to phrase it as your initial testing, the testing that you testified to about last year. When did you start that initial testing?
From what I recall, it would have been late 2023 into early 2024.
Ian.
I want to talk about the drinking glass first. did you become aware that there was a drinking glass that was
Become
found
aware.
at the scene?
See how I
Yes.
slipped that in?
And what was the testing that you sought to determine as it relates to the drinking glass and the taillight?
So looking at the evidence, as I mentioned earlier, when we're looking at that quarter panel taillight, we have an isolated region of damage. And looking at the additional evidence in terms of a broken drinking glass at the scene, we wanted to do testing to determine if a small object or projectile such as the drinking glass could induce damage that was consistent with that we saw on the subject Lexus.
Were you able to reach an opinion and or conclusion as it relates to whether or not there is a possibility that the drinking glass or a drinking glass could cause the type of damage that you saw on the Lexus?
Yes.
Given everything else in your investigation, are you concluding that the glass was responsible for the taillight damage?
No.
However, you did seek to determine whether it was possible, correct?
In senior year.
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way, Your Honor. What testing did you undertake in furtherance of that specific, answering that specific question?
Yeah, it's killing me.
Could the glass damage the taillight?
Right. So we designed a pressurized cannon that was capable of firing the drinking glass into the taillight at various speeds. We aimed for speeds of 30 and 40 miles an hour. Our achieved speeds were at 31 and 37 miles per hour. And we found that in the 37 mile an hour impact, and again, this is to emulate or simulate an individual throwing a drinking glass. The purpose of the cannon, if you will, was to be able to hone in on a speed precisely and obviously aim for that target. So it would just serve as a means of getting that projectile to the taillight in a means that we could measure it. And what we observed in the 37 mile an hour test is that we got damage that was generally consistent with that of the subject taillight, and that there was a large portion of the outer lens that was shattered and fractured, as well as the underlying clear plastic diffusers and chrome piece.
Tell me a little bit about the methodology that you undertook, the scientific methodology in building that pneumatic cannon and aiming that glass directly at the taillight.
Absolutely. So, as I mentioned, it was a customized cannon, if you will. It had a barrel that was capable of fitting a rocks or an old-fashioned drinking glass in it, and that's a glass that has a thinner sidewall, if you will. I think the glass was about 3 inches in height or so, maybe 3.5 inches, with the bottom portion being solid glass or just a thick piece of glass. So we were able to design a kind of a holder for it, if you will. Almost, you could really think of it as stuffing an actual cannon with a cannonball. So we literally would put the drinking glass in the cannon. There was a pressurized vessel behind that we would open up a valve rapidly, and when it was set to a certain pressure, that would determine the exit velocity that it would leave the barrel at. And we were able to aim that device into the taillight at those specified speeds to be able to determine what would the damage pattern be when we fired that glass.
Were you able, in this scientific experiment, to control for aim and trajectory?
Yes.
Were you able to control for velocity or exit speed of the glass?
Yes.
Were you able to control for damage patterns as it pertained to both the glass as well as the taillight at which it was aimed?
I don't know that we have had control over that. Ultimately, physics takes over after that interaction occurs. I can't influence how that material is going to perform or how the glass will break, per se.
It's a poor question on my part. Were you able to, or did you undertake to memorialize the damage pattern that you saw on the taillight and the glass as the glass was projected into the taillight?
Yes.
All right. Did you do that through photographs?
Yes.
High-speed video?
Yes.
And all of that was memorialized in your report?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you 2 photographs, or 2 8.5 by 11 documents that contain 2 photographs each. Can you take a look at those 2 documents and tell me if you recognize those?
Yes.
Does one represent, you mentioned that one of the tests that you performed was at 37 miles an hour, correct?
Correct.
Did you mention the speed at which, or the velocity at which the other test was done?
If I didn't, it was 31 miles per hour.
All right, so 31 and 37. Do you see those two documents in front of you?
Yes.
Does one of them represent the 31 mile an hour test and the photographs associated with that?
And an extracted frame from the high speed, yes.
Okay. And does the other one represent the other test, the 37 mile an hour test?
Yes.
We could take those one at a time. May I approach one more time? If I could ask that these be marked as next in order, one at a time, 31 mile an hour test, and it to be order with the court's permission.
So there's no objection?
None, thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
213.
And the second document represents the 37 mile an hour test.
214.
Court's permission, I'd like to exhibit 213. I'm sorry, present exhibit 213.
Okay.
Is this the photograph that was just marked as exhibit 213 that's in front of you?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jurors what they're looking at?
So on the left part, you are looking at a frame from the high-speed video just after the contact with the taillight. On the right, you're looking at the post damage to the taillight after the glass had been fired into it.
And if we could look at the next exhibit with the court's permission.
Okay.
And what are we looking at here?
Same thing on the left. Again, this is the 37 mile an hour test. The glass striking just in the area where the bottom of the turn signal indicator is. So right where it meets the red portion of the lens and the clear portion of the lens. That's about where the impact point was. You could see that a large portion of the outer red assembly, lens cover is missing and fractured. The clear portion of the part of the outer lens to the turn signal indicator is also fractured, as well as the underlying clear diffusers in that assembly.
Would your testing in both of these scenarios, the 31 mile an hour test and the 37 mile an hour test, represent an accepted methodology for controlling for aim, velocity, impact site, and those issues,
Exactly, Shannon.
if you will, as it relates to testing of this sort?
Probably.
Yes, we were able to control those variables.
And is that an accepted methodology in the area or the field of accident reconstruction?
Absolutely, yes.
When you finished your testing, were you able to make a determination as to whether or not either one of these velocities, the 31 mile an hour velocity or the 37 mile an hour velocity, were consistent with the damage that you saw on the subject Lexus, which is the 2021 Lexus belonging to Miss Reed?
Yes, from the 37 mile per hour test, we are getting damage that's generally consistent, and that I mentioned we have portions of the outer lens missing, the underlying diffuser. There was also some fracturing on the backside of the assembly. So again, we observed damage that was generally consistent with that of the subject taillight.
And that was the 31 or the 37?
The 37.
The 37. What about the 31?
Didn't have enough energy to create that damage.
So were you able to conclude, in your opinion, whether or not the velocity of that glass hitting the taillight would have to be somewhere in the vicinity of 37 miles an hour, well above 30 miles an hour?
Well above, and it certainly could have been above 40 miles per hour per se. I mean, we may have actually blown out more of the outer lens had the speed increase.
Listening to him requires caffeine.
Did you have any information in the data or documents that you reviewed associated with this case, for instance, that John O'Keefe had a pneumatic cannon with him out there?
No.
Okay. So obviously, well, let me ask a different way.
Joan, you're on fire today, my friend.
Based on this series of tests, were you concluding that the damage on the taillight conclusively was the product of a glass being hurled into the taillight? Objection.
Sustained.
Were you concluding, or did you opine that the damage to the taillight came from a drinking glass?
No, I gave an opinion that the damage was generally consistent with that in the test compared to the subject taillight.
But only in the circumstance where the glass
Douche
is
canoe.
being hurled at 37 miles an hour, correct?
Sustained. Can I ask it differently?
Under
Mr.
what circumstance did you determine that it was consistent with the drinking glass?
If that drinking glass, again,
What was
the
the temp?
purpose of the test was to do a test to evaluate or simulating somebody throwing a drinking glass at the taillight. So that's what that test was to demonstrate.
Understood.
Oh, the temperature.
Let's turn to another test that you undertook regarding the head injuries that you became aware of. Did you become aware of in the data that you received that Mr. O'Keefe had suffered head injuries to the back of his skull?
Yes.
What sort of testing did you do to determine whether or not and under what circumstances that head injury may be connected or associated with the damage to the taillight?
We performed a drop test with a hybrid 3. So that's an instrumented anthropomorphic test device to be able to measure the accelerations on a head form and observe the damage to an impact to the taillight.
What is an ATD, anthropomorphic test device?
So it's a device that's commonly used in our field, and it's certainly approved by the federal government to evaluate crash forces and occupant kinematics, or I should say occupant crash forces. So it's a device that reconstructionists and biomechanists typically use or commonly use to be able to evaluate, like I said, whether it's forces in a motor vehicle, or let's say you have something being dropped on somebody's head or an impact to somebody's body part, right? We can use that instrumented dummy to evaluate and measure the acceleration and the forces.
Another word or another phrase often used in association with ATD devices are crash test dummies, correct?
Correct, yes.
Why was it important to do a drop test?
So we wanted to have an understanding based upon the fact that Mr. John O'Keefe had a skull fracture to the back of his head, whether or not an impact, a direct impact between the taillight and the back of his head could have caused that skull fracture.
What did your testing indicate?
When we did the test, the impact to the taillight was at 15 miles per hour, and we observed that the damage to that taillight was significantly more than the subject taillight at the 15-mile-an-hour speed. Furthermore, it did not generate, according to my colleague, Dr. Rentschler, enough forces to cause a skull fracture.
So ultimately, what was your conclusion related to the taillight potentially striking John O'Keefe in the head at above 15 miles an hour?
From a damage perspective, it was inconsistent.
Inconsistent.
Correct, inconsistent.
Did you consider temperature and control for temperature in any of your testing?
Yes.
Why is that important?
Well, that will affect how that, we've talked a lot about that acrylic material of the lens. That will certainly affect how it fractures. So we absolutely controlled the temperature during these tests.
How did you control for temperature?
So we had them sit overnight in chest freezers to get them to the desired temperature, which for our original set of testing was at 28 degrees Fahrenheit. We then rapidly moved them to our test fixture, and then they were fired almost immediately after that.
And when you're talking about them, you're talking about exemplar taillights.
Correct, yes.
Are those exact replica taillights that you would find on the 2021 Lexus SUV?
Yes.
After your testimony in the first proceeding last year in the spring of 2024, were you ultimately contacted by the defense in this case?
Yes.
When were you contacted by the defense?
I know that I had reached out to you, I believe it was in February of this year, because I think I saw some things in the media and was just wondering what was going on.
Sustained. Just when? Just a date, Dr. Wolfe?
I don't know if I could give a specific date. If I had to estimate, sometime in February or March, probably.
Were you still under contract with the other entity that hired you?
Sustained.
Can't talk about this. He knows that. Come on, man.
At some point,
Trying to play games.
you and I spoke, correct?
Correct.
And that was, you believe it was February of 2025?
Yes.
Had we spoken at all between the end of your testimony at the proceeding last year and February of 2025?
No, that was the first time.
I don't know.
Did I ask you anything about retaining you?
Not at that time, no.
At some point, subsequent
It is
to that
odd.
initial discussion in February of 2025, did we have another discussion about the potential of retaining you?
Yes.
Tell me about that. When was that?
From what I recall, it was sometime in March, and we were trying to figure out.
Sustained. Next question, please.
Yeah, nope.
Did I ask you if you are available?
You
to
can't
be
talk about that.
retained
He knows
by
it.
defense?
Sustained.
May we approach?
Okay.
You know this whole line of questioning is not allowed. Once again, we did this in the thing for the Rule 14 violations. The judge was very clear. You cannot try to claim that they were independent in any way, shape, or form. It's very clear they were not independent. Okay? Bev's pissed off. She's been pissed off since this morning because she clearly knew that they were going to attempt to try to circumvent her order, and that's what they're doing. This is sidebar number 2. Do me a favor. There's 189 of you here today. If you could hit the like button, the subscribe button, it would be really helpful. If you can donate to the channel, we have a bunch of different ways to do so. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. There's a ticker at the bottom of the screen that scrolls by. Thank you to Grave, who sent $20 first thing this morning. And he says, for Crash Test Dummies and Scorpio Moon Gal for $4.44. I appreciate you, my friends. Thank you so much. And Ian for buying 5 memberships this morning. That was really nice. You're shaking the bushes. I love when the bushes get shook. I'm still trying to wait. I watch every time someone gifts memberships to see if Jessie gets one, because she's been waiting patiently. The like button is free, folks, and so is the subscribe button. Sharing is also free. It's a very, very helpful to the channel. We're trying to grow. You know, I've been on Reddit talking to a few people there. Hopefully some of them pop in and join our community. I think they'll love it. I do think Mythbusters can do, better job than these guys. They shot a potato cannon at it, you know what I mean? And I'm pretty sure he lied about the speeds too, because I remember them being much lower speeds. Like, me too, my friend. Me too. Me freaking too. Oh, thank you, Ian. Ian sends 5 more memberships. We appreciate it. Oh, I'm looking. Damn it, Jesse. God damn it. Well, congratulations, IMO. Nope. Caramel, Riley, Marion, Crazy Concert, Grandma, and Lana. Congrats, guys. Oh, thank you, Lindsay. I appreciate that. We have lots of members now. We're over 100 members. We're closer to like 120 and now probably 130, which is so awesome. I love that for us. We're going to have to do a member only show soon. I feel like, as a reward for being a member, we're going to have to do one of those. It'll be a nighttime one though. Because that's the only time I would have, to do it. Oh, thank you, Lindsay. Lindsay sends $15 and says, thank you for all your coverage. I appreciate that, Lindsay. Thank you so much. I always heart it so that I remember that I thanked you guys. Thank you, guys. It was part of the Rule 14 violation order that she had, where she said they couldn't talk about being independent because it's clear that they
March of
weren't.
2025, were you hired by the defense?
Yes.
Okay. Were you asked to do anything or to review anything from the Commonwealth and any of their experts in relation to
We got to get those people
testing
here.
that was undertaken by them
We got to get those people here.
regarding the Lexus and Mr.
You're
O'Keefe?
welcome.
Yes.
What were you asked to do?
My understanding is that we were asked to review and evaluate the report and analysis conducted by Dr. Welcher.
Did you receive Dr. Welcher's reports?
Yes.
Did you receive his raw data?
Yes.
Did you receive his 140 plus page PowerPoint?
Yes.
And did you undertake a review of that, all of that data, in order to evaluate that data?
Yes.
What methodology did you undertake at that juncture before you began any testing? Just your review process. What methodology did you undertake in terms of your review of his evaluations and his opinions and conclusions?
Well, I think when reviewing his report and his analysis, I look to his opinions, and then I look to what's the basis and the foundation to those opinions, right? How did he ultimately arrive at those final conclusions? So I'm looking for the methodologies that he followed. What testing did he do? What type of experiments? What type of data analysis? Ultimately, to provide that opinion.
Ultimately, did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation in furtherance of memorializing your review and opinions and conclusions of his evaluation and testing?
Yes.
Did you bring that with you today?
Yes.
Do you have that with you on your computer, or are we going to run the PowerPoint?
It's on this computer up here with me.
With the court's permission, could Dr. Wolfe present his PowerPoint presentation?
Okay.
Your Honor, I have a thumb drive that I believe represents the PowerPoint. Do we have this marked?
Yes, is this coming into evidence? All right, so we'll mark it for identification.
We can mark it for identification for the time being and discuss it later.
Should it BBB for identification?
Good point, Anna.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Wolfe, do you see what's displayed or presented up on the TV screen?
Yes.
All right. Do you have with you, by the way, just a matter of housekeeping, something called a spotlight?
Yes.
Something that can do whatever spotlight does that?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
I may ask you to employ that, or I may take it from you at some point as we're discussing this. Do you recognize what's on the screen?
Yes.
What is this?
This is.
I'm gonna
this
try
is
to
my
find it, Hank.
PowerPoint with just the first page, the title.
If we can move to the next slide, please. Describe what we're looking at in this slide.
This is from Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint presentation,
Morning, Lisa.
slide 121, in which he's indicating that there are lacerations on John O'Keefe's right arm and forearm. And he's indicated in this slide that the location and orientation of the lacerations on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right rear taillight of the Reed 2021 Lexus LX 570.
In coming to your opinions and conclusions, and I know this is a mouthful, did you consider the opinions and conclusions of Dr. Welcher in conducting your analysis and your ultimate testing?
Yes.
Did you rely on Dr. Welcher's report and his PowerPoint in reaching your conclusions and opinions ultimately in this case?
I don't know that I relied on it. Certainly, I utilized them to have an understanding of what his basis was for his opinion and what his opinion was. Ultimately, at ARCCA, we did our own independent testing to evaluate that.
So just to be clear, I'm not asking Dr. Wolfe if you agreed with his opinions and conclusions. I'm simply asking, did you rely on those in order to come to your opinions and conclusions?
Thank you, Jane. Congratulations, Elma.
Did you agree ultimately with Dr. Welcher's opinions and conclusions?
Sustained.
You certainly were aware of what his opinions and conclusions were, correct?
The form, Mr. Jackson, on that one.
Were you aware of Dr. Welcher's opinions and conclusions?
Yes.
Are some of those opinions and conclusions represented in your PowerPoint?
Yes.
Are some of them represented on this slide in your PowerPoint?
Yes.
You indicated that this slide indicates that the location and orientation of the lacerations on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arms are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right rear taillight, correct?
Correct.
Are the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm lacerations?
That would be an opinion for my colleague, Dr. Rentra.
Have you ever heard the phrase abrasion?
Yes.
in your opinion, are the injuries to John O'Keefe's right arm better described as lacerations or abrasions?
I don't have an opinion on that.
Okay.
What? You don't have an opinion on that?
Slide number
Oh, you
2,
sure got a
please.
lot of opinions on other shit. Cool.
Based on your review of Dr.
told to say that.
Welcher's reports and his data, what testing did Dr. Welcher undertake or conduct?
So he did, initially, it appeared that he did a static test, if you will, just demonstrating holding his right arm out adjacent to the rear taillights on the right side of an exemplar Lexus to demonstrate his theory of how the arm contacted the taillight.
What is a static test?
So I'm sustaining that. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson. And I'm going to strike that.
What testing did you note that Dr. Welcher did with regard to this particular photograph? What is a static test?
Well, in a static test, that neither the arm or the vehicle is moving. It's just he's aligning his right arm adjacent to show how his arm aligns to the geometry and the dimensions of the Lexus.
Did Dr. Welcher appear to be wearing similar clothing as John O'Keefe was wearing on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Was there any significance or purpose for that, in your opinion?
In this test, no.
Did you identify any limitations with regard to
Never.
this sort of testing undertaken by Dr. Welcher?
Well, it's very basic in that the only thing that this demonstrates is that you can get your right arm to align with the taillight. Beyond that, it doesn't tell you anything with respect to what happens to the arm when it makes contact with the taillight, right? What's the motion of the arm? What's the damage to the taillight? What's the acceleration of the arm? What's the forces of the arm? So it doesn't answer any of those other questions. The only question it answers is, does the arm align with the taillight?
You're aware that
Morning, Francesca.
John O'Keefe was 6'1", correct?
Correct.
Is the only person, let me ask it a different way. Can only a 6'1" person align their arm with the taillight?
No, the arm is adjustable, so certainly people of different heights could also meet that alignment as well.
Just by pivoting your arm a little bit, right?
Sustain.
How would you describe the ability of somebody 5'7" or 6'3" being able to align their arm with the taillight?
Just changing the orientation and the posture of your arm.
Was there any scientific significance, in your opinion, of this particular test?
Again, other than just demonstrating that it aligns with it, no, nothing beyond that.
Next slide, please.
Next ridiculous lying slide,
What are we looking at here?
please.
So this is an extracted frame from one of his dynamic tests in which the vehicle is moving at about 2 miles per hour into his arm, making contact with his hand, his forearm, and his elbow.
What is a dynamic test as it relates to a static test?
So that's when something's in motion, and in this instance, it's the Lexus moving at about 2 miles per hour into his arm.
Did Dr. Welcher explain what the purpose of this test was?
From what I recall, I think it was to demonstrate that when his arm makes contact with the taillight, he observed paint transfer in the general location that there were the abrasions or the lacerations on his arm.
Did he appear to paint the taillight?
He did, yes.
Do you see that Dr. Welcher appears to be wearing an orange T-shirt?
Sustain.
What is he
Yeah, what the
wearing?
hell?
Appears to be an orange T-shirt.
Of course, yeah, of course.
That's similar to what was described as John O'Keefe having worn that night on January 29th, 2022.
Oh, come on.
Yes.
Is there any significance to wearing that T-shirt?
Not that I can think of, no.
Oh, come on. Not that I can think of. Are you him?
Identify any shortcomings with this particular test?
Well, much like the static test, again, it leaves the door open to all those questions, right? About, again, doing this at 2 miles an hour doesn't tell you anything about, well, what happens at 10? What happens at 15? What happens at 20, right? In terms of what are the collision forces? What's the
same
damage? How does
thing.
the arm move? What would the expected injuries be, right?
Well, you're not gonna do that
dynamic
to
test,
yourself.
as well as
Common
the static
sense.
test, doesn't answer any of those questions for us.
It does, but okay.
Is this test from Dr. Welcher considered a force calculation?
I'm not aware of him making any type of force calculations or measuring accelerations or anything of that nature. No.
Did Dr. Welcher conduct any
'cause you're not him.
testing to determine whether the damage to Miss Reed's Lexus was consistent with the strike?
I do, Inc., but I've also
Arm
been with an
test.
abuser, so I know what it looks like.
I'm not aware of any impact testing that he did. No.
Did Dr. Welcher
Not aware of
conduct
a lot.
any testing to determine the forces necessary to cause the damage to the taillight of Miss Reed's vehicle?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Did Dr. Welcher conduct any testing to determine the forces necessary to cause the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Did Dr. Welcher provide any opinions as it relates to the speed of the subject Lexus at the time of the alleged incident?
No, from reviewing his report and his PowerPoint and analysis, I could not find anywhere in it a specified speed or even a range of speeds.
Did Dr. Welcher provide any opinion as it relates to the forces experienced by the taillight in such an impact?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Did Dr. Welcher provide any opinion at all as it relates to the post-impact trajectory or movement, if you will, of John O'Keefe's mass or his body subsequent to the alleged conduct?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Next slide, please. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
What is this?
So this is something that you probably have heard and certainly I've discussed already, but this is looking at the right rear corner of the subject Lexus, specifically in the area of
Yes.
the damaged right taillight.
Did you consider this photograph in coming to your opinions and conclusions?
Yes.
What, if anything, of significance did you note about this taillight other than the fact that it's damaged?
Well, I'm going to jump to the next slide, if you will. So this is now the taillight obviously has been removed from the vehicle. So obviously what's important here is looking at what is the damage that we have to this taillight? What components were damaged in this alleged interaction? So we're looking at the clear diffuser at the bottom is fractured and missing. Same with the ones on the vertical side. The majority of the outer red lens is also missing.
Bingo,
fractured.
Francesca.
And then on
Like
the back
this.
side, we also have some damage in terms of some fracturing to that black plastic. And there's also a chunk of plastic missing on the top portion of the taillight as well.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about that diffuser. If you could focus your attention on this area. Describe for the jurors what they're looking at in terms of the diffuser. What is the diffuser?
Right. Let me see.
Yeah.
So the diffusers, right
You know
where
me.
my mouse is, there's a clear diffuser that runs along the bottom, and then there's another diffuser that runs along here, and then it also goes up vertically. Same here on the bottom one, that also goes up vertically. So
I'm missing it.
this piece was missing and fractured on the bottom.
What's the
along
theory?
with the vertical portion. The chrome piece here you can see is also fractured and damaged. And then the kind of the second tier, if you will, that clear diffuser was also fractured and broken on the upper section as well.
Was that of significance to you in your review of the damage to the taillight?
Yes.
Why?
Well, because that tells me that we have to have enough force and energy to break. We talked about earlier that 5 millimeter thick red outer lens. We have to have enough force to be able to get beyond that to now start penetrating into the interior components of the taillight to get to, again, those clear diffusers and certainly cause damage to get induced out the back end of the taillight as well.
May I have just a moment?
Yes.
No, you can't have a moment to lie some more. No, I'm not getting
Dr.
their
Wolfe,
theory.
did you bring with you an undamaged taillight
Love it,
exemplar?
June.
Yes.
Right?
It's
30
up here with
grand,
me.
27.
It's up to, I was just looking for it.
Yep.
Thanks for nothing.
The like button is helpful.
Describe what it is that you brought with you.
So I brought a two-part assembly. So what I did is I 3D printed a bracket so that I could mount the lift gate taillight assembly as well as the quarter panel taillight assembly.
And these are undamaged in sort of manufacturing specs, correct?
Correct, yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
No, we want you to shut the F up already. Where's your theory? Exactly. Where's the theory? I'm not hearing it. I'm hearing all you're saying is Dr. Welcher's wrong, but not for any real good reason that he's wrong, just because you said so. That's what I'm hearing. They do act like it's rocket science. It's not.
At the witness stand,
Yes.
could you retrieve that with the court's permission?
I am. I'm such an old soul. I literally are. I literally are. I literally am. See, this is what happens when you don't have coffee, people. You can't even talk. Blah, blah, blah. Hopefully that fixed it. You know, doing that might fix it. Blah, blah.
You could remain standing for just a quick second.
Are you effing kidding me with
Do you
this?
recognize what that is?
Yes.
Is that what you just described?
Correct, yes.
Describe it one more time
Look
for
at
the
him.
court and jury. What is it that we're looking at?
Extra wide, he's standing.
So this is an exemplar set of
Come on, bro.
taillights from a 2021 Lexus LX 570. On my left side here, this is the lift gate taillight assembly, and it's attached
Right.
to the quarter panel taillight assembly. And I will note it's not normally like that. Obviously, you can't have a connector, else you wouldn't be able to open the lift gate. But I've printed a bracket back here so that these can remain as one unit.
Yes, Andrea. Oh, so you
Permission, I'd like to have
Pampered
that
it.
marked as next in order.
no. For what?
Into evidence?
Yes, if possible.
Is that okay? Okay. So how,
May I approach?
yes.
This might be clunky.
He wants it so it can be seen by everybody
Perhaps
the whole time.
somewhere on the maybe the lift gate side.
And is Dr. Wolfe going to use it for his testimony now?
Yes.
Okay,
Very
so
good.
give it back over there, please, Chrissy.
Well, is there an objection
Thank you.
from the Commonwealth?
50.
Yes.
Don't leave us, Alicia.
May I?
Okay,
Thank you. Dr.
I
Wolfe,
love
you
you.
indicated that there was a 5mm area of acrylic covering the diffusers.
Bingo.
Correct.
What I'm knocking on, is that the 5mm acrylic?
Yes, both on the quarter panel part that you just pointed to, as well as the lift gate part.
Mr.
Those are-
Jackson, why don't we give that back to the witness and let him do it instead of you?
Sure.
Yeah.
Is there,
Come on, bro. Nice try. Nice try. And she's pissed off because
through that loose material?
she
into
knew
the
what he was
diffuser
trying to do.
that you've just been describing?
Yes, so as I mentioned earlier, in this area here, there's a diffuser that's running along the bottom.
So Dr. Wolfe, I'm going to ask you to not have that so close to
Oh,
the court reporters.
My apologies.
Use the other side of the witness stand.
Yes, Your
please.
Honor. So along the bottom is the clear diffuser that runs along and then goes up vertically. And then on the second tier, there's also a clear diffuser that runs along here and then goes up vertically. And you might be able to see it through, it kind of looks like there's little dots on it. So that's what I'm referring to in terms of the diffuser that's underneath. And that, again, so you have that outer material that's 5mm roughly in thickness. And then those diffusers are about 3mm in thickness underneath this.
Could you make a determination, and you can go ahead and have a seat. Well, actually, you may not want to. Could you make a determination of the space, the gap between the outer plasticine area, the outer acrylic area, and the internal diffusers? You could just estimate that gap.
If I had to estimate, I'd probably estimate around an inch, maybe inch and a half.
Okay. You indicated that something was of significance to you in this photograph about the diffusers on the subject taillight, correct?
Correct.
Describe, now that you're holding that, what
Judge
was
is
it that was of
uncomfortable
note to you, Dr.
with
Wolfe?
him standing there like that.
So as I mentioned, we have damage not only to this outer thick portion, but it was enough force and energy to then penetrate deep enough to fracture the underlying diffusers that sit below this outer surface, and certainly enough force then to work its way back through inducement into the backside, and ultimately there was a top portion of the taillight that was also fractured up here.
Was all that significant to you in your review of the subject taillight material? Yes. Okay, you can go ahead and put that away.
He is edible, but
All right, so
my
that-
hall pass would be
that
Charlie
evidence
Hunnam.
is in evidence, so why don't you take it and.
I was
mean,
just going
MGK
to
's
store
a
it
good
there
one.
until he's finished with his testimony, and then we can go
No,
to the clerk magistrate. However you want to do it, Your Honor.
Right.
I have
Do
no
you wanna take
preference.
it? Is he using it still for his testimony?
Not right now.
All right.
then no, take it.
Thanks, Jim.
Yep, no, you don't get to just keep it there for aesthetic, which is
Your
what he's
Honor.
trying to do. Come on.
May I continue?
Yes.
Can we go to the next slide?
Such a
What are we looking at
sneaky-
here?
This is a collection of photographs that depict various fragments from the right rear tail lamp assembly of the Lexus. And I will note that, and I'll try to spotlight it. There are a few fragments in this photograph that are glass fragments, which, as I discussed earlier, there's no glass in the taillight, so these did not originate from the assembly. But
No shit. Sherlock.
altogether, from what I recall, there's about 50 fragments, I believe, that were counted or so, maybe a little less than that from the right taillight.
If we could go to the next
Here too.
slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So these are photographs depicting the sweatshirt or hoodie that Mr. John O'Keefe was wearing on the night of the alleged incident.
And what was the role that this played in your analysis ultimately?
I'm Bristol County, and it's hot here.
So
too.
one of the things that I noted, and I can go to the next slide, is there were a series of small punctures or holes in the sleeve, on the right sleeve of the sweatshirt in varying sizes.
That's a
I think
good
some
one.
as small as just a few millimeters.
Reacher.
Again, I think there was maybe 10 or 12, I think I recall, on the right sleeve of that sweatshirt.
If we could go back to the larger photo, the previous slide, do you see the right sleeve denoted on the photograph to the right?
Yes.
Oh no.
Does it? Your review of these photographs, what was the significance of the triangular sort of arrows or markers?
I believe those were to annotate or draw attention to those holes.
Okay, the defects in the right sleeve.
Correct.
Can you count those for us, please?
On the photograph on the right, I believe I see a total of 9.
And what about the photograph on the left, just the right sleeve area?
9 as well.
If we can go to the next slide. What are the arrows pointing to in these photographs?
So this is basically the previous shot, but what appears to be close-ups of some of those evidence markers.
You indicated some of the sizes. What were some of the smaller sizes of those defects of holes?
From what I recall, like I said, I think it was around 3 to 5 millimeters, maybe some of the smaller ones.
How big is 3 millimeters in inches?
It'd be probably around like an eighth of an inch or so.
Yeah, the humidity's bad here. It's not even this bad
Go
in
to the-
Florida. I've been to Florida so many times, and it's not as it's bad. It's worse here. It's too.
What are you
it's-
describing when you say the word fundamental, or do you write the word fundamentals?
Yeah, no, they
So
gotta fix that.
I want to
yeah.
discuss some very basic concepts that I hope will kind of resonate as we go through the PowerPoint, so that you have an understanding of the underlying physics and what I'm talking about.
Can you go ahead and describe the role of an accident reconstructionist and the fundamentals that an accident reconstructionist undertakes when performing the kind of testing that you performed?
So, as I mentioned earlier, when I was describing what a simple definition of accident reconstruction is, it's the application of physics and engineering to collision events. So this is, I want to go through some very basic elements of that so that you have an understanding of the physics.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at here?
So this might be something you all remember back from high school physics, but even though it's been around since the late 1600s, it's
Newton's law.
we still use these laws today.
Thanks for
what we're looking at
saying
here
that.
is what I've done is just describe Newton's laws very simply. So, and again, you might be familiar with these. So
Very
for
simply.
instance, if we're talking about Newton's first law, an object at rest tends to stay at rest and at a constant speed unless it's acted on by an outside force, right? So if my arm is just here, right, it's just going to stay there until I give it a push or a pull, right? When I do that, that's going to induce an acceleration, right? So that's when we get into Newton's law, where if I apply a force to a mass, I'm going to cause it to change its speed. It's going to accelerate. And then Newton's third law, basically the law of reaction, indicates that when I push on my arm, there's also an equal and opposite force going back to my hand that I'm pushing with.
Aw.
What role did these
It's the
three
thought that counts,
very
Jesse.
fundamental laws of physics play in your reconstruction or your ultimate opinions and conclusions following your accident reconstruction in this case?
So when we're talking about the concept of acceleration, what you will see in the dynamic test that we did and conducted, we measured the acceleration of an arm when it's impacted by a taillight. If we know the mass of the arm and we've measured the acceleration, we can use Newton's second law, which is force is equal to mass times the acceleration, to calculate what that force is applied on the arm, which ultimately you will hear from my colleague, Dr. Rentschler, to talk about that.
Is that broadly considered a force analysis?
Yes.
What role did force analysis, your force analysis, play in
When you visit your brother,
the
tell me.
reconstruction that you did or you undertook in this case?
Well, there's certainly going to be a correlation between the impact speed and the damage that we see. The higher the impact speed, the greater the force. So from my perspective, I was interested in the speed and the force to look at what's the observed damage to the test taillights that we did.
Do you think that's fundamental to an accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Did Dr. Welcher engage in any force analysis with regard to John O'Keefe's arm and the taillight?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Let's move to the next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So don't be too afraid. This is some really simple equations that I want to show you. So that first one,
Like anyone knows what
do I mean by that? That simply just means you can think of delta change in. So change in velocity. So if you look at that equation, the change in velocity, really simple. If I've got an object that's, let's say it's initially, for what V naught is, initially at 0 miles per hour, I hit it and it's now moving 10 miles per hour. That means it underwent a change in speed of 10 miles an hour and is moving at that velocity. Acceleration is essentially how quickly did that velocity change occur, right? Did it go from 10 miles an hour in a split second, or did it go to 10 miles an hour over a few seconds? So depending on the timing of how quickly that change in velocity occurred will determine what the acceleration is. And as I've already mentioned on the previous slide with Newton's second law, we can then take that information about acceleration and apply it to, if we have a known mass, to calculate what the force on that object is.
How did these math equations, delta V, acceleration, force, how did these play into, what role did they play in terms of the accident reconstruction here in this case?
Well, they're extremely fundamental. And I think as we go through the PowerPoint, you will have an appreciation and understanding of what these concepts are. You'll see that I have plotted graphs with acceleration that shows the rate in that change in speed over time. You will see graphs of delta V, so the change in speed of the arm as it's being impacted by the taillight. And then ultimately we can calculate the force of that impact to be able to assess whether or not there's a mechanism for the injuries. And as I mentioned, that'll be my colleague, Dr. Rentschler, that will discuss that.
Can I ask you about delta V specifically? I'd like to focus on that for a second. Is that okay?
Yes.
When you say that structure suggests or dictates that an object that is struck by another object with mass moves up to the same speed of the object that struck it.
Exactly.
Describe that in a little bit more detail in colloquial terms, if you will. Sixth grade terms.
I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question?
Probably not. Because I don't understand this as well as you. If an object does delta V describe the circumstance in which you have an object that may be at rest and it's struck by another object moving. is that calculating the speed
too.
at which the object that has struck moves to the same speed as the object that struck?
So that's sustained. Just ask him a simple question, let him answer.
Agreed, Potluck.
Sure. Can you describe in more conversation?
I lived in Hingham.
what
I lived in
delta
Hingham and it was
is
nice.
describing in terms of that math?
Right. So let's just give an example specific to this case. If the majority of the arm is struck by a 6,000 pound vehicle moving, let's say at 20 miles an hour, that arm will experience a change in speed. It'll go from 0 up to about 20 miles per hour due to that impact. So that would be the change in speed. If my arm is at rest, stationary, is impacted by a 6,000 pound vehicle, it's going to change its speed up to roughly what that impact speed is.
And what about acceleration? What are you describing, or what is math or physics describing in that equation in terms of the time it takes for that arm to now move from 0 to 20?
Right. So that's how quickly that change in speed is occurring. So to give you maybe an example you're more familiar with, let's say you're driving down the road, you come up, you see a red light at the intersection, right? You're going to get on the brakes lightly and your vehicle is going to change in speed, right? It's going to slowly decelerate. Let's say you're driving and a deer jumps out in front of you, you got to slam on the brakes, right? You're going to change your speed much quicker. So that's an example of two different rates of acceleration. One where you're mildly braking, right? You're going to coast down slowly, versus a sudden, emergency in front of you like a deer. You're going to slam on the brakes and your speed change is going to be it's going to happen much quicker with that acceleration rate.
Are there circumstances in which the acceleration can be from 0 to say 20 miles an hour in milliseconds?
Yes, when we're talking about impact durations,
Dr. Welcher is going to rebut.
especially of this nature. Yes, they're not going to be. We're not talking about the impact occurring over a second, 2 seconds. That's extremely long. Even a duration of a couple hundred milliseconds in the context of this is considered long.
And then, of course, the force calculation is associated with the delta V and the acceleration calculations. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
In what way? What are we looking at in terms of that a little bit more complex calculation?
Absolutely. So if you look at the bottom equation there, where I have force is equal to mass, and then that top component is the change in speed, right? That delta V, V1 minus V naught, divided by the change in time, T1 minus T naught. So if you substitute in that equation, right, that's delta V over delta T, which is acceleration. So there's a relationship between all of these equations.
And do all of these equations, or did all of these equations assist you in coming to determinations and opinions and conclusions concerning this case?
Yes.
Are these normally accepted methodologies in determining delta V, acceleration, force, all the force dynamics or impact dynamics in an accident reconstruction?
Absolutely. They are the core of physics.
Can we go to the next slide, please?
I was just looking for a hotel for that weekend and
What are we
they
looking at
were
here?
like
Scientific
$600.
method,
I
what does
was
that
like,
mean?
that's not an
So
option.
the scientific method is a process that scientists typically use to be able to reach conclusions. And so you can think about it in this case, we make an observation, right? We have injuries to the arm. We've got a damaged taillight. So let's try to do some research to figure out, okay, has anyone done testing with that, right? Has anyone hit an arm with the taillight, see what happens, see what the forces are, right? And then we start to make a hypothesis, right? So what happens, it's kind of an if-then statement. If the arm contacts the taillight, does the taillight break? Does it not break, right? What's the hypothesis there? And at least my understanding of reviewing Dr. Welcher's work, it appeared to be that his hypothesis.
Sustained.
You can't say what his hypothesis
Did you
was.
review, well, let me ask a different question. Going back to the calculations previously.
He made up a
Delta
hypothesis.
V, the acceleration, the force calculations that you described to the jury. Did you see anywhere in any of Dr. Welcher's reports or his data that he undertook those core calculations?
No.
He doesn't have to tell you that he did, but he did. So there's that.
With regard to the scientific method, did you see whether or not Dr. Welcher followed this scientific method as you're explaining it to the jury?
Sustained.
What did you note or what opinions or conclusions did you come to about the scientific method, if any, that Dr. Welcher did or did not undertake?
Sustained.
Yeah, sorry, you can't say what Dr. Welcher did or
Did you
didn't
review
do.
Dr. Welcher's entire database? In other words, all the reports, all the raw data, and his PowerPoint?
You can't know what
Yes.
he did or
Did
didn't
he
do.
undertake the scientific method as you know it?
Objection.
Sustained.
You cannot say whether he did.
Continue to
'cause we know he
describe
did.
the scientific method as you know it and you employ it.
Exactly.
Certainly. So
Dick measuring
again,
contest.
from reviewing Dr. Welcher's
This
report,
is
he indicated.
big. Sorry, ARCCA.
Sustained. I'm going to see you at sidebar.
Oh, sidebar number 3. He's basically trying to sneak in what Dr. Welcher did or didn't do, trying to say Dr. Welcher didn't use the scientific method. He did. He was on the stand and actually explained that. So it's so funny to me that the defense really knows that ARCCA is about to be exploded by Hank. So what else can you do? Try to put some doubt on the other expert that knew what they were talking about? And that's what he's attempting to do. The problem with that is you can't opine on what someone thought or what you think they did or didn't do. Like, the bottom line is he did. You could have asked that witness. You can't ask another witness to opine on if he used the scientific method or not, because you don't have to write down that I used the scientific method and here is how I did it. Like, that's not going to be in the report. It's kind of common sense. I did. I looked at motels. I looked at Airbnbs. They're all booked or way too expensive. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it comes here to Massachusetts too, depending. Well, I mean, they're really trying. They're really trying to make Dr. Welcher sound like he didn't know what he was doing. The problem with that is we saw all Dr. Welcher's work and we get a rebuttal from Dr. Welcher. Yeah, someone else's homework. Exactly. So what exactly is ARCCA's theory? Do they even have one? Or are they just there to say, we don't like what Dr. Welcher did and we're going to opine on what he did based on what we think he did and what we think he didn't do? Like, that's not how it works. Nope. Yeah, that's what it seems like at this point.
Dr. Wolfe, may I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Wolfe,
I'm
where
sure
are
it's
we
up.
on the chart?
I don't
I've
doubt
lost
it
my
at
place.
all.
I think hypothesis.
I think. I think.
Okay.
What the
Let's
hell?
describe, if you would, please, what hypothesis, what
Yeah, I got to
role
get one of those or
hypothesis
something
played
one day.
in the
I had
general
one a
study?
long time ago.
So generally, it's like I said, it's an if-then statement. So if you make a statement, if the arm contacts the taillight, then the taillight
None
will shatter.
for the
Right?
energy
So
companies.
you want to do tests and experimentation and analyze that data to see whether you can accept or reject that hypothesis.
And what's the next stage?
Throw an apple.
So as I mentioned, after hypothesis, it's once you've determined that what your hypothesis is, you want to test with experimentation, analyze that data. And that certainly may be an iterative process that you do multiple times to then be able to draw a conclusion from that analysis and testing.
What's the next stage?
So smug.
To basically report those conclusions and findings.
Why is it important to report those conclusions and findings?
Where's your actual
Well, I
report
think
on
so
that, sir?
you can
Video?
whether you can accept or reject the hypothesis that was put forward earlier.
You have to. Do you have to analyze
Can my
the
mods
data
post the
following
PayPal link?
the testing that you undertake?
Yes, like I mentioned, I think it's an iterative process because certainly you could do one test and it may not be clear what the answer is at that point. So you may have to do additional tests to basically parametrically evaluate your hypothesis.
Did you see this Well, let
Send
me
it
ask
to
you
Jesse
first,
Dip.
did you undertake this scientific method with regard to your reconstruction or your testing in this case?
Yes.
Did you observe this same scenario in Dr. Welch's report?
Sustained as to that form, Mr. Jackson.
Did you see this undertaken anywhere else?
Sustained there.
Did you look for testing in Dr. Welcher's evaluation, all of his data?
Yes.
Did you find any
No.
other than the static blue paint test?
That was the only test, correct.
Did you see any force dynamics testing?
That's leading, so you can
Sure.
get to it without that.
Yeah, no
What about any other
leading.
testing? Anything else that we've talked about? Do you see anything else done in Dr. Welcher's?
As it
report?
pertains to an analysis to the taillight and the damage and the forces, no.
Yeah, it's hot here too.
Let's move on to the next slide.
The window's closed and the fan on, but it is hot.
Did you actually undertake testing in furtherance of the scientific method?
Yes.
Probably is, yes, from the smoke.
Let's move on to the next slide and you can describe what we're talking about.
Ash does deliver.
do we
Secretly, like a
have here?
secret squirrel.
So you're looking at a test matrix of the various tests that we conducted at ARCCA. I could go through them one by one if you want.
Let me ask you foundationally, was your testing directed toward determining whether or not the scenario proposed in Dr. Welcher's report was consistent or inconsistent with
Yes.
what you would find ultimately?
The objection sustained.
He's
Was your
leading.
testing specifically designed to determine
Can't
whether the
lead.
damage to Miss Reed's vehicle or Lexus was consistent with the scenario that was proposed by Dr. Welcher?
He should be able to answer it without being led.
That's different, Mr. Jackson.
What
Stop
was
leading.
your testing? What were you engaged in terms of your testing? What were you trying to find out?
Well, I think it was to, again, we talked about earlier about that hypothesis, right? My understanding, Dr. Welcher indicated that the arm contacted the taillight, but there was no analysis or testing to determine what's the expected outcome of that. What's the damage to the taillight?
So if you answered the first question. I'm striking that second part. Ask another question.
Was there anything else?
I think simply put, it's to find out what happens when you impact an arm with a Lexus taillight at various speeds. What happens?
What was your understanding of Dr. Welcher's hypothesis?
That's sustained.
Yeah, you can't say.
Of Dr. Welcher's hypothesis.
That's sustained too.
Yep. Come on, bro. They just talked about this at sidebar. That's all
Ultimately-
Jackson knows how to do is lead and testify for the person.
What were you trying to find out through your testing?
As I mentioned, I think it was to determine when you impact a
You
taillight
think?
at 10 miles an hour, 15 miles an hour, 25
think?
miles an hour, what happens to the taillight? What's the expected damage?
That-
What happens to a
think.
sweatshirt when it makes contact with that? What happens to the fragments? How does the arm move? What's the acceleration of
Was
the
it
arm? What's
18
the
degrees
change in
outside?
speed of the arm? And certainly, as I mentioned, my colleague, Dr. Rentschler, will discuss what are the expected injuries in that type of impact.
Did you see any of those questions answered in Dr. Welcher's report?
Objection.
What did you see in terms of Dr. Welcher's report as it relates to
Not
those
much.
types of questions?
That's sustained.
Yep. Come on, bro. You know better.
Ultimately, did you undertake a methodology to perform the testing to answer the questions that you've just explained
Not well for the
needed
defense.
to be answered for this jury?
They're not
Yes.
answering any questions for the jury.
Describe that, please.
So we started out, we kind of worked at this incrementally, right? We didn't start right off the bat with utilizing an exemplar Lexus, going right
You didn't.
into an ATD or a test dummy, right? We wanted to
Oh.
start in the laboratory to have an understanding what happens at a range of speeds, in this instance, in our first two tests, between 10 and 17 miles per hour, right? What happens, what kind of damage do we observe, right? At 10 miles an hour, do we even break the light? At 17, what kind of damage do we get? What kind of accelerations do we get? And then we moved up to full-scale vehicle impact testing.
Is that methodology that you just described generally accepted in the field of accident reconstruction, in the broader field of engineering?
Absolutely. Everything from utilizing an instrumented test dummy to using an exemplar vehicle to all the data acquisition systems that we had in the laboratory, as well as the vehicle. All of that is generally accepted techniques in the field of accident reconstruction.
Generally
to evaluate
accepted.
what we did in this case.
And are those techniques also supported by peer-reviewed articles in scientific literature related to accident reconstruction?
Yes.
You said generally accepted, which means some people don't accept it.
Methodology that you just described to render opinions and conclusions as it relates to this case?
Yes.
Have you relied on that same methodology in rendering opinions and conclusions in other courts?
Yes.
Yes.
Let's go to the next slide, please.
Absurd.
What are we looking at here?
So we've gone over this before, but this is looking at the exemplar vehicle that we utilize for the latter part of our testing. You're looking at again, just annotating where the lift gate taillight is, as well as the quarter panel taillight.
When you say exemplar vehicle, what is this SUV that we're looking at?
So it's the same year, make, and model of the subject vehicle. So it's a 2021 Lexus LX 570. So it's the same weight, same geometry, same as the subject vehicle. Is
this a picture off the internet, or do you actually have access to this truck?
We have access to that vehicle, yes.
And ultimately, what testing did you undertake specifically as it relates to this particular vehicle?
We did full-scale vehicle testing with the vehicle driving into an ATD arm, as well as an ATD arm attached to a dummy, and then a full-on impact to a test dummy.
Did you assess the damage to the right tail light after these various tests?
Yes, after all of the tests.
Did you assess the acceleration and quantify the forces that were involved?
Yes.
Did you assess the material and textile damage to the clothed ATD?
Yes.
Thank you, Anna.
Did you conduct lab tests in an effort to answer some of these questions as well?
Yes.
And you've already mentioned this, but you utilized in your testing
Me
the
too.
exemplar vehicle to the fullest extent that you felt necessary?
Absolutely.
Were
yes.
you hampered or hindered in any way in terms of damaging the vehicle or utilizing the vehicle in any way that you wished?
I'm going to eat real quick. I'm right here, but I'm just going to shut my camera off.
Slide, please.
Ooh, espresso. No, we definitely didn't do the field work. I'm going to eat real quick, so I'm just going to keep
What
the
are
camera
tests
off.
A and B? What are those laboratory tests?
So these were the initial two tests that we did to get an idea of starting to test this hypothesis. As I mentioned, we weren't sure at 10 miles an hour what would happen to the taillight. We wanted to see what would happen at 17 miles an hour with the arm. So again, it was to evaluate from a starting point what happens in this interaction based upon how Dr. Welcher had his arm oriented in his PowerPoint and analysis.
Next slide, please. What is this?
So you're looking at a photograph of our lab setup. You can see on the left side of that is our Hybrid 3 anthropomorphic test device. To the right is a linear impactor, and this is something we already have in-house that we built years ago for our testing that we do for the National Hockey League when we're looking at, what's the accelerations on an impact to a goalie wearing a helmet, right? We use this same device for that type of testing to measure head acceleration. So we applied this same linear impactor to be able to project, if you will, or accelerate the taillight at a known speed into the ATD arm.
What are some of the instrumentation that you use in addition to the mechanical impactor? What's some of the instrumentation you use to track the data?
Certainly. So you could see, I'll get my, see down here. So at the top here, there's a blue camera here. There's another blue camera here. So these are our high-speed cameras. And you'll see there's a bunch of lights around those high speeds. That's just because the frame rate's so high. And again, it's only sampling a very, very short amount of time. So you have to have a lot of light when you do these high-speed tests. So we have the high-speed cameras running. We have an accelerometer mounted to the ATD arm here on the other side. So that's some of the instrumentation. There's also a couple other cameras that we're documenting this overall.
Can we move to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in these photographs?
So this is looking at, and not to be confused, this wasn't the arm position when the impact occurred. This is just showing you the setup. So on the left is just kind of an overall shot. And then on the right is right here is a uniaxial accelerometer. So that's going to measure, we talked about that term earlier, right? The acceleration. So that's going to measure how quickly is this arm changing its speed, right? What's the acceleration of the arm as it's impacted?
Does that accelerometer put into motion some of the mathematical formulations that you talked about earlier?
Yes.
Right, because a plastic arm is definitely going to
Next
give you
slide,
better
please.
results than an actual human arm. Yep,
Tell
definitely.
me about these photographs.
Idiot.
So the importance of this is more specifically looking at the right photograph here. Might be a little bit hard to see, but we wanted to get the same exact sweatshirt or hoodie for the testing to evaluate if the taillight breaks.
Oh, you
is
did?
there a mechanism for the fragments
It
to
didn't matter, and there
penetrate
was no
and
point.
cause holes in the sweatshirt as were observed in Mr. John O'Keefe's sweatshirt?
Next slide.
They got the exact sweatshirt.
Were you successful?
But the
in
t-shirt
finding
didn't matter.
The exact replica sweatshirt?
Yes, and I will note, as I mentioned, I know it probably is hard to see, but the material blend on the sleeves are the exact same. They are 60% cotton and 40% polyester.
Was it important in your mind to maintain consistency with the data that you had received concerning John O'Keefe's clothing?
Certainly, I think we wanted to try to control as many variables as we could.
But Dr. Welch, you're
Let's move
getting
to the next slide,
t-shirt.
please. Test
There was
A.
no reason for, though, right?
Describe test A for us, please.
Such liars.
So you're going to see a series of photographs and then videos, but test A was mounting a preconditioned taillight on that linear impactor to accelerate it into the hybrid 3 arm to, again, evaluate the damage to the taillight and the acceleration to the arm.
Let's move to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in these photographs?
So you're looking on the left, a photograph just before the impact test was conducted. On the right, you're looking at a thermal image that is depicting the temperature profile of the taillight.
Describe that thermal image.
Certainly. Your Honor, may I refer to my notes?
Yes.
You don't know what it is without looking at your notes? I thought that was a problem. You're not supposed to be, referring to your notes. You should know, says the cult.
So what I
Right?
did is I analyzed the profile of the temperature down in this area. And when we look at that segment, that lower portion here, where contact was made, the average temperature in that area was about 34 degrees with a minimum of about 33 degrees.
How did you get
Exactly.
that exemplar taillight down to around freezing?
Where's the video footage?
So all of the taillights that we tested were preconditioned overnight in a freezer.
Why was that important?
This was 18
Well,
degrees
it's my
outside.
understanding that at the time that this allegedly occurred, the ambient temperature was 31 degrees Fahrenheit. So as I mentioned earlier, certainly there's a
Wrong.
correlation between how plastics perform in cold weather. So
Wrong.
we wanted to take that variable into account.
It was
while
not
testing
31
to
degrees.
Precondition them down to
It-
temperatures that were consistent with at the time of the alleged incident.
Next slide, please.
It was 18 degrees. Try again.
What are we looking at in this slide?
So
This
that sounds
photograph.
stupid.
So this is a video. Do you want me to go ahead and play the video?
Tell us what we're about to see, and then I'll ask the court's permission.
So you were looking at a camera that is mounted above the entire setup. If you look at the top portion of this video, you will see the tail light. Part of it's covered by the high-speed camera. But what will happen is the linear impactor will fire, and the tail light will be accelerated up to 10 miles per hour, striking the clothed ATD arm.
With the court's permission,
Okay.
let's go ahead and play the video.
Yeah, just the taillight. Not the whole car, but just the taillight, which obviously is going to give you different results. Are they serious with this? This can't be serious.
Next slide, please. What is this?
So this is also a video, but with the high-speed camera. So it's the high-speed camera that's looking top down at the arm. So you will see when the video plays, you will see the taillight enter from the left and contact the arm. And I will note that this is essentially
18
slow
degrees.
mode, so it's not happening.
Not
in real
31
time. So
degrees.
you'll see the taillight slowly moving, but it's actually in reality moving at 10 miles per hour.
Understood. Go ahead and play that. Can I ask a question now that that's played? How did you mount the taillight to the accelerator, that linear accelerator?
Right. So we had to get a little bit creative there because you may have observed this when we had the physical assembly out earlier. The back of that, it's not some nice clean surface that we can just bolt on. So what we had to do is 3D print a bracket that we could bolt onto the linear impactor, and we used a polyurethane expanding foam to be able to marry those two together so that we could then bolt it onto the linear
So you
impactor.
Altered the
for this
tail
test.
light in a
Did you see
way
any debris from that foam
that
mounting
would affect
mechanism?
results.
Yes, there's a few flakes you can see of that polyurethane foam off the backside kind of going into being dispersed there.
Okay. With regard to this particular 10-mile-an-hour test, what did you
alters
note
the-
in terms of
Oh
the
my
damage
God,
to the taillight?
It was very minimal.
And what did you note in terms of any damage at all to the hoodie?
There was none.
Because it's not an elbow, you
Go to the
absolute
next
idiot.
slide, please.
And also, once again, it was
What are we
18
looking
degrees,
at on
not
this slide?
31 degrees.
So this is looking at a side view. So same test,
bad.
just looking at it from the side. And similarly,
probably
you'll
did it
see
on
the
purpose.
tail light come from the left and impact the arm.
If we could play this, please.
It's not accurate, not even by any means.
What did you note in terms of deflection of the arm, the test arm?
Yeah, jump
Well, the
science.
arm essentially, and we'll see this in the data later, it reaches a common velocity with the tail light based upon the portion of the arm that was contact, again,
Yes.
consistent with how Dr.
Crazy.
Welcher has it oriented. It will become accelerated up to 10 miles an hour, roughly.
Over
That's not the
approximately
elbow.
what period of time is that arm accelerated up to 10 miles an hour along with the taillight?
We'll see it on the data plots. I think it's about 10 milliseconds or so.
They want to keep playing it and playing it
How
and playing it.
long- Do you know how long an eye blink on average takes?
Off the top of my head, no, I don't. Probably pretty quick.
Somewhere around 250 milliseconds. Does that sound right?
They still found nothing.
Um,
Take that down, dude. That's absurd.
let's move to the next slide, please.
It's not the elbow. It was 18 degrees, not
What are we looking
31
at in this
degrees, which I
series of photographs?
suspect
So
they
these
did on
are
purpose.
Extracted frames from the high-speed video that we just saw on the previous slide, basically showing just at contact, just after contact, and then post-contact, so you can see the kinematics of the arm and how the arm is moving.
Yes, Jane.
Okay.
Exactly, B. Harley.
Let's move to the
It's
next
not
slide,
even in the right
please.
position.
What is this photograph?
So this
Joy!
is photographs taken of the taillight after the 10-mile-an-hour test. I will
So
note
stupid.
that there was a couple small fragments of the
Oh,
clear portion of the assembly, the outer lens that was missing from that turn signal area.
that
towards
Karen
the-
pulled out, you mean?
Towards the left here, there's a couple fragments missing.
So
then
an
there was
elbow
some
would
small
break the whole
fracturing
thing
here
then,
in
right?
that area.
How would you describe
Right.
the damage to the taillight in the 10-mile-an-hour test?
If I may go to the next slide, I think it might.
Sure.
So this was the totality of that
It
damage
wasn't
at 10 miles
miles.
per hour. So I would
was an
describe it
elbow.
as minimal and superficial.
Okay.
Yeah, Jay.
Next
I was
slide.
wondering that too, my friend.
What is this?
So this is the photograph that I just shown you compared to that of the subject taillight so that you can have a
10
side-by-side
miles an hour.
comparison of the test taillight compared to that of the subject.
And
Were you
also
able to
wasn't
reach
elbow.
any opinions and conclusions about whether the damage to the subject taillight is consistent with striking an arm at 10 miles an
At
hour?
10 miles an hour?
It's inconsistent, in my opinion.
At
Next
10
slide.
miles an hour. Because I guarantee you, they probably, this is
still
what they
test
did.
A, is that
They
correct?
altered the
Correct.
test a little
Were you
to
able to
make it
reach any
fit.
opinions or conclusions as to whether or
What
not
they
the
wanted.
damage to Mr. O'Keefe's clothing is consistent with being struck by the taillight at 10 miles per hour?
what I observed from the test is that there was no mechanism to create any of the holes that we observed on the subject sweatshirt.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty,
Yes.
as well as the former opinion that you just gave us?
Do you know it was
Yes.
24 miles an hour,
Next
sir?
slide, please.
And it was an elbow,
are
not
we
a
looking at
forearm
this
that
graph?
really hit the taillight.
So this is a graph that shows the roughly, on the next graph, you're going to see a 24 millisecond window. So what I want to show you on this graph is what does that look like over a full second, so you can have an appreciation of just how quickly this is occurring. As you mentioned earlier, I think your comment about a blink of an eye, this is even shorter than that. We're looking at, as you'll see on the next graph, again, it spans over just a few milliseconds. So that yellow tick that you see in the middle there, what I've done is I've plotted that over a full second. So 1 second is equal to 1,000 milliseconds. So if we go 500 milliseconds to the right, 500 milliseconds to the left, this whole graph represents 1 second in time. This impact duration is occurring very quickly.
It's also magically suspicious.
From the beginning of the graph to the end of the graph. That's representative of 1 second. Is that
Thank
right?
you.
Correct.
Actually,
So
for those.
starting at this y-axis all the way to here is 1 second in time, with our impact duration happening over just a few milliseconds.
And this was at 10 miles an hour?
Yes.
Next slide, please. What are we looking
Dude's a
at in
clown.
this graph?
A clown.
So we're looking at the acceleration or the change in speed over time, that parameter that we discussed earlier. So what you can see is that as the arm is impacted, we had the accelerometer mounted on the inside portion of the forearm, if you will. You see that it starts to accelerate, right? Because it's changing its speed, and then it starts to level off after the impact has subsided, basically, and it's reached a common velocity.
He's so stupid.
What do we see in terms of the G forces that are?
I don't know, but even if they did, it's at the wrong
The arm is
temperature and with
subject
the
to.
wrong part
So
of the arm.
peak is occurring right around here at about, looks like just over 6 milliseconds. And the peak acceleration is just over 130 Gs.
And what does that mean? What is a G?
What's a G?
So
Yeah,
a
here we
G
go.
is
G forces.
acceleration due to gravity. So if we're being held down by 1 G, so you could think of it as basically a multiplication
gave
factor
you credit.
that it's 131 times the acceleration due to gravity.
And the next
Give
slide.
you the credit.
What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is, again, that concept that we talked about earlier, delta V. This is the
By
change
doing
in
the
speed.
wrong
So if we
science.
do some math to the previous data that we collected, it's a technique called integration, where we can actually add up all of that acceleration to determine what speed did the arm get up to. And when we do that calculation to this data, what we see is that initially at the impact, right, the arm's at rest, right? Newton's law, first law. And then we impart a
face is
force
at
on
rest.
it in terms of the tail light impacting it. It's going to cause the arm to accelerate and change its speed. So as I noted earlier, it's essentially going to reach a common velocity with the impact force based upon how Dr. Welcher has the arm oriented. And we can see that it's a tick over 10 miles per hour at just over 10 milliseconds. So that means that the arm in a 10 millisecond period is going from 0 up to about 10 miles per hour, which was the speed of the impact.
And 131 times the force of gravity is exerted on the arm at the same time.
Sustained is to that point.
Where does gravity play into this? What is the 131 Gs? Where's that force exerted?
So that is the acceleration that the arm experienced as a result of that impact. So that's how quickly it was changing in speed.
Understood. Let's go to the next slide.
So is this a good place to take
Just
a morning
stop.
recess? All right, folks, we'll take a recess. Dr. Wolfe, can you file out jurors?
Okay.
I'm going to see counsel regarding just scheduling, please.
All rise for the court, please.
Let's see if she'll say anything. But let me get this straight. ARCCA used a dummy, which looks plastic, by the way. Okay. A plastic dummy. And they used a part of a taillight that they had to 3D print a bracket to weld onto it to get it onto that thing, which, by the way, is not a 6,000 pound car. Okay. It's a post. All right. Then they punch it into the side of the arm of the dummy, and they cool it to 31 degrees Fahrenheit. Problem with that, okay, is that it was 18 degrees outside, and that is
Hey, thanks
in
so much for watching the Karen Reed trial with us.
mute you. Plenty of reports. The temperature, it was 18 degrees outside. It was not 31. It was not 32. It was 18 degrees outside. So, he says it was important for them to use the same type of sweatshirt, the same exact sweatshirt that John O'Keefe had on, but then poo-pooed Dr. Welcher's use of the t-shirt. They wanted to use a sweatshirt. It was important to do that because you want to do as many things as possible that are the same. And in the same breath, questioned earlier, is there any reason Dr. Welcher would use that t-shirt? No. You just contradicted yourself, number one. Number two, if you're going to do testing, okay, it's got to be as close as possible to the real thing. If you had an exemplar Lexus, why didn't you use the entire exemplar Lexus? And if John was holding a glass, his elbow would have been pointed very clearly. His elbow probably would have went through the taillight, not his arm just up against it. That's absurd. And no wonder why you have ARCCA throwing out these absurd, ridiculous theories and their quote testing. It's because they can't do it with all of the factors like Dr. Welcher did, because they would get the same result Dr. Welcher did. And that would be bad for the defense, right? So they had to come up with a way to attempt to make it look like they did some sort of scientific something, but come to a different result. Hank is going to absolutely destroy this witness.
20 minutes.
And I am here for it. I am freaking here for it. She said 20 minutes. I am here for it because they didn't do anything scientifically that you would actually do to recreate this event. They did what they thought would get them the result they wanted. Okay? Like, let's make that very, very clear. I literally, I can't wait. I cannot wait for Hank Brennan to get up there and question this fool. 10 miles an hour? Okay, well, it was more like 24. So I think they probably did testing closer to that. They would look like fools if they didn't. So I'm going to guess they did the same thing, cooled it to 31 degrees Fahrenheit, when in reality it was 18 degrees. Okay? 18 degrees, not 31, 18 degrees outside. Like, what? I don't think that Alan Jack, I mean, he's got us this quote slide presentation, but I don't think his slide presentation is going to be all day. I think Alan Jackson's going to try to drag it out as long as humanly possible, but I'm not sure he could drag this out all day. She just wanted to talk to them about scheduling, which means I'm going to guess she asked them how long this could take, because you still want Dr. Rensler, right? You want to bring your ridiculous Emmy and Rich Green. That's going to take a while. I don't see them resting on Tuesday if that's the case. And then we have rebuttal witnesses, y'all. Rebuttal. And thank you, by the way, Dr. Fake Wolfe, for letting us know that Newton's laws are very, very old, but still used today. Because if I remember it correctly, Jackson said that science that is old is irrelevant, basically, when talking to Dr. Welcher. And what did we say? The first thing we said was Newton's laws are literally older than time, okay? And they're still used today. It is a junk setup, 100%. I'm not feeling good if I'm ARCCA, okay? Because that work product is an absolute joke. I think we are all grateful, Red Sky, that Alessi is not doing it. Once we realized he was not the one doing the direct, all of us were like, whew, thank God. Thank God. Please do not torture us that way. We would like to not deal with that at all. Like, not even a little bit. Like, Oh my God, Eddie Haskell and Eddie Munster had a baby. It looks like he's lost hair since the last time we saw him. I remember seeing him in the first trial and thinking how much hair he had up front. Looks like he went bald right here. I don't know if he's like ripping his hair out or like what's happening, but it looked like he lost 50% of the hair that he had last year. Like, gee, I wonder why. I wonder why, guys. I freaking wonder why. I can't. Yeah, the Lauren crime, dude, it gives me like cringe levels. It is so hot in here. I'm not even going to lie. It is so freaking hot. This is torture, this heat, man. If you have AC right now, you should feel amazing. I only have AC in my room and in the kids' rooms. It does not reach to any of the other parts of the house. So if you're sitting in your nice, cool AC right now, get nice and cool for me. Think about, you know, cool thoughts. Cool thoughts. Yeah, his elbow. I mean, he has been led through the whole thing. I think I hear you, Potluck, especially for those of us that's like those of you who work in this field that know this kind of stuff. This is enraging to those of you, you know, Twilight, that know this. And it also puts like a damper on the scientific community when people are willing to do this kind of stuff to help a defense team, you know, right? Maybe it was 31 degrees in Texas. Like, I mean, it's such a ridiculous theory, you know, such a ridiculous theory. It was 18 degrees, not 31 degrees, 18 degrees. And that was like, he knew that. Let's make ourselves clear here. He absolutely knew. They talked about temperature in one of the voir dires. I can't remember which one, with Dr. Wolfe. And I don't remember if it was Lally or Hank that said, do you know that it was 18 degrees outside? Because they said something about 32 degrees and right below it is freezing. And he had extensions. I can't help it, okay? I cannot, you guys know I can't control things that fly out of my mouth and when. It just happens, you know? It just happens. I cannot be responsible. Nothing super interesting. I mean, to me, if you want to go back and watch that sort of ridiculous thing that just happened, like literally 5 minutes ago, maybe 10 tops, with the quote testing that Dr. Wolfe did, with the plastic dummy arm and the taillight on a post. You're also, remember, when you change the taillight by 3D printing a bracket and putting that bracket onto that bar, like you're changing the way it moves. You're changing the, like, it's not in the car anymore. Okay. In the car would have been the best way to do it because it's at the same, like there's the same things around it. There's this, like, you're putting it on a post. That is not the same. You're not going to get anywhere near the same results, which is why Dr. Welcher used the car itself and not just the taillight, because to recreate something with happening to the taillight with just the taillight, you're taking parts of the car that it's attached to and what kind of like force and the way it would be distributed out. You just, like, it makes no sense to me why they would only use the taillight. You put it on a post and then you expect that that's going to be good to recreate it. I've never heard of something so absurd to ever. Why do you think Dr. Welcher left it in the car? Okay. And had everything the exact same way, as close as he could get to that night. It's to get as close as you can to the exact same result, you know? And of course, we know Hank will point this out. You know, they had to do something to make their results be skewed. And this is what they chose to do. Oh, yeah, I think everybody's electricity is probably struggle busing today. It's on the struggle bus, you know? Right? Pink Stopos! Yeah, everybody got AC in Texas. I wanna I want to visit Texas one day. I do. It's on my bucket list, man. It is the Twilight Zone, you know? I feel bad for Dr. Rentschler because it seems like Dr. Rentschler doesn't really want to lie on the stand. He's a little evasive, but it seems like he does not want to lie. So, I mean, if there's Hair Club for Men, if there's anyone on that jury that like this is their hobby, like this kind of stuff, they got into physics or any of this kind of stuff, that's going to be a big problem for the defense. I have third hand and seventh hand embarrassment for ARCCA and Dr. Wolfe. I really do. Joy said, hope the jury, keeping in mind with each of these nonsense witnesses, there was mere seconds from when she accelerated into something at high speed and John's phone never moved again. I have no doubt that that's exactly what Hank is going to hammer in his closing, the timeline, because there is no space for anything else to have happened. Go for it, Jesse. No, that's the thing. I think he just wants to sound intelligent. I mean, this has to be pissing you off hardcore, Brie. Hardcore. I know. I can literally probably hear the rage in my mind of your voice, like at this moment. Right? They bought a Lexus and they didn't even use it. They took the goddamn taillight out. And that's going to skew the results. Like, right? He's not a boogeyman. A Twilight vampire with super speed. That must be how he did it, right? Super speed? Space and time? Like, oh yeah, ours did too. To the point where like people there was an uproar here in Massachusetts because ours increased like 80 to 150%. And our governor is not, loved by people right now because she allowed them to jack up the rates with a point where your delivery is actually more than what you're using in either electric or gas. The delivery amount to have it, quote, delivered, have your electric delivered or your gas delivered should not be twice as much as what you actually use. That it should be criminal. And also, nobody's delivering your electricity. All right. The delivery, you want to charge like a delivery fee for it going through the wires. Cool. That's great. Charge $5. But to charge in a quote delivery fee as if they actually have to take time out of their days to come and deliver it to you is absurd. Same with gas. Yeah, the Lexus was white. Dr. Welcher, of course, got a black Lexus, right? Well, that's the thing, too. You have to remember that foam that they used as well to get it on there. Yes, it absorbs some of the force as well. So that's why you don't take the taillight out, folks. You don't take the taillight out because the results are not going to be the same. Like, I don't know why they chose 31 degrees rather than 18. I'm guessing probably because if they got it at 18, it would have cracked and smashed more because it's colder. Weaker. So I'm guessing they probably did do it at 18, didn't get the results they wanted, made sure they didn't write it down, video it or anything else, pretended like it never happened, then went back and upped the temp until they got to the temp under freezing that it worked at. That's what I'm guessing. Because they're shady as F. Like, yeah, I have POTS, so heat is bad for me. It makes me feel like I'm gonna pass out. So yesterday was brutal, which is why I jumped off at the time that I did yesterday, because it was brutal with the heat for me. Makes me feel dizzy and hot, and yeah. So Aperture does get the last word, and that's gonna be the best part about it. Like, we can expect that AJ gets slimier. He's been trying already to work in that ARCCA is independent. And of course, the judge shut that down completely because they were told they're not allowed to say they're independent because it's very clear that they're not and that they're biased. And Aperture 100% gets the last word. Oh, if I was Brie, I would be raging. 100%. This is what she does, okay, for work. Right? DoorDash electricity delivery. That's just insane. The companies are bad. Oh, ours could care less either. She just knows that she's probably not going to be voted back in, so she had to do something. So do you know what they did? They gave everybody $50 1 month off of their bill, and then said, "Hey, we'll give you a 20% drop for the summer." You guys let them increase it over 100%. So wow, that's not doing anything for anyone. So people are really pissed off about that. It's 80 something. Yeah, it's hot. It was 90 something here yesterday. In my area, it's going to be probably a couple degree difference than Jesse's area. But as of right this minute, it is 82. So it's hot, and it was even hotter yesterday by like 10 degrees. Dr. Will just said crash test dummy unreliable because it can't react like a person because of muscle reflex. Yup. Yes. Yeah, plus the humidity. Morning, Queen. Do me a favor, y'all. If y'all just got here, make sure you hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you can donate to the channel, we would very well appreciate it. The best ways to do it are Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Revolut, and the link that we have for credit or debit. It goes to my PayPal. That way YouTube doesn't take a giant chunk and I don't have to wait, over a month. That's definitely the best way to support the channel. But we also do have super chats, super stickers, and memberships. We are going to do a member only stream soon at nighttime because we have over 100 members now. I think it's around 130. And so it has quite a few different options when you add the memberships, and it doesn't allow you to do like certain things until you have over like 10 or 20 members or whatever, but we're over that, thankfully. And so we're going to do a members only stream at night. So if you're not a member, make sure you try to member up or cross your fingers and hope that you get gifted a membership. I was looking for remember I had gifted memberships 10 last month. I just thought about it. I'm like, wait, where are my gifted memberships for this month? Do I have to wait like a whole month to get them? Does it start on the first of the month? Because it's not showing me. So that means I probably don't get my 10 ones that I can gift to people until like the 20 something of this month, because I used them when I got my monetization back on the 20 something of last month. So, but I was expecting them to read themselves up on the first, but I guess that didn't happen because I'm looking at the thing over here and it doesn't give me the option. So that means it's not there. Weird. I don't like it. Okay. Yes. Yeah, I'm going to have to get a fan too, Joan, because until I can get another air conditioner, yeah, a fan is going to I'm going to have to get one for this room because it's hot in here. And I have to keep the door closed because anybody who's home, they're using the TV or anything, and YouTube picks up on it and it gives you a copyright strike for the music or the TV show or whatever. So I have to keep the door closed, and it's, it gets hotter. I do have the up head fan going, but it only goes so fast and it only gives so much air. So it is hot here today, Oh, it's so sticky. So sticky. It is brutal. I'm not going to lie. It's brutal. It is brutal. You guys are lucky I love you. I'll tell you that much, because if I didn't, I'm uncomfortable. Let's put it that way. I'm uncomfortable. It is hot. 3 new motions hit the docket. Commonwealth's motion to call witnesses in rebuttal with Exhibit A. Interesting. What's the rest of that? It's a fan for me. Thank you. I appreciate you. I like fans, Ash. Commonwealth's motion to exclude certain opinions of defense witness Dr. Elizabeth Lopisada with Exhibits A to B. And I have an idea about why, because Dr. Lopisada, just like Dr. Russell, likes to opine on things she's not an expert in. Another judge disqualified her as an expert because she tried to play accident reconstructionist. As we know, Dr. Russell tried to play accident reconstructionist, scientist, doctor, expert of psychology, expert of textiles, expert of every wound on the planet Earth, And Dr. Lopisada, like Dr. Russell, thinks highly of herself. She has no credibility. The lady was forced to resign as chief medical examiner in the state of Rhode Island because she misrepresented only being behind a few hundred autopsy reports, when in reality, she was behind 1,512 autopsy reports. She didn't finish, okay? She waited 17 hours to go to the station nightclub fire, where over 100 people died and more injured, and sent one person in those 17 hours did not show up. 17 hours. All right? 17 hours. In other cases she has been involved in, she'll explain away reasons why she didn't do things that she should have done by saying things like her camera died, so she didn't take a picture. The batteries died or it stopped working, so she didn't take a picture of the thing that she's opining on. When she wants to make ridiculous assertions. And so there's a pattern with Dr. Lopisada where she comes up with these ridiculous theories. And then in turn, when she gets called out on it, is evasive in the questioning. When asked about her being disqualified and when asked about being forced out of the chief medical examiner's position in Rhode Island for the station nightclub fire, and not showing up for 17 hours and being behind 1,512, okay, autopsy reports, she magically couldn't remember certain things. So, you know, it's funny because when it comes to her credibility, she really has none. And I don't know why, if they're the defense, they put this lady up there. She's just as bad as Dr. Russell, and she's going to get hammered just as bad as Dr. Russell, especially since she has been disqualified before by another judge as an expert because, well, she's an ME, not an accident reconstructionist. You can't play accident reconstructionist when you're not an accident reconstructionist. In one case, she opined that someone fell and killed themselves when in reality, it was very clear that's not what happened. Like 200 feet or something. And so, you know, this lady doesn't have good. Here's the thing. She has a pattern of not finishing her work, not being thorough in her work, and opining on things that just couldn't have happened or didn't. And then using things like, oh, well, I couldn't take a picture because my battery died on the camera, or I didn't see that bone because, you know, this, and this. She'll make up excuses to why she can use that as her opining on, and why the other medical examiner was very thorough, wrote it all down, took the pictures, et cetera, et cetera. And so she has no credibility. This lady is literally another Dr. Russell that we're talking about here. So, I mean, why get someone like Dr. Lopisada? I can answer that. Because they couldn't get anyone else. It's the same scenario when you have with Rich Green, okay? And the same scenario you have when it comes to Dr. Russell. They could never get a reputable human being to say what the defense wants them to say, you know? Oh, completely wrong. 100% wrong. Like, we know it's deliberate on both parts, you know? Oof, Iowa. Yep, I've heard. I had a friend that had a family member that she would visit every summer there. Said it's humid. I don't know if she still goes there, but I remembered I had to order a portable air cooler. Ooh, that's nice. Put ice water and ice cubes in the top tank and set it. I put it by my mother and she loves it. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Maybe I need to get one of those. Put it somewhere, get another table or something and aim it at myself. Right? It's getting hot in here, so take off all your clothes. You guys give me songs and expect me not to sing them, goddammit. All right? I guess we're lucky because our humidity is always really low. Dry heat is less intense than you guys deal with. Days like you're complaining about gives me pause about moving to Texas. Well, I'll tell you this. Like I said, I've visited Florida a bunch of times. My only living grandparent, who is 89, lives in Florida. And it's hot there. I'm not going to lie, but I always can tell the difference of humidity. More than a couple of years ago when my little was just a baby. So, you know, closer to 10 years ago now, we went to Miami and we went there for the 4th of July week. Actually, we stayed in a condo basically on a golf course. It was a resort of sorts. We could see the fireworks from our porch. It rained a lot, though. I'll tell you that much. But it was really hot there. The difference was it was bearable because it wasn't as sticky and humid. It's humid, but it wasn't as sticky and humid as it is here. Whatever the reason may be, I can deal with the heat there when it's higher temperatures because it's not as sticky. I've heard the same for like Arizona is dry heat. It's hot, but it's not as sticky. Here it is so uncomfortable because of the stickiness. I could deal with it in Florida because it wasn't as sticky. Here it's just uncomfortably sticky, you know? Any motions? Yeah, there are a couple motions that the judge hasn't decided on, at least that I can't see. But here's the weird thing. I keep trying to get on the docket, and maybe Joy can check for us. Because I keep trying to get on the docket to look, because the publicly available stuff, I usually can see no problem, to see what the recent decisions are on the last probably 20 or 30 motions. And nothing is showing up. It always pops up if you just put in the case number. It usually pops up and it'll say motion. You won't be able to actually read the whole motion itself, but you'll be able to see if it's denied or approved. And nothing is popping up, literally nothing. And I don't know why. It's been like that for a few days now. I don't know. It was never has been like that. So I'm not really sure what's going on in that department, if they're only giving lawyer access now or what. And I don't have lawyer access, obviously. So I have public access, which we're supposed to be able to see. Even the public is supposed to be able to read the motions once they're out, as long as they're not impounded. And that's not the case right now. So I don't understand what's going on. I mean, anybody over there that's sort of paying attention as much as we've been paying attention would notice these things. And they are taking notes. So I'll keep my day job. I'm not a good singer. I'll keep my day job with you guys because I'm not a great singer. I'll tell you that much. Oh, girl, I'll take 77 all day. I'll take 77 all day over what we're dealing with now. Although those of you who are just popping in now, you didn't see my t-shirt this morning. And I know I've worn this one once before, but you guys know how I am with my t-shirts when it comes to like true crime and court cases. And I like to have funny t-shirts. So this one says, I'm just here to establish an alibi. And I love it. It's pink. You guys know I love pink. It will never ruin that color for me. Also brought to you by today's eyeshadow, which if you guys didn't see it this morning, move this real quick for a second. I decided I was going to use yellow and pink. Just a little yellows and some pinks. And for good measure, because apparently, like you said, color, right? FKR says colors for middle schoolers and high schoolers. So for good measure, I decided to do some teal on the inside just for John. A little bit of like a bluish teal here just for John. So we're doing some pop of color today. And to match my pink, but yellow I don't use a lot. And I was like, you know what? We're going to use some pops of yellow and a little bit of teal on the inside. We're going to be very, very summery today. That's what we're going to do. And I put my hair in a braid because, as you can see, humidity does not like me. Okay. I am Spanish and Irish. I'm a very strange mix. And so therefore my hair does not appreciate humidity, not even a little. It's like I stuck my finger in a light socket and poof, it went. So how it works over here, people. I'm gonna put that back in there. They should be coming back any second. She said 20 minutes. It's definitely been over 20 minutes, just so we know. Also me, I love Aerosmith. Janie's gonna go. One of my dad's favorite songs. And my dad loved Hotel California from the Eagles, and he loved Journey. So I'm kind of an old soul when it comes to music, and I like all kinds of music: country, rock, old school stuff, old school R&B, 90s hip hop, like you name it. And even techno at some points, older techno, but still. That is my kind of weather, right? My kind of weather too. All night long, all night. Morning, Mark. Welcome back, my friend. Who wears short shorts? Can you imagine if AJ wears short shorts? Maybe Dr. Wolfe wears short shorts. Do you wear bike shorts? They go out and wear bike shorts when they do these experiments. These ridiculous ones. I wonder. Oh yeah, I need one of those. Yep, I need one of those. Oh, still $50. Damn. See, that's like, I might as well save it and try to get another air conditioner for that price. Peak aggravation. Yeah, I need my hair done, obviously. As we can see, my gray is at peak gray condition at the moment. Yeah, mine hates humidity. It's not good. Oh my God, you have no idea. It's going to be so long. I have POTS. And so like the heat really, really makes me feel uncomfortable and sick. So I'm doing my best to try to keep cool. It's not easy. It's uncomfortable. You know, poof is exactly what my hair does in humidity. Have you ever heard of Wow? It's the only spray that I can use when blow drying or flat ironing your hair. It's called Wow, W-O-W, and it's in like a silver bottle, and it actually does work for humidity. I've never found anything else that actually worked for humidity. I have dehumidity spray. I have all sorts of stuff that didn't work. Wow is actually the only thing that worked. Found out later on that celebrities actually use it for humidity. It does work. It's a little pricey, so if you can get it in like a BoxyCharm or an Ipsy beauty box or a FabFitFun on sale, do it that way. But I have a little bottle about this big that I got from one of those, and I freaking absolutely love it. It's the only thing that works. Ooh, Savage Garden, such a good song. Yes, hit the like button if you're just popping in. We would appreciate that, of course. The Hills. Oh my God, Karen probably definitely wears short shorts. We saw the hookah boots last year. Hey, Jack. I don't want to miss a thing. That's the Armageddon song. It's a good one. It's good to reimagine middle age. You mean I tell my kids every birthday of mine that I'm 21 again. How old are you, Mom? 21 again. My oldest is like, sure, Mom. Sure. You know, she's 20. So I'm like, this year we're going to be 21 together. What do you mean? Twinsies. Twinsies. I'm not comfortable in bike shorts either. You know, can't do it. You know, it's so hard to do anything with your hair as a mom. It's like braid, bun. To wear it down is heavy, you know. I do have a straightener because if I don't straighten it or scrunch it or something, it'll look crazy. Mine too, girl. It looks crazy. It's always crazy. My hair's always crazy. I can't help it. Yeah, Dr. Smug. That's his I can't I'm waiting after ARCCA to see if they bring up Dr. Lopisada. Lopisada! And I mean that like you're a loser. Like you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. Either that or a whole thing of gel. Yeah, 30 minutes. We're into 30 minutes here, people. Like, what is happening? Why do they do these things? Like, yeah, house long for morning break. I agree. They're both hard to freaking watch. That's for sure. Like, that's weird. The ads are tailored to you, I guess. I don't know how that works, but apparently the ads are tailored to like you specifically if you're not on like a guest account and you're signed into your own account. So like you might get an ad for like a game and someone else might get an ad for like food. Like it's different ads for different people, I guess. I don't know. I do know that the ads supposedly help the channel. I have to look into the analytics and see how much they actually have been helping the channel, but they supposedly do because they pay you a certain amount per like 1,000 views. So say it's, and every day it's different. So some of them are like $12 per 1,000 views. Some of them are $3 per 1,000 views. There was one I had that was at like 150 per 1,000 views. And of course that one wasn't monetized at the time. So it made nothing. I was like, really? Cool. That's nice. Like that's the most I've ever seen was like 150 per 1,000. I'm like, well, how do they decide that? Because I'm doing true crime content like all the time. So how do they decide one's worth more than the other? That makes no sense. Yeah, my youngest is 7. So believe me, I got big age gaps too, my friend. Big age gaps with my kiddos. Like breaks are always good though, because then we get to, you know, chat a little bit, wait a little bit, you know. I can't believe it sometimes. I'm like, pinch me, please. Like, I'm old, goddammit. Some people will be like, you're not old enough to have a 20-year-old. I'm like, but I am, and she is. So that's a fact. My husband too, they'll say, what do you have? 3 daughters?
Right, Mr.
You're not
Jackson.
old enough to have a
Thank you,
20-year-old.
Your Honor.
I
Dr.
am.
Wolfe, before we get into laboratory test B, I failed to ask you, were you compensated or was ARCCA paid?
Oh, here we go.
The
Nonsense.
proceeding last year for any of the
Objection.
time?
Yes, last year.
Yes. Last year.
Correct. Yes.
Do you know how much that was?
From what I recall, I think it was around $20,000.
So
Was ARCCA paid by the defense your initial testing? The initial analysis, which we talked about earlier this morning, was ARCCA paid by the defense for?
he's trying to get ahead of it.
No, not the report testing, none of that.
Okay. What were you paid for last year related to the first proceeding?
Yeah, what?
My
Your
time to appear at the proceeding.
Bullshit.
Correct. Travel.
$20,000 to just appear?
So the form, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. What about now? Have you been paid any additional sums by the
No,
defense
probably because they paid you too much the first time.
for your undertaking that you're testifying about today?
Yes.
About how much have you been paid?
I think when I spoke to accounting, I think they indicated it was around $50,000.
Okay. Let's talk about laboratory test B.
Around?
Bravo.
Trying to get ahead of it, but it's not going to it's not going to help him.
What was different about lab test B as
I'm
opposed
sorry,
to lab test
Joey.
So the tests were essentially identical aside from the speed increase going from 10 up to 17.
Okay. Let's take a look at the next slide. Just so I'm clear, Doctor, I want to make sure I'm on the same slide as you. Is this slide 35 pursuant to your notes?
Yep.
This is slide 36.
36. Got it. Okay.
Come on, bro.
We can
He
be a
is
little
wicked
bit more,
aggravating.
because is this similar to the 10-mile-an-hour test just with increased velocity?
Correct.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
What about the purple hue taillight on the right? What is that?
So again, that is a thermal image depicting the temperature profile of the right taillight that was tested.
And
What's the
sorry,
temperature?
go ahead.
I was just going to note that the average temperature profile of the taillight here in this test was approximately 30 degrees Fahrenheit.
So you lowered it 1 degree, when in reality it was 18 degrees.
And the
It's good because they're spread apart.
the test dummy, if you will,
Yes,
is it also clothed?
correct. Yes. You may notice a difference in the sweatshirt color. We put on a new sweatshirt in this test.
A new
it
one,
also
yeah.
An exact replica of the sweatshirt
No.
at issue worn
It's
by
not.
John O'Keefe.
It's
I'll ask
not
you
an
before.
exact replica.
How does it compare to the sweatshirt that was worn by John O'Keefe?
It was made by the same company and had the same material blend as the previous test,
But not
the one
replica.
that Mr. John O'Keefe was wearing.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
Bingo.
So this will be a video.
Let's hope
You
so.
will see, much like you did in the other one, where the taillight will be accelerated up to 17 miles an hour, impact the arm. And one of the things you'll see is actually an artifact of the test, if you will, where the taillight, due to the fact that the impactor stops at the end of the stroke, that force actually causes it to decouple from that polyurethane foam that we use to adhere the two.
What do you mean by decouple? What does that mean?
So
Break
as I
apart.
mentioned, it once the linear
Break
impactor
apart.
reaches the end of its stroke, it stops instantaneously, and the force of that stop just caused where we adhered the two together, just caused it to detach, basically break away. So in essence, it doesn't matter because we only care about that. Remember, we're talking about that short duration of time, that 10 milliseconds. So once it breaks, it's already reached a common velocity to the taillight.
Can we go ahead and go to the next slide, please?
No. Thank you, Jack, for your $13.90. I appreciate you, my friend.
What do you note about this impact?
So one of the things you'll see is kind of that dust cloud that you see. Again, that's all the particulates from the expanding foam that we use. So that's kind of what you see in the background there, kind of going over kind of the arm and the tail light there.
Do you note more damage or less damage to the taillight at 17 miles an hour versus the 10-mile-an-hour test?
There is more damage, yes.
Let's go to the next slide,
Obviously.
please.
It's kind of common sense.
What are we looking at here?
So you're looking at a top-down view from the high-speed camera. You'll see the taillight enter from the left, impacting the arm at about 17 miles per hour.
Lunch isn't till 1.
Play it. Can you
So
describe
it
the decoupling?
came off.
Is that shown here?
Absolutely. So as you can see where the two are basically married together, right? It's kind of actually coming back together now. So
Which
that,
is why-
that bond that we had, right? This is the most effective way that we could mount it to the impactor.
The results
just
are
became
incorrect
detached
because
due to
of
the force of that impactor stopping at the end of the stroke.
Understood.
Because that would have stayed put and it would have made more damage.
Next
See
slide,
the
please.
problem with this? Do you see the
What
problem
are we
with
looking
this?
at here?
So in this slide, you're looking at another high-speed video. This is just a side view. Again, you're going to see the taillight enter the frame from the left, impacting the arm at 17 miles per hour.
Is this in slow motion as well?
This is in slow motion, correct? Not real time.
Okay.
And once again, right, it decouples, which means if it
What do you
hadn't
note
moved,
in terms of the
it would have
deflection
been
on the
straight
arm?
and done more damage.
The arm, as we saw in the previous one, is accelerated up, so it's moving now at roughly a common velocity with what the impact
Exactly.
speed was.
Thanks
what
for
did
helping
you
the
note about
prosecution,
damage to the
dumbass.
taillight?
It was more
Yes.
significant than the 10-mile-an-hour test, which again there was very minimal damage to that, where several fragments of
Look at
that
that thing.
red outer lens fractured as well as the clear lens.
Okay, next slide.
And more of it would have if it didn't decouple
And what is this?
and it was
depicting?
attached to a vehicle.
This is extracted frames from the previous video, just showing right at contact, during contact, and post
It was
contact.
24, yes.
Next slide, please. What is this a photograph of?
This photograph is depicting the damage to the taillight
Bingo.
at the conclusion of the test, where again it's missing fragments of the outer red lens. I will note that the interior
Bingo.
diffusers and plastic components are intact in this test.
When you say intact,
You
what
guys
do you
are-
mean?
They are not damaged or broken.
At all?
Correct, at all.
At all. Right. Okay.
Next slide, please.
Also not using an elbow once
What is
again.
that a picture of?
Another photograph showing the taillight post-test. Again, no damage to the underlying diffusers. In
How
terms
many
of being
exemplars
cracked,
did you
shattered,
buy?
or broken.
And what did you note in terms of the damage to the outer acrylic, the red piece?
It broke into a few fragments, and I think on the next slide, I depict those in a photograph.
Let's take a look at that. What is that?
So this is
They're just helping the
photograph
Commonwealth.
depicting the collection of the fragments post-test. I will note there's one clear piece, one red piece, another clear piece,
It
and there is one more
decoupled.
red piece in this bag. So the outer lens
Didn't use
broke
an
into
elbow.
approximately 4 pieces in the 17-mile-per-hour test.
Bingo, Ian. Bingo.
And I'll point out one other thing just because you can see it in the photograph. This is that 3D printed bracket that we used to bolt it onto the linear impactor with the foam on the other side that mounted it to the taillight.
Thank you for that. Next slide, please. What is this a picture of, or pictures of?
This is a side-by-side comparison showing a depiction of the 17-mile-an-hour test impact to the test taillight.
You also
comparing
use the
to
arm like
that of
this.
The subject taillight.
Down like
Were you
this
able
when
to
it was
reach any
really
conclusions or
holding a
opinions
glass,
as to whether or not
ribbon
the
like
damage
this.
to the subject tail light on the right is consistent with striking an arm at 17 miles per hour?
It's inconsistent from a damage perspective.
You're
What's the
inconsistent.
basis
Your
of that
testing's a
opinion?
joke.
The test that I've just showed you all.
Was that testing that we've just talked about conducted in accordance with the scientific literature and generally accepted methodologies that you've earlier described?
Yes.
Is the damage to the right rear taillight consistent with striking John O'Keefe's arm at 17 miles per hour?
No.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
Slide 45, please. What is this?
You're looking at photographs post-test of the
Exactly.
sweatshirt that the ATD was wearing at the time of the impact.
Is this the 17 mile an hour impact?
Correct. Yes.
Did you note any defects in the fabric of
Of
the
course
right
not,
arm?
because his arm wasn't
There
laying
were
like
no
this.
punctures,
It was like
holes,
this.
or fraying of the material during this impact test.
Come on, man.
Based on this testing that you conducted in this case,
It's
is the
also
damage
18
that you saw of the shirt that John O'Keefe was wearing consistent or inconsistent with the shirt that's on the ATD?
It was inconsistent compared to the sweatshirt that Mr. John O'Keefe was wearing.
Based on that, do you have an opinion or
Couldn't even
conclusion as to whether or not the
check the temp.
damage on Mr. O'Keefe's clothing was consistent with being struck by the right rear taillight at 17 miles per hour?
It is inconsistent.
We know who did
Next
it,
slide,
Steve.
please.
We know who did it.
What is
We
this
don't know
graph
who did it.
depicting?
So going back to, again, to these terms that we've talked about, this is the acceleration trace of the 17-mile-an-hour impact test. And you can see that we reach a peak acceleration at around 5 milliseconds, and that's at about almost 270 Gs.
You said 270 Gs
Correct.
or 217?
270.
Thank you.
70.
No, I can hear
Did that
the
have any
questions in my head.
significant
Brennan's
analysis?
going to
Yes.
destroy this.
Well, we can use that to estimate.
What an
Obviously, we can
idiot.
integrate that to get the speed, but we can also estimate the force applied to the taillight with that information.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What is the delta V as it relates to the 17-mile-an-hour lab test?
So you can see, again, the arm initially at rest is accelerated up, increasing in speed, and then reaches just about 16 miles per hour, so reaching nearly a common velocity with the taillight at about 8 milliseconds in time.
Next slide, please. Did you conduct additional tests other than the 2 lab tests that we've talked about?
Yes, sir.
Describe just in general, and then we'll talk in more specifics. What were the tests that you undertook after the lab tests?
So we conducted 2 tests with a suspended ATD arm that was impacted by an exemplar 2021 Lexus LX570. We then conducted a test where the arm was then attached to a test dummy. And then our final test was a full-on impact to a test dummy.
Can we go
Exactly,
to slide 48? What are we looking at in this slide?
This is the exemplar 2021 Lexus LX570 that was utilized during this test program.
Was this the same vehicle that was utilized in all the tests, C, D, E, and F?
Correct, yes.
If we could
Use
go to
the same
slide
taillight?
49, the next slide. What's depicted in this photograph?
Well, so there's a number of things here, so I'll try to point them all out.
So they only
obviously
paid him
we talked
$50,000,
about
so they
just now
didn't
the Lexus here, the exemplar
pay for all the
vehicle.
exemplar Lexuses?
We have a forklift
Find
that
that
was
hard to
hoisted
believe.
up that ultimately was suspending the arm. I think I have an additional photograph that shows it close up, but the arm was suspended from the forklift at the correct height to interact with the taillight. We have our high-speed cameras set up under this umbrella. There's another one over here. Another thing you'll note is we brought out the chest freezer when we were installing these in the Lexus to, again, keep them at that steady state temperature for as long as possible.
30 degrees, yeah? It was 18 degrees out, idiot. Exactly.
We could
His
go to
arm
the next
wasn't
slide,
just
please.
laying like this.
What are we looking at in this photograph?
It was like this.
So this
You
is the
effing idiot.
approximate position that we plan to have contact occur in these tests. So as you can see, the forearm is in contact with the lift gate and the quarter panel taillight along with the elbow.
What?
Why did you choose this configuration for
Yeah,
the
why?
arm, the forearm?
Because that's not the way his arm would have been
Yeah,
either. The
elbow.
elbow would have been pointed towards the.
It was based upon my review of Dr.
Idiot.
Welcher's work, and that he did through his static and dynamic test or paint test that this is how the arm was roughly oriented when the alleged contact occurred.
What were you trying to replicate in
Wrong temperature still.
positioning the arm this direction, this way, as
And
it relates
also
to the?
a dummy
SUV.
arm. It's plastic.
Well, I think as I stated earlier, it was to understand, okay, let's get beyond just simple geometry, aligning things. What happens to the arm, right? What are the accelerations? What's the damage, right? What we want to answer some of those other questions that Dr. Welcher didn't answer.
Does this?
So he did.
I'm going to strike the last part of that answer.
He did answer them.
Does this?
You just don't know the
configuration
answers.
Align with your understanding of Dr. Welcher's alignment of the arm as it relates to the vehicle.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
No. No. Is Your Honor ever going to say no and stick with no? Okay. This is number 4. I'm not going to play the thing because I feel like this is going to be quick. But it is number 4 on the sidebars. They're still not doing the correct temperature, which would have made the taillight more susceptible to break at colder temperatures. It was 18 degrees outside, not 30, not 31, not 25, not 20, 18 degrees. Okay. It's, yeah, exactly. Garbage in, garbage out. Thanks, Karen, for pointing out your garbage in, garbage out bullshit. Like the first bunch of testing, look at the sewer turtle craning his neck towards the camera, y'all. Because that lady's head is blocking him, so he had to crane around. Like, I've never met a bigger attention whore a day in my life, okay, than that man. When he realizes the camera pans over to point towards where they are, he does this to crane towards where the camera is so it can see him. See, he's doing it again. He can't just stay where he's sitting, which is behind the person. Their head is blocking him. He has to crane around. The biggest attention whore I've ever seen in my life. And the first thing that he does is say everyone else is looking for attention. Buddy, yep, he's got to get up. He has to. Can't help himself. The camera can't see him. He needs it to. The ego, the narcissism, full effect right there, folks. Normal people don't need the camera to be seeing them. They don't need to be like, me, pick me. Me,
Okay.
pick me.
Let's
I'm
go
over
to the
here.
next slide.
I
Maybe
did not
self-explanatory. What was the
on
speed
yesterday, no.
of your first test out in the field?
15 miles per hour.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in these 2 photographs?
So on the left is a photograph of the installed preconditioned taillights just after the install. And on the right is a thermal image of that.
Yeah, no, I didn't see that. Poor Sean.
And if I may just point out with the temperature. So one of the things you may see here is that due to the reflective chrome here, this is just an artifact of that being really reflective. So when we look at the average temperature profile of the taillight for this test, the average was approximately 17 degrees Fahrenheit for the taillight.
Was it important in
I don't
this
think he
testing
can.
to account for the temperature variance of the taillight?
But I don't think he's gonna.
Yes,
he's going.
absolutely. And I will note
We'll try.
we certainly strive to maintain that. One of the things you actually may see in this photograph on the left are these pellets on the ground. And that is due to the fact during the installation process, one of my colleagues was positioned adjacent to the taillight fixtures, applying
Installation
of dry ice to help mitigate any heat transfer during the install process.
Let's move on to the next slide.
What?
What are we looking at in this overhead?
Oh, I can't.
This is it's a drone video, so you're going to see the Lexus accelerate from left to right, impacting the hybrid suspended arm in the area where you could see the umbrella.
We're already going to hear from Dr. Welcher again
Vehicles and the testing
for a rebuttal to this.
Yeah. So the Lexus is starting here. You will see it accelerate in reverse with the hybrid arm suspended in this area here.
Bingo.
Is this a video or just a still shot?
This is a drone video.
Let's go ahead and play that.
It's exactly right, freak. It's exactly right.
Dr. Wolfe, is that in real time or slowed down, sped up?
This is in real time.
Okay. Next video,
Exactly.
please.
Where's the body mass? There is
What
none.
is this?
This is a camera that was mounted on top of the forklift that was suspending the arm.
Is this a still shot or is it a video?
It's a video.
What is the orientation of that arm as it relates to the vehicle that we'll see?
So it will make contact with
Well, he's a
the
bitch.
taillight. Although
Yeah,
I
I
will
said
note
it.
in this test,
He's a bitch.
ultimately the contact ended up being more of a clip or a side swipe in this test.
Go ahead.
A whiny, needy biatch. Dr. Welcher will be back. We have him on rebuttal. So he doesn't need to be recalled. He's on a rebuttal for this nonsense right here that we're
Did you
watching.
see the impact area?
It's quick.
Right. What did you mean when you said more of a
It
side
spins
swipe
in
or a
circles. Nobody's arm
So
is
I
going to
think the
spin in
next couple
circles. but
videos
your
will
body
help
might.
demonstrate that.
Let's move on to the next one.
Thanks for proving that to for the Commonwealth, though. Appreciate that.
What are we
That his
looking at
body
in
would
this
have
video?
turned.
I'm sorry, in this photograph.
So this is going to be a high speed or a slow-mo video. You're going to see the Lexus come in from the right and then move across the screen to the left. And you'll see contact occur between the taillight
Yes.
and the
Boy,
arm.
it's so frustrating. There's no body to stop it, so it just spins and doesn't harm. Like, how can anyone think that this is a correct representation of what actually happened? How? How can anyone?
Can you explain for the jurors using
It's
this
an arm
video
on
what you
strings,
meant
bro.
by more of a side swipe or a clip?
Like,
Right.
what?
So this is where the hand and the wrist are kind of in the area of the quarter panel taillight, and then a portion of the forearm in contact with. I'm sorry. The what I previously said. The wrist and the hand in contact with the lift gate portion of the taillight,
This is
and then on
so
the
bad
forearm
for that.
is more in contact with the quarter panel taillight.
Like, so bad.
Can we move to the next slide?
Yes, we are going to hear from
And what
Dr.
is
Welcher
this
again. He's on
angle?
rebuttal.
This is same
Being
test,
called
just
back.
a different angle in with the high speed cameras in slow motion.
Leave
And
on
this
this
is at 15
nonsensical
miles per
shit.
hour, correct?
15 miles an hour, correct.
Can you explain for the jurors, given the fact that this is suspended, does that have any impact on the ultimate analysis or
I said it, you
reconstruction,
bitch.
rather than being attached to an
Well,
ATT?
Effectively, mass is mass. So whether we have an arm that is suspended or attached, again, it's the arm is on a joint, right? So the arm can accelerate freely of the rest of the body, right? So if
Oh, it
anything,
can?
even if it is
So it could
attached to
spin
the body,
and
there,
stay like
may
this?
actually be some additional force associated with that,
Yeah.
just because
Spin
there could be
in
more
circles?
mass attached to it.
Let me see if my arm can do what it
Okay,
just
let's go.
did in that video. Oh, no, it cannot spin in circles, sir. It cannot. It's still attached to my body. You fucking jackass. Watch, it spins in circles. There would be a body attached to that body mass, which includes how it's going to hit said taillight and how much oomph it's going to hit it with. So this is the most ridiculous nonsense I have ever seen in my entire life. Dr. Welch is going to eat this alive, and
Can
so
we go
is
to the next
Hank.
slide, please?
This is embarrassing for ARCCA. I
looking
wouldn't
at it as
ever
two
hire
photographs.
them with this.
So you're looking at on the left, starting from left to right, just at contact, and then just after contact, and then post contact. So as I mentioned, you can see that in this first one at contact, again, we don't have the hand isn't and the arm aren't positioned as far out on the previous tests. And the hand is in the area and the wrist of the lift gate taillight with part of the forearm in contact with the quarter panel taillight. And as you saw in the video, essentially the arm just kind of just moves out of the way of the vehicle as it comes by.
Understood. Next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph of the
That's
test
right.
vehicle subsequent to the test, depicting the, I'll say, lack of damage to the taillights.
well, because
Describe
the arm is
what
spun
you
in
did
circles.
see in terms of damage.
Was
or lack of
attached to a
damage.
string, sir.
There was no damage or fracturing to the taillights.
Gee, I wonder why that could
Describe the-
possibly be.
Orientation of the arm in this particular test that you said was more of a side swipe.
Thank you, freak.
What was the orientation of the arm to the taillight in terms of how much of the arm touched the taillight? It's probably a clunky question, but I think you understand it.
I don't know if I could break it down into, I think just qualitatively speaking, like I said, it appears to be the hand and the wrist and kind of the lower portion of the forearm, maybe to the mid forearm or so.
They probably
So
cut out anything that
nothing
didn't
on
help
the
them,
upper arm?
obviously.
Making
Correct.
contact.
Correct. Nothing on the upper arm. Yes.
Okay. If we can move past this slide and onto the next slide. What is this depicting?
It's so gross, right,
So
Potluck?
this is
It's gross.
depicting the test taillights of the 15 mile per hour impact into the hybrid arm compared to that of the subject taillight.
Was there any notable damage at all on the on the exemplar taillight following test C at 15 miles an hour?
The only thing there may have been was some very slight abrasions maybe to the plastic, but there certainly was no breaking or fracturing of the lens assembly.
Were you able to?
Why
reach any
didn't they
opinions or
continue with the other
conclusions as to
test?
Whether the damage to the subject
24.
taillight is consistent with striking the arm at 15 miles per hour,
In this test, it was inconsistent.
even in a side swipe?
Correct.
Because this test is not consistent with
Was
anything
that testing
that would have
that we
happened.
just saw done in accordance with scientific literature and generally accepted methodologies in the area of accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Is the damage to the right rear taillight of the subject vehicle consistent with striking John O'Keefe's arm at 15 miles per hour in a side swipe
Yep.
configuration?
It's inconsistent.
Do you
Sure
hold that
did.
opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
No,
Yes.
Can we move to the next
your
slide,
reasonable
please?
is a joke. Why didn't you continue on with your
What are we
other
looking
thing
at
at
in this
24
graph?
miles per hour?
So you're looking
Yeah,
at
I want
the hand acceleration over time. So you can see that
Very
because
desperate.
as you saw in the previous video and slides, the hand initially made contact with the taillight. So that gets accelerated up
I don't
first.
either.
So we're getting peak accelerations in this test for the hand
Delusional.
of about 254 Gs. And yes, over a period of about a little over 6 seconds or 6 milliseconds or so.
What was the arm or the appendage outfitted with to determine the data on this graph?
Right. So if you think back to the lab testing that we did, right, because we didn't have, and again, this is kind of why we did the testing incrementally as we went about it, but in the lab test, we didn't have a way to mount the lift gate assembly to also evaluate that interaction. So when we moved outside the full scale vehicle testing, we
Right
had
back,
a
guys.
lift gate taillight, obviously the full vehicle. So we also instrumented the hand with an accelerometer as well as the forearm. So we were able to measure the acceleration of both the hand and the forearm in these tests.
Can we move to the next slide, please? And what are we looking at here?
So this is the, the acceleration of the arm. So you can see that it reaches a peak around 5 milliseconds at about, looks like just under 200 Gs.
And the next slide. What's depicted in this graph?
So this is doing, again, the integration of the acceleration data for the hand to determine what speed did the hand get accelerated up to. And you can see that at the onset of this, it's at rest, it's impacted, and then gets up almost to 15 miles an hour in 4 milliseconds. Ultimately does reach at about 18 milliseconds, it does reach that 15, but it's nearly at 15 at contact.
Thank you. The next slide, please. And what is this delta V showing us?
So this is showing the change in speed of the arm. And again, because the hand was, and the wrist was more of the central impact to the ATD arm, this ultimately saw less acceleration, therefore less of a change in speed. So at around 6 milliseconds, well, roughly actually about 1 millisecond after it started to increase in acceleration, it's at about 5 miles per hour.
Is that reflected in the fact that the arm pivoted?
Yes,
It's spun?
there's some rotation going on, so it's not translating or accelerating.
Understood. Can we move to the next slide, please? Test D. What was the speed that you undertook in test D as in Delta?
So this is a 29 mile per hour impact into the suspended hybrid arm.
We move to the next slide. What are we looking at in this series of photographs?
So on the left is my colleague, again, compressing the taillight while we install the upper tail, the liftgate taillight to, again, try to maintain that steady state temperature. Over here on the right is the thermal image of the taillight after the install. So the average temperature of this taillight during the test was approximately 17 degrees Fahrenheit.
Next slide, please. Staying with test D, what is this depicting?
This is a drone video showing a top-down perspective of the test with the Lexus starting on the left-hand part of the screen, accelerating in reverse into the suspended hybrid arm over here at the location of the forklift.
Okay. If we could watch this video, please. Do your next slides show, there you go, the suspended arm. What are we looking at here?
So this is a video camera that was positioned on top of the forklift looking down at the arm. So you'll see the vehicle move from bottom to top as this video plays.
By the way, Dr. Wolfe, what are the purple and white lines that we see have predominated? I'm sorry, I was talking over that.
Sorry, I
That's
didn't.
okay. What are the purple and white lines that we see?
So those are guidelines to help. I will note that this is kind of like a needle in a haystack. It's very hard to hit this small of a target. So just served as a guideline to reference as we're accelerating rearward into this.
Is this in real time?
This is in real time, yes.
What's the speed that the vehicle is entering the frame at?
29 miles per hour.
Thank you. What happened to the arm in terms of its suspension?
It actually gets ripped off from the mounting location.
Is there a reason you believe physically that that arm was ripped off from the suspension tethers?
Well, certainly there was enough force to break the tie lines to the forklift.
Was there a test value of those tie lines?
I think they were rated at 150 pounds.
What does that suggest in terms of the force that was exerted? Just before we get to the other testing, the force that was exerted on the arms to tear off the tie lines.
Well, it indicates that the arm saw at least 150 pounds of force.
Okay. Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this video?
So this is going to be a slow motion video. You'll see the Lexus accelerate in reverse, making contact with the arm. And again, this is the 29 mile per hour impact test.
Okay. Next slide, please. And what is this?
This is a video, a high-speed video, so slow motion of test D at 29 miles per hour into the ATD arm that is suspended. So you'll see the Lexus enter the frame from the right and impact the arm.
Okay. Was this strike more reflective of what you were attempting to replicate?
Yes, this was a more central impact to the arm. Yes.
Thank you. Next slide, please. And what is this?
So this is a high-speed or slow motion video depicting the test D at 29 miles per hour, just a different perspective than the previous video.
Okay. Next slide. And what are we looking at here?
So this is extracted frames from the high-speed video. So starting out left to right, this is roughly at first contact with the majority of the hand, well, the hand, the majority of the forearm in contact with the liftgate taillight, with a portion of the elbow in contact with the quarter panel taillight.
Can I stop you right there on that far left frame? Does that fairly replicate what you were attempting to approximate in terms of the orientation of the arm versus the taillight?
Yes, more of a central impact compared to that first test at 15. Yes.
Is that more or less consistent with what you saw in Dr. Welcher's test, where he had his arm in that still shot associated with the geometry of the car?
Sustained.
Is this consistent with what you were trying to replicate after your review of Dr. Welcher's report?
Sustained. Can I ask it differently?
What were you
Yeah, where's
trying
the
to
mass?
replicate, or why were you trying to replicate this at the 29-mile-an-hour test?
Oh my
this
God.
particular orientation.
This man is so
We were trying to
delusional.
see, based upon Dr. Welch's orientation, what
So
happens to the
delusional.
arm in terms of the acceleration and the damage to the taillight at that configuration at contact.
Okay. next
There's
slide.
no body, sewer turtle. It's
What are you
junk.
looking at?
There's no body.
So this is a
You
photograph
idiot.
depicting the damage to the liftgate taillight as well
He's
as
so
the quarter
delusional.
panel taillight.
And what do you note in terms of that damage?
So on the liftgate taillight, a significant portion of that thick 5mm red outer lens is fractured and broken off. The underlying diffusers are still in place. There was a small crack in, I believe it was the upper diffuser here. The quarter panel taillight had the clear section damaged with the outer lens missing, along with some fragments from the outer portion of the red part of the lens.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is another photograph depicting the quarter panel taillight. As I indicated, there is portions of the red lens cover missing. The interior diffusers remained largely intact in this test.
Next slide. What is this side-by-side depicting?
This is showing the results of the 29-mile-per-hour impact test to the test vehicle compared to that of the subject taillight.
Given that orientation of test D, were you able to reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether or not the damage to the subject taillight is consistent with striking an arm at 29 miles per hour?
It was inconsistent.
Because there's no
What's the
body.
basis for that opinion, Dr. Wolfe?
The results of this test.
And was that testing conducted in accordance with the scientific literature and generally accepted methodologies in the field of accident
Generally
reconstruction?
accepted.
Yes.
Is the damage to the right rear taillight consistent with striking John O'Keefe's arm at 29 miles per hour? When I say the right rear taillight, I mean of the subject vehicle.
Huge mistake by bringing in Newton's law that he didn't follow.
With regard to your opinion concerning whether
You do have to be stupid.
the subject taillight is consistent with striking an arm at 29 miles per hour, do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
Bingo,
Excellent.
Francesca. Exactly. This is why Hank's going to eat him alive, and he knows
So
it.
this is looking at the acceleration of the hand in the 29-mile-per-hour impact test with peak accelerations close to 800 Gs at 2 milliseconds.
I believe they're mischaracterizing how much they got paid, too.
Next slide, please.
Sewer Turtle's the most delusional person on earth. Hank's
What are
going to
we looking at in
obliterate
this
this
graph?
junk science.
This is the
Sorry.
acceleration of the
You're not
arm.
intelligent enough, Sewer Turtle,
reaching
to understand how this helps the
acceleration
Commonwealth.
of about
Helps, not hurts, helps. You idiot.
500 Gs.
What an idiot.
You indicated 800 Gs in the last graph. What's the difference? What's the difference in the delta between the 500 and the 800?
Your face is the difference.
Between the hand and the arm.
Understood. Which one suffered or was subject to
That's right.
800 Gs?
That would be the hand.
And which one was subject to the 500 Gs?
That would be the arm.
Next
You guys
slide.
notice they stopped doing the other test at 17 miles per
What
hour
are
and
we
didn't
looking at in
go
this graph?
to that other test at 24?
So this
Why?
is
'Cause
looking
it
at the
would've
change in
obliterated the
speed.
taillight.
So what speed did the hand get up
Okay.
to as a result of the impact? So we can see that in about 3 milliseconds, the arm is moving nearly at almost 25 miles per hour. And then a little bit later, again, this is still very quick in time, at about 14 milliseconds, it's at about 30 miles per hour.
Next slide, please. What's depicted in this graph?
So this is looking at the change in speed of the arm as a result of the contact. So starting here at about 2 milliseconds, the
check
arm
for fractures,
accelerates up to,
Stella.
by 8 milliseconds, we're at about 35 miles per hour. And this, you may be wondering, why are we getting more speed than what the input was? And that's because you get a phenomenon known as restitution. Basically, there's an elastic collision between the two where you can get almost a bouncing effect. So when you have something that weighs 6,000 pounds striking something that's much, much lighter than that, it can actually cause it to accelerate up to a greater velocity than the impact speed.
Next slide, please.
He was thrown directly
Test
into the
E, 24-mile-an-hour impact test.
18-degree ground, Stella.
So
That's
this
why
is,
he doesn't have
a
bruising.
24-mile-an-hour impact test to the ATD
didn't
arm
check
attached to
for-
a test dummy.
For fractures.
slide,
That,
please.
they did no x-rays for fractures. He very well could have had a fracture. They did not
Why
test
did
for
you
that because
utilize
there was no
24 miles
conspiracy
an hour
theory
for this test?
at that
So
point.
it's my understanding that this is the upper end. There is a triggering event of, I
Not
believe
the way
it's
his body was
1162.2,
positioned.
and I think at the end of that
Commonwealth
data,
did their test.
the speed is
Elbow was
approximately
more
24
like
miles
this,
per hour. So
not like
we did
this.
a test at the
They're doing it
end
like
point, if
this.
you will, in that data set.
His arm would have been like
What is
this,
this photograph showing
holding
in
a
terms
glass.
of the orientation of the arm and the
Would have looked like this, folks.
hybrid test dummy,
Not like this.
or ATD?
So
Not like
the,
this, but
the
like this.
orientation is to depict, again, the orientation that Dr. Welcher indicated in
glass.
his static and dynamic test to
Hold the
show
glass.
what happens when again, that ATD arm that we had is attached to a test dummy and is struck at 24 miles per hour.
Next slide, please.
Put a glass in your hand or a bottle or a can right now. See
And
where
what
your
is
arm
this?
goes. It's going to be in the same
So
position
this
mine's
is a
in.
thermal image of the taillights just after
Okay.
the install with the average temperature at
Probably down
about
further
30,
here.
just over 33 degrees Fahrenheit.
So it would look like this.
Next slide.
Not outstretched like
And
this.
What are we looking at?
So you're looking at a top-down drone video with the Lexus here on the left that will accelerate in reverse up to 24 miles an hour, striking the ATD arm.
Let's watch that, please.
With an arm outstretched like this. Once again, put a glass or a cup or a can in your hand right now and stand up. Because when you stand up, it's going to be lower. Your hand's going to be lower than if you're sitting like I am. So stand up with it in your hand,
Next slide.
and your arm's going to be in the exact same position as everybody else is
What are
doing
we
that
looking
car.
at in this slide?
Not
So
in
this
that
is a
position.
top-down video from atop of the forklift, or where the arm is suspended attached to the dummy. So you're going to see the vehicle enter from the bottom into going to the top of the screen.
Wasn't that a pirouette? Did that bottle just pirouette? I'm just wondering. Did the body pirouette? That looked kind of like a pirouette,
Next
yeah?
slide.
I mean, I'm just saying.
What is this view?
It's just another perspective. This is a slow motion video where you'll see the Lexus in reverse. I think this one actually has kind of a long build up before it starts here.
Oh, I remember those days too, B. Tim. I think, yeah, it might be after lunch. We might see Hank after lunch. I do think Hank will get some in today. I don't think Jackson will be able to keep stretching it. Oh, listen. I used to game all the time. I don't have the computer to do it anymore, nor do I have any of the gaming systems currently. I'm a little jealous, guys. My little wants to be able to play Roblox on the TV. She likes Roblox. What is
And could
happening?
we go to the next slide, please?
Right? You could
And
get
what
better
is this?
Grand Theft
So
Auto.
this is a perspective from the high speed camera. So a slow motion video with the Lexus reversing into the ATD arm at 24 miles per hour.
Before you play this, Dr. Wolfe, I failed to ask this. It may be obvious. After each of the tests, C, D, E, F, were you replacing the taillight with new exemplar taillights that had been temperature accounted for?
Yes, every test had a new set of quarter panel taillights, as well as liftgate taillights. And even in the test where the taillight,
No good.
The 50 mile an hour test where the taillight was not damaged, we still put on new taillights. We did not repurpose or reuse any of the taillights.
No good.
Thank you.
That you replaced the taillight, not the car, the taillight. Like, look at the arms outstretched like this. Nobody ever claimed that John's arm would ever have been like that. As a matter of fact, it's absolutely not what it would ever would have been outstretched like this. Did that not look like a pirouette? Just saying. Didn't FKR like scream like you can't pirouette? Like, didn't they say that? Or ARCCA just said that you can pirouette. Just saying. Dun, 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 dun.
In this configuration, was the ATD outfitted with the
Exactly,
hoodie
B10,
that you've earlier described?
which is why Dr.
Yes.
Welcher didn't use a dummy.
At the
Exactly what he
time
said.
you outfitted the ATD with the hoodie in this configuration before this test E,
Like this,
did
Francesca.
you confirm that the right sleeve, was damaged or undamaged?
After this test?
No, before.
Before
This is
it was
helping the
undamaged
Commonwealth,
before the
so-
test.
Okay.
Thanks,
What are
ARCCA.
we looking at in this slide?
Yeah,
So this
actually,
is still
it's
frames from the high speed. So starting out on the left here, just at contact. So the forearm making contact with the liftgate taillight, and then the
Ella.
upper part of the forearm and
We
the
know
elbow making
he
contact, a
was
direct
most
hit
likely
into the
holding a
quarter
glass.
panel taillight. And the middle here is just after contact. And
Right.
on the right is post contact.
if he was
you.
holding a glass,
Next slide, please.
everyone's arm would be in
What are we looking at
almost
in
the
this
same position, obviously with varying
So this
degrees
is
of
a overall
where your
photograph
elbow
depicting
would
the
be,
taillights
arm length and
subsequent to
stuff.
this test at 24
but
miles per hour.
around the same sort of
I will
positioning.
note that
Your arm would be in.
there's no damage to the
Holding
liftgate
a glass.
taillight, and then there is damage to
Would be
the,
like
the
this.
quarter panel taillight.
Is there
Would be
any
like
damage
this.
to the internal
Not like this.
diffusers
But like this.
on this taillight?
So if I go to the next photograph, if I may.
Please.
So you can see here, there is this kind of thicker, it's actually not a crack. So I'm looking at the clear diffuser here with the dots that you see. This line that you see, kind of opaque. I don't know if you've got a laser pointer to.
I love Jeff Dunham. He's hilarious.
Yes.
Just so there's no confusion. Thank you.
The whole thing's a confusion, bub.
So the line right
Ballet,
here
not pirouette.
that's part of the assembly. So that's just a part of how the plastic is molded. There's a very small crack right here in the underlying
You don't need to watch
diffuser.
play it with me
but
sitting with her.
All of the remaining part of the diffuser in terms of this portion here and here are all intact, and same with this portion of it.
She
What
likes
about the
dressed
chrome
in
piece
press.
that's running between the diffusers?
I don't believe that was damaged during this test, no.
And what about the clear acrylic toward the top left of that taillight housing?
It was partially fractured, but not the entire outer portion of it.
Next slide, please. What is this depicting?
So this is a photograph depicting the quarter panel taillight subsequent to the 24-mile-an-hour impact test with the ATD arm compared to that of the subject taillight.
Based on this test,
No.
were you able to reach any opinions and conclusions as to whether the damage to the subject taillight is consistent with striking John O'Keefe's arm at 24 miles an hour?
Sustained in that form.
Were you able to reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether the damage to the subject taillight is consistent with striking an arm at 24 miles per hour?
Based upon the test results, it's inconsistent with striking an arm.
Why
Your
do
face
you,
is inconsistent.
on what do you base that opinion?
I base it upon the test results that I've shown in terms of the video and the data acquisition.
Can you describe that in a little bit more detail?
On purpose, he
So
doesn't.
during this test, we had the instrumented hybrid arm outstretched from the test dummy with the accelerometer on the hand, the forearm. We had data acquisition on the vehicle, monitoring the speeds of the vehicle. We accelerated that vehicle into the arm at 24 miles an hour to conduct a dynamic impact test to collect data certainly about the acceleration that the arm experienced, but then also make observations about the damage that we observed to the taillight.
Do you hold that opinion that we've just discussed to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
And were your tests
Remember, people say a
conducted
human
in
body
accordance with
couldn't-
methodologies that are generally accepted in the
Free
field
Karen
of
Reed
accident
said that.
construction in this particular
Body couldn't
test?
break a taillight, remember?
Yes.
Next slide, please.
Hey, Free Karen Reed, guess what? ARCCA said a body can break a
What are
taillight.
we looking at in this series of photos?
So these are photographs depicting, excuse me, the test clothing. Again, prior to the test, there were no holes or damage to the sweatshirt. That was the same post-test. We did not see make any observations with respect to any fraying, holes, punctures to the material of the sleeve.
Was there any damage whatsoever observed on the right sleeve of that ATD?
No.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in terms of this graph?
So what you're looking at in this graph is the acceleration of the hand reaching a peak acceleration just after 10 milliseconds of approximately 435 Gs.
Next slide. What are we looking at here?
No idea.
This is the acceleration of the arm during this 24-mile-an-hour impact test, reaching peak Gs of about 300 at 4 milliseconds.
And the next slide. What is this delta V graph showing us?
So this is showing the change in speed of the hand as a result of the impact, ultimately getting up to approximately 24 miles an hour, which again is the impact velocity of the Lexus.
And how fast did it get up to 24 miles an hour?
In probably about 10 milliseconds or less.
Next slide, please. And what is this delta V showing us?
This is showing the change in speed of the arm going to about just over, looks like about 22 miles per hour at about 10 milliseconds. So total window of time of about 8 milliseconds that it took to get up to that 22 mile an hour speed or so.
Understood. And next slide, please. Did you undertake, by the way, another question. On that, when the ATD was oriented in test E, test echo, where it was standing
Exactly,
with its,
freak.
right arm out, and the impact was on the right arm. What happened to the mass of the body of the ATD?
It rotated.
Was it projected at all off to the side?
No,
Was it projected rearward?
no.
Was that rotation expected based on your experience?
Yes.
What is the
Remember, free
29
can't
mile
reach
an
their
hour
body.
impact test in test F?
Body can't break a taillight, remember?
So this was a test that we conducted with a what's known as a rescue Randy or a test dummy. That was a full-on impact to the right rear corner of the Lexus.
Let's take a look at the next slide, please. With regard to test E, if I could please ask you about that. I will go back to that test even though we're looking at this one. With test E, was that reflective of a direct impact on the arm itself,
That was
Correct,
to make
right
it
in the area
6-1
of the
guaranteed.
elbow to the quarter panel taillight.
as opposed to a side swipe on
To
the arm?
suspend it, probably.
Correct, yes.
Thank you. Did you undertake to test a direct impact on the body of the ATD in this test?
Of the rescue Randy dummy?
Yes.
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
So this is the intended impact configuration
It does beat
with
him.
the rescue Randy suspended here by the forklift, and again, kind of in the path of the profile at that right rear corner.
It does
How
reinforce
much
the
does
combo.
this test dummy weigh?
Approximately 200 pounds.
Next slide, please.
I'm not worried either because he's literally proving the Commonwealth's whole point.
What are we looking at in this
thanks,
photograph?
So this is a video. We had a little bit of a false start, so our high speeds weren't triggered, but thankfully we were able to pull our surveillance video to get at least an
that's so nice,
overall
Monarch.
video of
Nice.
the test taking place.
Do you have, or did, well, let me ask you that did you intend to have high-speed video just like you've had in every other test?
Yes,
What went wrong? Something
just
didn't get
miscommunication between the driver and the rest of the test engineers.
Got it.
So false start.
Okay. Was the taillight
Oh, really?
housing reassembled for this test?
Yes, it had a preconditioned new set of taillights on it.
And other than the
Reconditioned.
taillight being damaged, several times that we've seen. Was there any other damage to the rear of that exemplar vehicle?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. Other than the taillight damage that you rotated through in your testing, C through F, was there any other inherent damage to the tail, the lift gate that existed when the exemplar vehicle was received by you?
When it was received, no, it was in good condition. No defects or damage were noted.
Okay. What are we going to expect to see in this video?
So in this video, you'll see in the surveillance video, the Lexus will come from the right to left, strike the Rescue Randy, and then you'll see the Rescue Randy projected and slide on the ground.
Okay.
Rescue Randy. Ah.
Can you play that one more time, please? Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this series of photographs?
So this is a extract from our VBox software and data acquisition system. So on the top, you'll see the video. On the bottom is the data. So this is another feed that we had of video. This was triggered. So we do have data from this perspective. So what you'll see is my colleague will move away from the assembly with the dry ice, and then the vehicle will accelerate in reverse.
That was my question. The blue, that's dry ice, gloves.
You can't, you don't want to touch dry ice with your bare hands. So
Okay.
it's, he's wearing gloves. He's capturing the thermal images now.
Next slide, please. And what are we looking at in this?
So these are extracted frames from that video you just saw from the data acquisition system. So on the left here is just before contact between the test dummy and the Lexus. On the right is just at contact.
Next slide, please. And what are we seeing in these series of photos?
So this is obviously during the collision sequence. The body now has loaded into the lift gate in the back window. What you're seeing here is the back window shattering. And this is just a few split second later in time where, again, the body is continuing to move with the vehicle as it's contacted.
Next slide. And what is this?
This depicts the post-impact damage to the rear of the Lexus. As I noted, the rear window is completely shattered. There's deformation and crush to the liftgate section of the vehicle. The bumper step was popped out, and then there was some minor fracturing in the bumper cover at the lower level.
Did you note anything regarding the internal components of the exemplar taillight, even at this direct impact?
So the taillight, as you can see, it blew out the outer lens cover. I believe the part of the clear diffusers were actually still in place. I think the lower one might have been fractured here, but I think the upper one was still in place.
At 29 miles an hour with a direct impact, did the exemplar taillight exhibit the same type of damage to the diffuser as the subject taillight?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
More or less damage in this photo to the diffuser specifically than in the subject taillight?
Well, I think there was more in the subject taillight. As I mentioned, I believe the top diffuser
More
on this
damage?
was correct.
Okay. That was my question. And is there another slide at the on the back end of this one?
That's it.
Okay. We can have the lights. Dr. Wolfe, you conducted tests at what miles per hour? Tell me the sequence.
It would be 10 miles per hour, 17 miles per hour, 15 miles per hour, 29 miles per hour, 24 miles per hour, and then a full-on hit at 29 miles per hour.
Regarding all of the tests you conducted, what did you observe with regard to the damage, if any, to the internal components of the quarter panel taillight? And I'm talking about the chrome pieces and the diffusers.
It was less in all of the tested taillights than that of the subject taillight.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether the damage to the right rear taillight of the subject 2021 Lexus is consistent with an impact to John O'Keefe's right arm during a high-speed reversing maneuver?
Sustained in that form, Mr. Jackson.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether the damage to the right rear taillight of the subject vehicle is consistent or inconsistent with an impact to a right arm during a high-speed reversing maneuver?
It was inconsistent.
What's the basis for that opinion?
All of the test data that we did from the laboratory testing, moving up to full-scale vehicle testing, all of the collected data in terms of the photographs, the observations, all the acceleration data collected. So all of the testing that we've walked through in this PowerPoint, along with certainly that was based upon all generally accepted and peer-reviewed methodologies in the accident.
Shaking the bushes.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty based on your experience, training, and education?
Yes.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions as to relating
I found
to
the 10.
punctures, holes in the hoodie that you saw that was related to John O'Keefe?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion or conclusion as to whether or not the damage that you saw to the hoodie related to John O'Keefe is consistent or inconsistent with a impact from a right rear taillight of the subject SUV?
It was inconsistent.
And what do you base that opinion on?
Based upon all of the impact testing that we did with the clothed ATD arm in the laboratory as well as the field.
In any of the testing that you did you ever see taillight pieces cut, puncture, or fray the sleeve of that hoodie?
No.
The exemplar hoodie, I should say.
Correct.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether the rear taillight of the subject SUV was involved in a center of mass strike of a pedestrian at a high speed rearward maneuver?
Yes.
What is your opinion?
That the damage to the subject Lexus is inconsistent with a center of mass hit.
What do you base that opinion on?
The testing that we conducted in that last test that you just saw.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, Dr. Wolfe?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right. Is this a good place for a break, or do you want to get started? Joyce, why don't we let you have your lunch? So
Of course.
Back ready to go at 1:30.
All rise in court, please.
Jackson's done. He's done. Interesting. Interesting. That means Hank is going to be finishing up before the weekend. Ha ha ha. I found my 10 free memberships I'm allowed to give out, by the way. Just wasn't on the other screen that I thought it was on. Is she going to say something else, Your Honor? Yeah? No? Maybe? No?
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
I can't believe Jackson is this incompetent. Why would you ever, this is the first thing I'm going to say, why would you ever end your questioning right now, then allow them to come back after eating, be fresh and rejuvenated so that Hank can do a cross and destroy your case? Like, if you were doing the proper thing, you would cross this guy until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. You would drag this shit out until 2 o'clock. so that when Hank actually gets a chance to cross him, they would have a complete, they would be completely drained, and they would be thinking about their weekend. They wouldn't be paying attention.
No, not at all.
Like
Not even a little.
And
What is
another issue is that, like, the only thing he really said was that it's inconsistent with what he believes the injuries or whatever could be. But the fact is, you just did a demonstration how the taillight would break at 17 miles an hour.
Yeah, exactly. He just proved that it could be broken. I tried, guys. I tried. I was hoping that those of you in chat who don't have one would get one. So I did all 10, and some of you were in the bushes and got them, and others, I'm sorry. I tried to see if you guys would get them, and I have no control over who gets them and who doesn't. That's kind of annoying to me, but it was worth a shot. It was worth a shot.
I just don't get it, to be honest with you.
I don't get it either, because it just helped the Commonwealth. Tim's trying, shaking up the shaking.
Once we get like Turtle Boy in the chat, I'd be laughing my ass off.
Hilarious. Like, Shamina got one.
So, did anything else? Did they disprove the like? Did he go into the details of like I didn't miss some of it because I was working. Did he go into the details of like Karen Reed backing up into John's car and how that could break it? Did he do that?
No. Nope. No.
So
because
he
it's not going to break it at that point.
So he basically did a test with a dummy.
He started at 10 miles an hour.
Okay, so he did a test with the dummy that basically was testified before that from the prosecution witnesses that says that the body naturally moves so that you don't really know exactly how the body is positioned. You can't really reenact it. And then these dummies try to reenact something that you can't reenact because you don't have all the data. And then they're surprised that it's inconsistent with John's wounds. Am I correct? And did the taillight shatter? Did it cause the clothes to break?
So here's the kicker, right? They stopped with the one he did inside with the thing connected to the pole and the taillight coming out, right? They stopped that testing at 17 miles an hour, and it almost obliterated the entire side of the taillight. Why did they stop it at 17? Why? Because at 24, which I know they did, they clearly kept that out. And I know Hank knows that, because you wouldn't stop at 17, right? You would go up until the 24 or more miles per hour that it would have been that they're claiming. Clearly, they did that, got the results that looked very similar to what happened to John. And we're like, we can't show that. We got to do something else. Like, because they stopped at 17 miles an hour on that one.
But like, am I like wrong that the only thing they basically making a claim about is that, oh, well, it's just inconsistent. That's it.
Inconsistent with a car strike. Yes.
How is it inconsistent? Okay. How is it inconsistent with a car strike when the taillight looks almost identical to the other taillight that was broken at John's scene? Like,
yes.
Am I missing something?
That's why I'm saying no. They're helping the Commonwealth. I mean, they think by Dr. Wolfe saying no, there's no damage to the arm, there's no damage to the sweatshirt. They think that they're showing that, that's inconsistent because there would be damage to the shirt and there would be damage. But when you're doing that, there's no body attached to that part, right? B, you didn't go to the 24 miles an hour when you had the one that was standing inside, right? And C, you showed that a human arm, on a dummy or not, could obliterate that taillight, which I'll point out, FKR was screaming from the rooftops that a body could not break a taillight.
Yeah, I'm just don't understand this tactic. I'm kind of not sure of this tactic because, like, obviously it's not going to be consistent with the exact of the accident because at that time we don't know the exact position of John, nor do we know if there's other mitigating circumstances. Like, what if he was holding a cocktail glass and it shattered and that caused the wounds, or other things could have caused the wounds. We don't really have 100% certainty. which is what the other accident reconstruction guy testified to. And to be honest with you, there was a lot of leading questions by Jackson. I think he's
objection.
really,
A lot of objections for leading because he was leading like a mother. Like,
I think Jackson's afraid, like really afraid of opening the door to something, and I think that's why he's leading.
Yep.
But
That's exactly it.
this
He's afraid of opening the door to certain things that he knows Hank's going to hammer on. But here's the problem. If Hank goes into it on a cross in some way with an answer, and Jackson comes back and has to redirect on it, Hank's opening that door for a recross on it. Hank knows what he's doing. He's not an idiot by any stretch of the imagination. None of that, in my opinion, helped the defense with any sort of cohesive theory of John being killed by anything else other than that vehicle. Like,
now, did they explain
there's
the
no
shirt?
holes in the shirt because it's not attached to a body, right? And they're doing it with an arm. Now, the theory obviously is that John had the glass in his hand. Why? Because the bottom part of the glass remained intact. Okay, It was broken from like here up, and that would lead you to believe that he was holding on to it at some point. And there's that round, almost very circular part that looks like it came exactly from a glass on the car. So it would stand to believe that he was holding that glass. If you stand up right now, and I kid you not, guys, do this, right? Get a bottle, a cup, a glass, a can, it doesn't matter. Stand up and hold it in your hand. Your arm is going to basically be around the same. Obviously, everybody's arm is at different, like, lengths or whatnot, but it's going to be around the same position. Your arm, when you're holding something, is going to be like this. Okay? It's not going to be like this or like this.
I think the reason why I'm kind of shocked that he did not go to 2, to be completely honest with you. Because to me, I would think that you would need to really, really go to 2 o'clock, but he didn't.
Yeah, he didn't.
And it seemed like it was not as great as I was expecting. A lot more damaging testimony.
I was too. Is that wrong that I was expecting more?
Yeah, because I was thinking that this was like a very, this was a very, very, this is their best witness. These are the 2 best witnesses. Like, to be completely honest with you, out of all the witnesses, I think ARCCA is the defense's best witnesses. And I was expecting very damaging testimony. And basically all they really proved was, it's just inconsistent. We couldn't reproduce the exact injuries and exact things.
Exactly. We couldn't reproduce the exact damage to the arm or damage to the shirt. But when you're doing it in a position that we know he probably was not, which is like this, then the taillight pieces and the glass, mind you, they're not doing with the glass in their hand.
What would have been a proper
there's
thing
no
to
glass
do?
In their hand. Also, it's not showing you where he was thrown. And like I said, John's body was thrown or, pushed, whatever, okay, with the force to where the property line is. There are bushes, there is mulch, the ground was completely frozen. It was, by the way, 18 degrees outside, not 30 degrees, not 31 degrees. That taillight should have been lowered in temperature. It was 18 degrees, which would make the pieces of taillight not only much colder, but easier to break, and definitely, if they're projectiling into you, easier to scratch your arm.
Yeah. But you know what, Sarah? Of course, it's going to be a rebuttal. Of course, he's going to recross. But the fact is, he was going to recross him on Monday anyway. There's no way Hank's going to be done in. He's going to question this guy until the end of the day, until Monday.
Yes. Yep.
I
can't
another
wait
thing
to
is
PNW. I'm ready.
Another thing is I like to point out is that now I'm not sure, did the shirt have holes in it or no holes in it in their test?
It had holes, yeah. Yep, it had holes.
So
not in their test, but in life.
No, I'm saying in their test, did it have create any
holes
from the
no damage to the shirt or arm in their test, in ARCCA's test.
So I have a question now. This is the question I have. Why did they not use a gelatin arm or gelatin, like those human body tests? Why they use
they have almost like not muscle tone, but it, like the muscle and then the skin. Yeah, I know. It looks plastic to me. No.
Yeah, like why do they not use that? But that could be just like Monday day quarterbacking. You know what I mean? To be fair, but Yeah, I mean,
I'm serious with the experiment. I kid you not. Do the experiment that I just told you to do, right? Francesca, you did it, right? With a Coke Zero in your hand, right? And they're right. Your elbow is almost going to be like up against where your rib cage is. Like it's not going to be over here or like that. You know what I'm saying? Do it. Seriously. It's an easy experiment to do. Do it. How would you hold a glass? Would anybody hold a glass any other way than holding it like this?
Mhm.
If you're going to no. I mean, would you hold it up here? No. Would you hold it over here? Probably not. Like you're going to hold, most people hold the glass like this. I mean, I don't know anybody who holds the glass like this. Do you? I don't know anybody who holds the glass out here like this. Do you?
Yeah, I mean,
So whether
I
it's
think,
closer to your chest or not, you're still holding it in front of you. No?
yeah, I mean, I think it's a little, it's like, just to give you, I just don't understand this defense. Like, okay, it didn't have the exact holes in it, didn't have the holes, but like, obviously you're not going to reproduce the exact conditions of that night. You can only say to yourself that, yes, that taillight can break like that with a hit, and it would be consistent. And you can't, there's not everything that's going to be answered in one go around. I don't even think the main prosecution witness would actually state, all that. And I think that Hank's going to cross him and he's going to completely destroy this guy. And then he's going to he's going to have a rebuttal witness that's going to explain away their faulty testing. And I just think you open the door to explain how the taillight can be broken. And now you have a situation where the jury, if I was on a jury, I'd be like, okay, so it requires you to go this fast to break this taillight like this, right? So obviously she didn't break her taillight backing into John's car. So she would have to break her taillight from somewhere between the hours of 5 to 12:35. Let's just say 12:35 for the sake of argument. So what was she doing at that time? Oh, she was home the entire time? So how did she break her taillight the entire time she was sleeping? Oh, she probably broke it while she was hitting John. Process of elimination. It's really that simple.
Makes a good point here, right? Like, did they test that shirt for pieces of taillight fragments, microscopic ones in the shirt? Did they do that? Probably not, I'm guessing.
I don't think they did. And I think, honestly,
obviously not.
I think they probably were worried. I think Karen Reed didn't seem smiling and happy today. So I think she realizes this is not that great of a situation for her. For instance, let me show you, can I do a screen share for a moment?
Of course you can.
Because we have time. Why not? So I'm looking at X, and this is from, our friendly, the Tuesday Gazette, let's just say, and she took a screenshot.
Okay, hold on. Get the other one down. This one up. Boop. Poor dummy looks like he doesn't want to be there.
But look at the taillight, if you noticed.
Oh shit, Saki's.
You know what I mean?
It looks very consistent with what happened.
Yeah, it looks very consistent with the Commonwealth's case. So I don't know how this is helping them, to be honest with you.
Basically what this shows is, had they put the arm in the proper position that it probably would have been, then it would have been exactly like the Commonwealth is claiming it was like. That's what that shows.
I don't know if I was a defense attorney, I would want to put this out there, to be honest with you.
You didn't have a choice though. Remember, they wanted all this extra time for all this extra testing. So they had no choice but to give whatever they wanted to have and they had to give it ahead of time. They're supposed to give it ahead of time. So what exactly, you know what I mean? I still want to know what parts they clipped out and didn't show at all, because as we know, I believe they clipped out the part where the dummy was inside and they projectiled it at the dummy and it went 24 miles an hour. Because why'd they stop at 17 for that test? Why? Why wouldn't you go to 24 like the other ones?
Yeah, I don't know if this is their defense, a batshit crazy dog lady who was the first time testifying, who's completely discredited, completely and utterly. This test, a lady that wants to be famous, who just testified a little bit in the bar, Lucky, who can't see a dumpster on the side of the road, and is being intimidated and harassed. Even Court TV was like, yeah, he's being intimidated and harassed. A guy,
I mean, he clearly was. Like, come on. Like,
a guy who never did any sort of retesting of the phone and just basically did what Jackson told him to do. And who else? Barrows, who
yes,
basically
we
changed.
we talked about those a while ago when they were filed earlier today.
What were you
The
talking
three
about
new
earlier?
motions. There was 3 new motions that were filed. I read them, read what the motions were. We have no idea.
What is with these people with these motions? They just like fucking
I
constantly.
don't know. Look and see if you can see. I mean, does Tuesday have them up? Someone's got to have them up. Christina Rex, maybe.
Okay, I'll check. But
Let's see.
I don't know. I mean, like this does like if I'm on the jury and you see something like that dummy, right? You're sitting on the jury, you're seeing this dummy, and you're like, wow, that kind of looks kind of like the taillight that the Commonwealth is showing. But I thought that Proctor supposedly someone broke the taillight even more. If someone's hit, you know what I mean? Like I'd be like, how is this proving that the police broke the taillight? It was just cracked.
It's definitely not.
like, how does this prove the conspiracy? I don't know.
So sad. It's like, is this going to wake anyone up? I'm not sure it will. You know, it's now, mind you, the same people who have been screaming that a body cannot break a taillight, it's polycarbonate, blah, 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 blah. Like, do you think you're going to see those same people say, oh, shit, it can break it? No, they're going to pretend that they never said that, right? Yeah, they named the dummy Rescue Randy. Dude, nobody's rescuing Randy. Randy was not rescued. Poor Randy. They ripped his arm off. Like,
I mean, I just don't get it. I'm sitting here like kind of flabbergasted that the fact is that you basically, your allegations in this case, the defense's allegations is that Karen Reed somehow cracked her taillight lightly, freaked out, and everyone just tried to pin it on her. And then the cops basically broke the taillight super hard, like cracked it, completely broke it, and then sprinkled taillight pieces on the property and on, you know, his clothes.
Just sprinkle.
And somehow remove dog DNA and all this stuff. And then your big ace in the hole, your giant fucking ace in the hole, basically does a crack dummy that looks and does damage to the taillight that looks exactly like the damage from the Commonwealth's case.
Yep. That's what's so funny. Like, did you guys not realize that was going to help the Commonwealth? Like, and then you notice how they used, Jackson uses the term, like, so it's a generally accepted methodology, not highly accepted, not accepted with, you know, a scientific, just generally accepted. Like, okay.
And then I'm sitting here, and I remember the days early on in the Karen Reed movement where I saw the glare grab a fucking taillight piece and says, "This cannot break on an arm," and he's just like slamming, like hitting it on the table or some shit. And I'm just sitting here like,
the good Karen. Yeah, hi, the good Karen. That's my friend Karen from True Crime and Wine, folks.
Oh, okay. How you doing?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just sitting here and I'm just contemplating, like, how do you actually stay, like, being a grifter for 2 years, making all these allegations, the 227, the breaking up, the taillight can't break, and then suddenly the defense not only hasn't called Mr. Green up yet and might not ever call him up because I wouldn't, but also
I wouldn't either, but he's there.
Yeah, and apparently the taillight is breaking at 17 miles an hour on an arm. How do you come back to your grifting, or like going back to your audience as the non-informed grifter you are, that you've been wrong about everything?
By just ignoring it. By just ignoring that part. That's how. By just ignoring that part completely and acting like it didn't happen. That's how.
I mean, guess this was a great day for Karen Reed, I guess. I guess we've been owned. Well, I don't feel it.
Everything is a great day for her, remember?
I know, Joy.
That's what they say. They say everything is great for them.
I mean, are we sure that,
right.
are we sure that like the defense is just like hates Karen Reed and they're not just trying to throw her up the river because they're just like, okay, we're gonna sabotage
I have
this
thought
case.
about this. I kid you not. I've never seen anything like it, but I have thought about this. Like, are they doing this on purpose? Is this a like an attempt that you know you're not going to win to the point where you like make sure it's ineffective counsel, even though she's signed a waiver for ineffective counsel? Like, are you trying to give a loophole to her, knowing she'll lose, but just not telling her that's what you're doing? Because for seasoned attorneys, I literally have never seen anything so sloppy in my entire life. Like, what are you doing? They weren't doing this in the first trial.
And Turtle Boy's on there. He's like, Hank Brennan didn't want the jury to see any of this. And then someone
Funniest thing I've ever heard.
And then someone comes in and sassafras or whatever. She says this to him. This is the funniest guy. This is fantastic for the Commonwealth. The defense has spent weeks saying how impossible it was that the arm of John O'Keefe could shatter. That highlight has implied that there is planting of evidence with Proctor. All this is proved as you can shatter the taillight with an arm. We all concluded that we don't know how he was standing when he was hit 29 miles an hour, 24 an hour, a lot faster than 23. So basically, like, that is true. I mean,
she's like, yeah, it's good. So I said that. I think it was girl with
you just
or brought up his comment, and I'm like, what an like, this is how you can tell when someone's grifting and just super unintelligent. Okay, the man is not intelligent, and it's very, very clear for you to say that. Like, Hank Brennan did not want. Hank Brennan is not objecting. Do you hear objections? Like, no.
Are you
the
kidding
only thing
me?
he's objecting to is the leading.
Are you kidding me? I would love this. If I was Hank Brennan, I would be jumping for joy.
I would love
because
this.
I'd be like, thank you, Mr. Defense Attorney, for visualizing the impact in the shattering of the taillight for the audience. Thank you. I'm glad you actually did that for me. You made my job a lot easier because I didn't do that in my main case. And guess what? I get to refute all your bullshit findings as well, and then discredit your expert and make him look like a paid shill. And then I'm going to make your dog lady look like a fucking loon. And then I'm going to have a fucking insane closing. And an insanely good closing. Thank you, Mr. Defense Attorney. Wow.
Right?
Wow.
Right? Like, I'm sorry. Like, you just proved what y'all have been screaming from the rooftops couldn't happen. And for someone to say something so stupid, like Hank Brennan did not want like, that proves right there that the man is he's an idiot. He's stupid. He's not smart. Like, no smart person or intelligent person is going to say that Hank did not want no, Hank wants it. Why? Because he has an expert to prove that that's nonsensical and why it's nonsensical.
Well, not only
and
that,
you just gave him a bunch of points that he's already been telling the jury. Now the jury in their heads are going, that taillight looks a lot like the taillight we saw broken. Like, come on, man.
I can't believe that he actually showed his direct.
They did. It's like,
what
dumbasses.
Oh my
Yes.
God. What were you thinking? I mean,
we are in Clown World. Twilight Zone.
I mean, and then his main defense is like, well, a bone might have broken and there would have been broken, like the shirt would have been cut up or whatever. It's not matching that, whatever. And it's like, guys, you do realize, one, they didn't x-ray his arm, so we don't know if it was broken or not. So unfortunately, they didn't do that. First, they were doing life preservation method for him, and unfortunately, that wasn't highlighted. Two, you can't reproduce the exact accident because you don't know his positioning of his body, what he was holding, or anything like that. So I'm just like, I don't think that's good. And number three, when Hank gets done with that motherfucker, he's gonna have gray hair. You don't realize the shitstorm that is about to happen.
Dude, if you not see, his hair looks like he lost 50% of his hair since last year. He looks like he lost 50% of his hair. I mean, I'd be ripping my hair out too if I knew that I was going to get up on that stand and completely look like a fool twice now, second time. And that, remember, Hank is going to piece by piece by piece completely dismantle everything he just claimed. And then he's going to use his own work to show that the Commonwealth has been showing the jury that that taillight can break just like that with John's body hitting it. So thank you, ARCCA. And also, I think they're misrepresenting how much money they were paid. I do not believe they were paid only $50,000. I think if you take out what they were paid in, I think this is how they did it to try to be sneaky. If you take out what they were paid after they were paid back for buying an exemplar Lexus and a bunch of taillights, then maybe they were only paid 50 grand on top of that. But one of those Lexuses, brand new, is something like 85 grand. So you can guess used, especially only a few years old, it's going to be 65-ish or more, depending on where you live. Like, so they got to pay them back for that. They have to pay them back for the apparently numerous amounts of taillight that they then replugged into that car over and over and over and over again, which is just so absurd to me that they bought just numerous taillights. Like, and then re-put them in every test. That's cuckoo. Like, so you disassembled and then reassembled, which is not the same as the way it's going to be in the car, right? Like when you just get it. This was a newer car Karen had when she got it. So to me, you have to be paid back for all those things. And then you have to be paid for your time and your travel. So 50 grand, maybe after they're paid back for everything, for a total of probably 300, 200.
Well, I don't really care too much. I'm not really harping too much money. They're getting paid as experts. It is what it is.
But I think they lied about it.
I mean, I'm sure they do. I mean, that whole thing when he was asked, I think DiPetro has it exactly quoted. Let me find out if I can find DiPetro. Because he quoted.
Because they have to be paid back for those things.
He quoted something that was pretty interesting, which when he was asked about being paid, and then like just sounded so sketchy how he stated it.
Yeah, I talked to that was 50 grand. Like,
no,
yeah, I'm not buying
what was it? Where is it? Okay, were you secretly paid by the defense for the first trial? Answer: depends on what you mean by paid. We receive compensation, but I would not consider it a payment. What is compensation, you dumbass? What are you talking about? Compensation is being paid. If I said, hey, Alez or Twisted, I'm going to compensate you for your time today, what does that imply? I paid her for her time.
Correct.
What are you doing?
So stupid to try to claim that. Well, it depends on what you mean by paid. Like, listen, if there's 100 Elises in this world, just like me, okay, say there's 5 more of me. There's 5 Elises here, all right? And someone says that, my brain automatically goes to, you weren't paid, but you were compensated? That's fucking paid.
Oh my God.
Like, what the? Every one of me is going to be like,
I mean, are we sure that like... And like I was expecting like this gigantic bombshell. I was expecting like a disaster situation where this guy was going to come in and it was going to be a great situation for the defense, because we've heard ARCCA. They've done these new tests. You know, ARCCA is a top 3 accident
reconstructionist company.
Yeah, top 3. So I was sitting there. I was like, oh man, this is going to be pretty bad. Probably
not anymore.
And Hank, but you basically Hank's going to come in there. And he's going to rip him the shirt. Maybe Jackson is saving some stuff for Cross for like redirect or something like that. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know why they let ARCCA. Because the judge is afraid of giving any sort of ability that these people have for an appeal. I personally think Jackson using the same witnesses from ARCCA to me is wild.
Yeah, me too. Wild. Freaking wild.
I
don't know why the judge let ARCCA in to begin with after all the. She very well legally could have excluded them, and that would have been nobody's fault but the defense. They would not have won on any. They could have appealed, but they wouldn't have won on any sort of appeal. So she could have just excluded them. That would have been the legal remedy to all this nonsense. And in all fairness, was to exclude them completely. But I
I mean-
think the judge also knows that the Commonwealth isn't stupid. They're going to hire someone that's going to show this is ridiculous. And she has to let Hank cross-examine him on all the shady business.
Yeah. I mean, I think they're not going to do a third-party culprit defense. I think they're going to
They
try to do a
can't. They're
Bodie
not allowed to.
Yeah, they could do they're going to try to do a Bodie defense. But the problem is you have a person who just said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. They start looking into the case. They find a shoe. They start finding taillight pieces. Her taillight shattered. Who are they going to look at? I mean, who else are they going to look at for this death?
Exactly. Who else?
I mean, a
Who else?
realistic Bodie defense would be like,
There was this person they didn't look into, and they didn't
Yeah.
even bother. And there was this evidence and this evidence to that pointed towards that person. None of
Yeah,
that
like-
exists.
yeah, I mean, that's pretty
That's a
like
proper
I'm going to
Bodie
make a
defense.
scenario. It might be a bad example. What's like Twisted has a twin, the evil twin, right?
Ooh.
And they just immediately just go after Twisted because, they just want an easy case. She looks like the evil twin, but they just immediately rush. And they arrest her and they just start charging her and stuff like that. And they never investigated Twisted's evil twin, never looked at her. But they had but they both look the same. So as a cop, you should
We have the
probably
same
look at the
DNA.
evil twin. They should
We have the same
you should
DNA.
yeah, some similar. And you should probably very, very similar. But you should probably look into the evil Twisted twin too. And that would be a Bodie defense. But when you have a situation where someone looks like they've been hit by a car, I mean, and all that stuff, that doesn't quite make sense to me.
So what's funny about the scenario you just gave is actually that's happened several times with twins. And in one instance, they actually did arrest the wrong twin. The guy sat in jail for his brother's murder. And they did it based on DNA. And the guy's like, listen, I don't know that person. That's not even the way I dress. That's, if it's not me, it's obviously my brother. Like, I don't go to those areas. I don't dress like that. I don't know those people. Like, I don't even so the guy's literally telling them, like, go show that video to my family and they'll tell you which one of us they think that it is. Right. And they do. And the family's like, yeah, that's the other twin. Right. And they tested the DNA to find the very tiny, small differences in the DNA. Guess what? They didn't find it. They didn't find the differences in the DNA. Do you know how they exonerated the poor twin that didn't do anything wrong?
What?
Fingerprints.
Makes sense.
Old-fashioned finger. But the guy sat in jail for his brother's murder for a while
And that
until
would
they
be-
exonerated him with his brother's fingerprints versus his fingerprints.
And that would
That's
be
crazy.
yeah, and that would be a Bodie defense. That would be a Bodie defense. But like the fact is, like, realistically, they were looking at the person who said I hit him with the car. And that makes sense. Another issue I think is like they haven't disproven the cell phone data. I mean, if they don't bring Green in and they don't bring any sort of rebuttal witness against the prosecution's cell phone, the guy who's doing the cell phone data, then basically they've telling the jury that we really don't have a rebuttal to it. So, I mean, we're fighting over 30 seconds, and we basically have to assume that, yeah, most likely this is what happened, and he stopped moving. So if you don't have any witnesses to show, because he remember his main argument, like opening, he stated that he was going to have an eyewitness or some sort of witness that puts him in the house.
That he went in the house. Yeah.
And
What? Who? When, where, why?
Has there been any witnesses? Has there been any technology showing that? No.
Shows the complete opposite.
You know what I mean? Like, and then what? You're going to try to say a Bodie defense? So, like, you're going to let this person go because they should have looked into everyone? I mean, the problem is the evidence points to your client. You haven't disproven the cell phone data. You haven't disproven the accident, really. This kind of just solidifies it a lot. The only difference is you couldn't reproduce the exact damage, but
That's right.
good luck with accidents. I mean, I've seen accidents where no damage to the car, but the person is doing back surgery because they were hit by a car. I mean, just because, depends on the situation. Accidents are very weird. You're dealing with a lot of variables, and you can never reproduce it exactly. It's just like a snowflake.
That's right. Cannot exactly reproduce it. Some people walk away with no injuries. And I think Hank put it beautifully the other day when he said numerous people could be hit by the same car and have wildly different injuries or none at all.
Absolutely. And I think, like, the fact is like, you just put in the minds of the jury that that taillight piece could break.
Yep.
And I think, and
So
I
thanks.
just can't.
Appreciate that.
I just can't wait till, like, honestly, I can't wait until Hank cross. The only thing that could be better than this cross, but that we're about to partake upon, is if Karen Reed won that stand. And if Karen Reed won that stand, I might take a day off.
Right, that'd be amazing.
I might actually call in sick. I'd be like, listen, guys, I need to see, this is history. This is like fucking Murdoch thinking about like the
Can I call in sick?
This is like Murdoch when he wanted to say, it's like, what a web we weave when we weave it. He said that on the
Papa. That's what we. That's
All right.
like,
but like that would be like the most hilarious shit I would ever see. There is no way that Karen Reed is going on that stand. She would
No
have
chance.
to have brain damage if she thought it was a great idea to jump on that stand. So I might as well.
she
wish
thinks a
her-
lot of things are great ideas, apparently. So, you know, human bodies are weird, yo. You can say that again. Actually, the doctor last time I went to the hospital literally said to me, I said, Doc, I tell my general practitioner, like, you got to fix me, I'm broken. He says, like, I try the best I can. We can't always fix you. But the doctor at the hospital said to me, sometimes bodies are weird and we just don't have an answer to why you're having a certain pain or why, like, because I'm like, well, what could cause what I am experiencing? And the doctor's like, we're going to do some tests, but sometimes people come in here and we just don't know. Like, bodies are just weird like that. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes you just don't know. Even science doesn't know. Like,
Also, if you notice the test, he has the arm extended outwards and then like the cocktail glass. The problem, and then he says, well, it doesn't show damage to the shirt. The problem is he probably wasn't standing in that position, because if he was standing in that position, he wouldn't have slammed his head on the ground. He would have probably not been like that. It was a different position.
definitely different.
Now let's listen to our favorite grifting attorney, the lawyer you know. Let's look at his words of wisdom. 48 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
I'm way behind, but this is what an expert should sound like. And these are the tests that needed to be done to answer the question in this case. Go back to grifting in Florida, you loser. I swear to God.
Oh, that's amazing. Wow. I mean, this, folks, is a pure comedy hour when it comes to some of these grifters. All
Can
right.
we like read an article? I like to read an article from like that YouTuber. I think he's called Frank. He was like he was on here. He was like in his own channel.
Yeah.
So he has an article about the LawTuber. The title: LawTube Echo Chambers, where clicks trumps truth in the Karen Reed case. So he writes this. He says, Peter Trogos brands himself as a lawyer you know, but this YouTube presence reveals a different mission entirely. With over 500,000 subscribers and nearly 2,000 videos, his content isn't public service, it's a revenue engine. His Florida personal injury firm has no connection to the criminal cases he dissects. The gap between his stated mission and actual output isn't just misleading, it's calculated exploitation. The Karen Reed trial has become a goldmine for true crime content creators, but few have capitalized on it with such shameless opportunism as the lawyer you know. Their self-styled, quote, legal analysis, end quote, is little more than YouTube soapbox for defense propaganda, cloaked in the authority of law degrees and studio lighting. Lawyer you know and Mark Bedros aren't explaining case, they're performing it. The audience doesn't want the truth, they want validation. And these LawTube hosts deliver that with algorithm precision. There's more to it. You want to make a comment about that before I continue?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Then he has titles this one. This is not legal commentary. It's infotainment. Let's be blunt. This isn't a breakdown of a trial evidence. It is a prepackaged defense highlight reel, punctuated by dramatic thumbnails and sensational titles designed to feed hungry subscriber base. The actual goal, ? Ad revenue, viewer engagement, and social media virality.
For being viral, yeah.
Yeah. Calling it legal commentary is like calling reality TV journalism. The difference, ? Reality TV knows it's fake. These two pretend they're serving the public. Worse, they actively dilute the public understanding of the courtroom dynamics. Trials are reduced to streaming drama. Real legal nuance is sacrificed for a digestible outrage. These lawyers know better, but they choose easier. And there's more. You want to make a comment about that, or you want to continue?
Nope. I mean, it's the stuff I've echoed for forever now, which is like, if you flip between their channel and mine right now, you'll see a huge difference. I mean, yes, they're much larger in scope, but even if they were on the same level, you'll know the giant difference of the revenue. So you'll see the constant super chats or the constant them reading donations, even if it's from, their PayPal or whatever. Like, mine are very sporadic. They're spread out. There might only be a couple per stream. It's unfortunate, but people want to pay to be validated, not to actually be told the truth. And this is the stuff that I've been echoing for a really long time now. And it sucks because it makes it harder for the people that are willing to tell the truth to be able to get in there and do that and do a service to the public and educate them.
Yeah. So, okay, next title is Cowards Behind Conspiracies. The lawyer in Bedrose push a police conspiracy theory pointing fingers at Brian Higgins and Trooper Proctor. But when the time comes for the defense to back up its accusation with confrontation, nothing happens. The two key figures are untouched. You don't get a chant frame up while hiding behind vague gestures. That isn't lawyering, that's fan fiction. The lawyer and Bedrose not only endorse this tactic, they romanticize it. They gaslight their viewers by pretending omission is strength. This is cowardice dressed in commentary. And next it says, intellectual dishonesty on full display. Barrows gets a hero edit. McCabe gets destroyed. They both showed contradiction, but in LawTube universe, loyalty to the defense is the only test of credibility. Brennan called out defense pressure and manipulation. The LawTube waved it away as irrelevant drama. It wasn't. It was a rare moment of truth, one that undermined the entire defense strategy. Instead of facing that, Bedro grinned and spun. What these two offer is not insight, it's deflection. And that's true. Like, that's the situation I agree with. You have a situation where the defense is working hand in hand with Aidan Kearney
with these people
to harass and it was highlighted by Hank's brilliant question of Lucky. He says, so the same day you didn't meet up with the private investigator, Turtle Boy released an article about you? Isn't that convenient? Isn't that convenient?
Like,
and to me, that's what infuriates me about this case. It's not about a woman trying to do whatever she can to try to get out of jail. When it comes to lawyering and lying and shit like that, that's unfortunately the whole situation when it comes to defense work. What pisses me off is this lady fucking went with her lawyers to work with outside mobs to harass innocent people, ruin their lives, so this bitch doesn't do a 1.5 years in jail. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking
it's sad,
kidding me?
But yeah, pretty much.
And then this lady,
exactly what they do.
and then you got this Florida lawyer with his fucking locks, trying to tell, who's only done civil side, never done a criminal case, thinks he's smarter than Hank Brennan, smarter than everyone, sits there with his views and everything, having conversations, and says, well, I wouldn't bring up witness intimidation at all in my case. Are you fucking kidding me? What type of lawyer are you fucking moron? Why would you ever not bring up that? Like, I would bring that up every single day if I was dealing with this case.
Yep, they work with a lot of the law troopers. A lot of them were paid the first time around, and it shocked me to my core to know that some of those people were paid. And I've told this story before, but my first red flag when it came to Karen herself was the time that I was very early on in this, that I had found out non-publicly that Proctor and Buchanan had their DNA taken to sort of, be put up against to see if they had touched the taillight or the car or whatever. By the way, results of that were nil. They didn't. But nonetheless, they had their DNA taken. And so I was still on the side of thinking she might be innocent. There was no evidence in the case that had been released yet, that we had nothing other than what the defense was saying in public. That's it. That's all we really had. And so in the very beginning there, I did a show where I was talking about the DNA, right? And it was not public information. It was information I had got through sources, and I was bringing it to the public. And I get a message from one of the Sewer Turtles and Karen's main people that says, if you care about this and you care about Karen, you'll stop talking about that. Karen doesn't want people to talk about the DNA. And I looked at the message. I was on stream at the time, looked at it, and I instantly blocked that person. I failed to realize that I didn't block them from my Twisted Tragedies Facebook, just the personal Facebook. So then I get another message. And it says something around the lines of, you're pathetic. You don't have any information, which is funny because I'm giving non-public information that you're bitching about, but I have no information, right? Got it. Cool. And I blocked them. And then I had to stop after that stream and take a break and think about this. If someone like Karen Reed on trial for murder is attempting to skew what I report or what I don't report as a very small YouTube channel, why? And that's when I stopped. And I took a step back and I said, I got to go back. I got to go back to the beginning of this because something don't feel right here. And as I did, I had someone give me a bunch of and I actually happened to get pneumonia just a few days after that. And so I was out of commission for almost, I think it was 5 weeks. I was hacking up a lung, couldn't breathe, I couldn't not cough for more than, I think it was like a minute or two in between these. So I couldn't do any shows. I was so sick. And during that time, I had somebody give me a crap ton of actual real life information on this case that proved that Karen couldn't possibly be innocent. And I was like, shit. No wonder why she's trying to control what's talked about now. She wants nothing talked about that may make her look bad or look bad in the future if it comes to be that it didn't work out in the way she wanted it to. So she had been giving up information to these YouTubers for a very long time. And all of them talk to each other, right? So it's like a game of telephone. Except if you get information on your own and you try to put it out there, they want to control what you're saying and what you're not saying. So I say, make no mistake when I say the things that they're saying, they're being told they can say by Karen herself.
It's revealed in social media that Karen Reed and her defense team are watching YouTube channels when they're they curtail what they say and what they do in the case.
By that, yes, they do.
By YouTube channels. So when they watch the lawyer, they watch these channels and then they try to get in contact with these people behind the scenes. It happens all the time. And it's very weird to me, but let's continue with the article. The article goes on. Junk science, ? No problem. Dr. Marie Russell spun a dog attack theory with no supporting evidence. No DNA, no fur, no bite marks, just pictures. Her credentials, ? Not a forensic pathologist, not a vet, yet LawTube crowned her expert of the decade. Real forensic experts like Laura Scheel have made it clear dog bite evidence is notoriously unreliable. Courts across the country have moved away from bite mark forensic because of its checkered past in wrongful convictions. But LawTube can't be bothered with that history. Why? Because truth doesn't generate clicks, controversy does. There's more.
And it doesn't. He's right. It doesn't. I mean, again, look at my channel versus those ones. You can see the huge difference. Like it just doesn't. It doesn't generate the clicks. It doesn't generate the views. It doesn't generate a ton of money. It just doesn't, unfortunately. And so they're going to say whatever they're going to say that's going to keep bringing in all the dollars and cents. They're not willing to tell what's true versus what's not. How many times have we talked about how forensic odontology is junk science and has been for an extremely long time? 27 people have been exonerated based on forensic odontology being junk science. Like we've talked about this a billion times, and I'll keep talking about it. How many of those people have talked about that? I guarantee not one. It's a fact, and they know it. Like... Innocence fraud is real, my friend.
Yeah, it is. Next line, it says, jury isn't watching your channel. LawTuber talks like they're in the jury box. They aren't jurors, aren't chasing Reddit threads or live streams. They're watching body language, listening to witnesses. They see a woman who left the scene. They hear about deleted texts. They know that she won't testify. That's what matters. Not whatever theory of the day Mr. Lawyer thinks will go viral. And then next it goes, Hank Brennan plays to win. While LawTube is busy with red string and studio lights, Brennan sticks to facts. She hit him, she left, she lied. Simple, clear, convincing. He isn't performing for subscribers. He's prosecuting for a verdict. That's the job. LawTube should take note, but they're too busy checking engagement stats. Then it goes, manufactured rage, monetized ignorance. Every episode is content loop. Rage, accuse, exaggerate, repeat. Prosecution wins are minimized. Witness credibility is binary. Saint or liar, every moment is framed for maximum fury. This isn't education, it's indoctrination. The lawyer you know and Bedro profit off of public distrust. They monetize courtroom cynicism. And the irony, question mark, they accuse the system of manipulation while doing exactly that to their own viewers. And there's a lot more that talks. He actually explains the background of Bedro and how he's a fucking clout goblin that doesn't really give a fuck about his clients, and that his clients complained about him, that he got more time because he was more focused on the media than anything else. And he's a disgrace for doing that. And it shows that also the lawyer you know is just a fucking Nepo baby from fucking Florida, whose daddy was a lawyer, and that's how he got into the practice. So
pretty much. Again, not every lawyer is smart, guys. Not every lawyer knows what the fuck they're talking about. Just because they're a lawyer does not make them smarter than me or B. Tim or someone else. And as a matter of fact, most of these other attorneys that are commenting on this case, I know 10 times more than they do. Funny.
Well, the issue is that if I was on a jury, like this is like, I try to think about like if I was on a jury and I wasn't thinking like I'm thinking right now. I'm just going with what's in the courtroom. And I'm seeing all these clips about this lady basically making very incriminating statements. Mm-hmm. And then the defense rests their case and she doesn't go on that stand, but I see her show no remorse, shows like happiness when people are suffering. I would think this lady is pretty evil. I would not have a good characterization of this lady, to be completely honest with you. I would think this lady has some problems. So yeah, it's her right to not testify, but like the jury's going to judge if she's going to testify or not, because they're going to see clips of her going on TV. Why would you go on TV and not for your own case, your murder case?
And that's what the jury is going to correlate, which is you can do all these interviews knowing you're going to get a global audience, but you don't get up there and defend those statements yourself in your own murder trial. They're going to question that. I mean, it's human nature. Are they supposed to take that into deliberation and consider it when they decide? No, but they are human. They are human. They're looking at everything, all of it, as a whole.
Yeah, it's so weird that these people are not seeing. And then I'm like looking on like Jenny C, who's posted this, which is very interesting analysis that she had about ARCCA. She says ARCCA just proved 1, a Lexus can reverse over 24 miles an hour. 2, arm can shatter a taillight. 3, the body could presumably be knocked backwards if it wasn't tethered down. And you notice that when he went backwards, that dummy was tethered down. So it wouldn't be able, and they had the arm just outstretched. They didn't have him hit like with the back of it, like, you know, sideward. And they think this is bad for the defense. This does not, This is not good, because this proves multiple elements of the prosecution's case.
It sure does.
Just visualized it.
And and you visualized it so that they could visualize it. Like, how effing stupid do you have to be? And Lindsay, yes, I actually fall asleep and I'll wake up and it'll be like right here on me somewhere. Like
what's be right there with
my vape. Like I'll fall asleep.
You need
with
to
it.
quit
like,
that. You need to quit vaping. That shit's bad for you, man.
Smoking and vaping. But I quit smoking. Give me one at a time, all right? One at a time, Tim.
I tell people all the time. I tell like Queen. I tell like you gotta stop drinking Mountain Dew. You gotta drink water. You gotta drink water. No
drink
soda.
Water. I quit most soda, but I have no water left. So today it's actually soda. But I don't normally drink soda at all.
I'm just saying.
So this is my only bad habit at the moment. All right.
This in the Karen Reed case.
Yeah.
That was a joke.
I mean, I'd like to call in sick like Karen does. Can I call in sick to my own show? Can that happen? Can I do that? Like, I don't, obviously, for obvious reasons. A, because I owe it to people, including everyone that I've stuck up for this far to finish this out. 2, because I told myself that I would finish this out for heels. And 3, I want to finish it out for myself. Like, I want to move on to the next thing, and everyone deserves justice. I've gotten to know some of these people, including Chris Albert and his family, and they still get harassed. They go down to Chris Albert's pizza shop every Sunday, and across the street from his pizza shop, sit there with signs like lunatics saying, we're going to stay here until you resign. Like, you think you standing there with signs is going to magically make him resign? I mean, that's absurd. He's not resigning because you're there with signs. Like,
you know what's sad is I mean, we're literally watched 2 trials, and every single fucking conspiracy theory has been outed. But there's, like the 227, all this stuff, and there's still people in the dark about it, about that stuff. And these innocent people who did nothing wrong,
I know. That's the
are still
scary part.
harassed. It's a tragedy, actually. You have people who are just glorifying and like so happy about this, and then you have law tubers that are supposed to be very reasonable, very logical individuals, attorneys, and they're just the worst of the fucking worst scumbags. I'm more forgiven of a person who doesn't have a law degree that's ignorant of this case than a fucking lawyer, because you should know better, you fucking piece of shit.
Yep. That's exactly it. And so, I'm not the only one that gets constant harassment from these people. There are many people, including Kevin. And it's never ending. And it's like, we bothered to tell the truth. We had the balls to keep doing it, and we didn't allow them to silence us continuously with their bullying. We said, stuff it where the sun don't shine. And if you don't like what we have to say, I mean, we literally have one stalker that literally watches every minute of every one of my streams. And
do they hit the like button?
Who knows? She's banned, so I don't know. But
ma'am, make sure to hit the like button or the dislike button if you're going to watch every single stream, man.
Every single stream, every single minute, and then goes on to X to critique it. And sometimes I get screenshots, and it's like, lady, you pretended to be an attorney for the sewer turtle, and you have no idea what you're actually talking about. You sound like a fucking idiot. And the fact that you spend all of your fucking time trying to watch my shit, someone you don't like but don't even know, is pathetic. It's sad.
But you know what?
It's pathetic, and you need to go touch some grass or like eat a burger or like.
But to be fair, I don't know. You're always going to get that type of situation when you get a channel on YouTube. Someone's always going to critique you. As long as they keep it online, I think it's fine.
Which is fine.
But I just think like when someone's like, okay, I'm going to FOIA your life. I'm going to put your real I'm going to put Google Map your house.
These type of people. Yeah.
Yeah, that to me is crossing the line. If they're just like grabbing your video and they're reviewing it, you could do the same. You can grab their video and review them and do like kind of like, oh, okay, I'm going to review you.
What they do is they go on someone's show every once in a blue moon. They're too coward to have their own show.
Oh, okay.
They don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
When you get a chance, review them and then laugh at them. That's my advice to you. Make them.
You know what? I don't bother because it's a waste of my time. They're irrelevant in my life and they're irrelevant to me. They mean nothing. So I'm not going to waste my time reviewing any of their shit because I don't care what they say. I have no need to care. I don't care.
By the way, this is like the longest fucking lunch break I've ever seen in my goddamn entire life.
She said, like, first of all, she started before it was 12:30 or what? Like, come on, dude, like
12:40.
An hour. It went from, remember, a half an hour to 40 minutes to now an hour every day. Like, it gets longer and longer and longer.
Well, listen, like Karen Reed's buying everyone caviar. All the witness. She's got to get these witnesses.
I mean, she brings them all out to dinner and whatnot. Hey. It's moving. It's moving, y'all. It's moving. I gotta unmute it. That would help.
All right, so counsel, we have a juror that needs to leave at 3:45. So we're going to 3:45 today.
Well, that's a jury. You can't do anything about it. Anyway, I'm going to keep quiet. I might jump down. I'll see you. I'll be back during the break or something. Bye.
Sounds good. Thanks, B. Tim. Do me a favor, guys, while we're waiting for them to roll in, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you can donate to the channel, it's very helpful. We definitely could use that help. We're just a small channel, so it all matters. We get by on your donations. We have Venmo, Cash App, PayPal. We have a link for those of you who want to do it just credit and debit and don't have any of the payment apps. Make sure you try to become a member. We're going to do a member-only stream at night. Most of you have been gifted memberships. I see the whole chat's almost blue. Yeah, it is annoying. But Hank, I gotta get a drink. I'll be right back because I want to hear all this.
Put us back in session. You may be seated.
So jurors, we are going to stop today at 3:45. All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So, okay, great. Thank you. All right, do we have the actual? Okay, great. Yep. So,
Exhibit 216.
thank you. All right, Mr. Brennan.
Good afternoon, Dr. Wolfe.
Good afternoon.
When you testified in direct, you shared with the jury some of the work that ARCCA does. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you had mentioned a couple interesting things, that there had been some work with the Department of Defense.
Correct. Yes.
The work with the Department of Defense, was that during your time or before you got there?
That would have been prior to my employment. Yes.
So when you were telling them about working with the Department of Defense, that really had nothing to do with you. That was ARCCA before you began working there.
ARCCA as a whole, yes. The work that we do, yes.
Not you.
Not you.
As I said, I wasn't involved specifically in that project. No.
And you
You
mentioned
weren't
that
there.
you did some stuff, or the company does some things for the NHL.
Yes.
You didn't tell us much more about what you do. There's other things that ARCCA does as far as clients, right?
Tech stream. Here
Did
it
you
comes.
share with us that you work for lawyers and law firms,
Yes, we do.
and you do litigation, insurance companies?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any reason why you highlighted the Department of Defense that you don't do, and the NHL, but didn't share the rest of the stuff with us?
That's just some of the prominent clients that we have.
I see. You
Prominent.
provided us a CV, didn't you?
Yes.
And that's like a resume, tells us a little bit about your education experience. You get to highlight some of the things, your accomplishments.
Yes.
You shared with us you've been the director of accident reconstruction at this company, ARCCA, since 2017.
No, not since I started.
You started with ARCCA in 2017.
Correct. Yes.
When did you become the director of accident reconstruction?
I think that would have been in January of 2024. So about a year and a half.
About a year and a half ago?
Yes.
And you received your certification from ACDAR.
Yes.
Did you pass the test on both
After the last
parts
trial.
the first time?
I don't recall if I think it was I had to retake, I think the practical section in the afternoon.
Well, you would recall something like that, wouldn't you? Did you pass both parts on the first try?
Like I said, I think it was the second part I had to retake.
Well, this is a pretty important test, isn't it?
Not really.
It's your certification.
It is, but much of the concepts that are covered in it are very elementary.
Well,
Oh,
not so
but you didn't pass it.
elementary. You had a hard time with part of it, didn't you?
Well, with respect to the portion that I had to retake, it's a practical exam where you have to reconstruct an accident. You have to determine approach angles, departure angles, and it can be very sensitive to those inputs. And unfortunately, if you mess up one of your first angles and you carry out that calculation, then the whole problem is graded wrong, even if you did all of the math correct.
So we understand there's a multiple choice question part that's the easier part, correct?
I don't know, it's easier, but there is a multiple choice part.
There's a more practical part where you actually have to go out in the field and do assessments, kind of like the things that you did today.
You don't go out into the field, no.
And, when did you first take that second part that you didn't pass?
I don't recall.
You don't remember when you took the test?
No, I don't.
Suffice to say, you took it again.
Correct.
Elementary, but he didn't pass
And
it.
then ultimately, you passed both sections of that test.
Yes.
Go
In
ahead.
your CV, you list your schooling and you list your degrees, don't you?
Yes.
You mentioned some of the things that you focused on in your academic experience, don't you?
Yes.
And you have publications.
Correct.
Recently, you did a publication regarding vehicle control history on Toyotas.
Correct.
Vehicle control history is data that is stored in a vehicle,
Yes.
and Toyota owns Lexus, correct?
Correct.
So you have familiarity with vehicle control history. In fact, you have a publication on it.
Yes.
But you didn't
In
do
your
it.
entire resume, you only mention pedestrian collisions, or that you're involved in pedestrian type events 3 times. Is there anything specific in your resume or your publications that show a published accomplishment, for example, in pedestrian collisions? Do you have any publications that have been peer reviewed or published in that area?
No, I don't have any publications in pedestrians.
Oh, well,
You write or you note areas of specialty and you list a bunch: accident reconstruction, human factors, EDR, commercial vehicle, HVEDR, pedestrian bicycle accidents, nighttime visibility, and a number of others, correct?
Correct.
Is there anywhere in your resume that notes particular classes that you've attended and completed regarding pedestrian collisions?
No, I haven't taken any classes in that.
You haven't taken any classes on pedestrian collisions?
No,
Have you ever taught regarding pedestrian collisions?
no,
Have you ever been a speaker in a presentation about pedestrian collisions?
yes.
Is that listed in your resume?
I don't list lectures or presentations, no.
You know,
You were asked questions about your involvement in this case. Yes?
Yes,
And you had shared with us that you, at the beginning, were working for a separate party or a third party, you said?
yes, another agency.
Another agency. And at some point, you came into court and testified last year.
Yes,
And during the time before you came in and testified, you weren't wholly independent of the defense, were you?
well, certainly before all of our testing, at the point at which we did all of our testing, report, and analysis, as I mentioned on
shut up.
direct, I didn't know the Commonwealth or the defense in this case.
My question more precisely, before you
Shut up.
testified, before you came into court and gave your testimony, you weren't totally independent from the defense, were you?
No, I mean, I had to communicate with them to be able to determine when to appear for testimony.
So you were communicating with them, yes?
Yes,
And in fact, some of the time that
we
you
go.
spent, ARCCA actually built the defense for, and they paid that bill, didn't they?
eventually after the trial, yes.
hey, go back to the
You know
microphone.
what a sequestration order is, don't you?
Yes,
Do you think that you're under a sequestration order today?
yes,
Did you talk to anybody about any of the prior testimony in this case before today?
no.
How'd you get here today?
How did I get here today? I took a car ride over from the hotel.
Who drove you?
It was a driver. I don't know his name.
Who set up the car?
It would have been someone on the defense team.
Is it like a window, like a limo?
It was an SUV.
Livery, yeah.
Anybody from the defense with you on the ride over?
There were 3 young ladies in the back seat. I think they might have been interns, and Mr. Woke.
And who?
Mr. Wolke, I think is it pronounced? Am I saying it wrong?
Have you discussed anything about this case before your testimony today as far as the trial?
Before today?
Yes.
Yes.
Have you discussed anybody's testimony in this case?
Nobody's testimony, no.
That was different last year, though, because before you testified last year, you did have discussions about testimony, didn't you?
Not with the Commonwealth or the defense, no.
But I'm asking, though, you did have discussions about testimony before you testified last year, right?
Correct, yes.
And you know what a sequestration order is, don't you?
Yes.
After you testified last year, the court ordered you to provide all of your text messages, all your communications with the defense, didn't they?
Yes, earlier this year.
And when you were ordered to provide all of the actual verbatim communications with the defense, did you provide those communications?
Yes, all of the records that I had at the time I provided.
Well, not the records. You know what I'm getting at. Did you provide the communications?
Signal.
I provided everything I had in my possession, sir.
A text message isn't just a time and date. It's actually substance when you text somebody, isn't there?
Correct.
And when you texted, how many texts do you think you had with the defense?
From what I recall, I think it was around 50 texts that I sent.
It wasn't 100, I think it was 50.
Well, I think it was around 100 total in terms of back and forth, but it was, I think, 50 that I sent.
And during those texts, communications, conversations, correct?
About logistics, yes.
Did you provide the content of those text messages when you were ordered to by the court?
Well, those text messages spanned from, I guess it would have been April or so of 2024 through May to June of 2024. Ultimately, I think I received the court's order in May of this year, April of this year. So it was a year after the fact, and I had already deleted the text at that point.
How many of those text messages did you delete?
I just swiped the conversation, so it would have been the whole conversation.
Not how you did it. How many of those 100 or so text messages did you delete, sir?
It would have been the whole text chain. I didn't individually delete them. It just, when you swipe, it just deletes the text chain.
After you deleted them, did you go into the recently deleted and then delete them so they were unavailable?
I don't recall doing that.
Well, you were asked to search your records of the text messages. Did you do a thorough search to see if you still had them or whether you had destroyed them all?
I checked my phone, and I also checked with my phone carrier.
So do you know if they were still under the recently deleted part of your phone, or did you go and take that extra step and totally destroy them?
From what I recall, I did not find any of the text messages, no.
Is there any reason why you deleted all of your text communications with the defense?
Well, it's something that I routinely do. I work with attorneys and clients all the time, whether it's appearing for trial or inspections, and I don't have a habit of keeping a text chain that talks about logistics and things. It's just I routinely delete them after that communication is over with, and certainly after the prior proceeding. Once it had concluded, there was no reason for me to preserve those.
And
Yes,
so,
Jack.
At some point, you switched from text messages to another form of communication, didn't you?
Yes, earlier this year.
And tell us a little bit about this new form of communication, not text messages.
So Mr. Jackson had indicated that he and his defense team utilize an application known as Signal for their communications amongst their defense team. Ultimately asked if I would also use that application to communicate, which I agreed to.
Is Signal an encrypted app?
It's a secure encrypted app, yes.
It doesn't leave any records, right?
I don't believe so, no.
Well, you have it. You're using it. Do you have any records from your Signal use?
I'm going to allow that.
Do you have any records from your Signal use?
I do not, no.
So you know full well that Signal is an encrypted app, leaves no record.
There may be a setting that you can change. I just know that the way that it was set up, there was no record.
Well, who set yours up to have no record?
I don't know. I think it was default.
Have you ever checked your Signal app to see if you have any record of your communications pursuant to that court order?
Well, I don't have the application anymore, but at the time I did check the application.
Out of all these clients that you've had, how many times or how many clients would you use Signal with?
This was the first time.
Have you used it since with other clients?
Not yet, no.
Exactly.
Before you testified
Right. You sip that water, bud.
last time, at the last proceeding, or should I say when you testified at the last proceeding, kind of like today, you attempted to portray yourself as totally independent, didn't you?
Sustained enough.
When you testified at the prior proceeding, did you attempt to portray yourself as totally independent?
Yes.
The truth is, before you testified, you were communicating with the defense and attempting the best you could to assist their cause, weren't you?
I wouldn't characterize it that way.
So before you testified, you wrote out questions that you thought could help, that you should be asked when you testified, correct?
So something I routinely do before testifying is prepare an outline of topics and questions that would best help be able to get out my opinions and the analysis I undertook, ultimately so that you all have an understanding of what I did.
So I'm asking you a question. You gave the explanation, but you're skipping over the answer to my question. So
Sustained.
I'll ask you again. Before you testified, did you write out a list of questions that you wanted to be asked?
Yes.
And if you listed out the questions, you also listed out the answers, didn't you?
A general response. It wouldn't be verbatim to that.
I didn't say verbatim, but did you list out the answers to each and every one of the questions that you had prepared?
Yes.
So for every question, there's an answer that you provided so that you could follow a script, so to speak, yes?
I wouldn't characterize it as a script.
One of the questions asks, so not being able to inspect vehicles is something that's not uncommon in your line of work? And your answer, absolutely not. Remember writing that out?
Yes.
And you put a footnote, a comment,
Get him, Hank.
and you said, not sure if you want to put this somewhere in direct examination. I have a feeling they are going to argue I didn't personally inspect the vehicles. I had enough information from the material I reviewed, so it wasn't necessary. Need to show the jury it doesn't matter in this case. You write that?
Yes.
When you're talking about they, I have a feeling they are going to argue I didn't personally inspect the vehicle. Who's they?
That'd be the Commonwealth.
And so when you were writing out these questions as is your routine with the answers, is this the mark of independence to you?
Well, I think, again, whether the Commonwealth asked me that question or the defense asked me that question, my response would be the same. It wouldn't
Bullshit.
change depending on who called me to testify. There are a number of cases, by the time I get involved, the evidence is gone from the roadway, the vehicle is gone. So it's certainly not necessary to inspect a vehicle. And I wanted the jury to have an understanding that because I didn't physically inspect the vehicle, it didn't affect my analysis in the case.
So you think that shows?
It's Hank, not me.
Yes.
Then you also had another question. Would it be fair to say that because you do a lot of nighttime visibility work, your cases frequently involve pedestrians? Remember that?
Yes.
And you said, yes, unfortunately, there is a direct correlation between time of day and pedestrian fatalities. Is that true?
Correct. Yes.
And do they happen more often in the day or at night?
More often at night. Yes.
Statistically speaking, by the way, this case involves nighttime, doesn't it?
Correct.
Statistically speaking, most of pedestrian fatalities occur during the evening and night hours. So my specialty in the area of lighting and human factors results in a lot of my cases involving pedestrians. Did you write that?
Yes.
In fact, you testified, you shared that with the jury, didn't you?
Correct. I've testified to that twice last year as well as this year.
And in the notes that you wrote, when you shared it last year and this year, was it an important point to the jury?
I think so, because it helped gave them an understanding, I think, of my background and lighting and human factors. And as I mentioned earlier today, there's a direct correlation between time of day and pedestrian impacts, right? So my specialty in lighting and human factors results in me seeing many, many different types of pedestrian impacts.
So if it was important, why did you include a note? If you don't want me to say this, that's fine. Why did you include a note to the defense that if they didn't want you to say something that you thought was important, you would leave it out?
Well, I think because I didn't want to confuse the jury about a statistic that just because we have inclement weather and dark lighting conditions, it doesn't automatically equal a pedestrian impact, right? We have to look at the evidence and the damage to the vehicle and the injuries to determine whether or not a collision occurred, not the visibility.
So you weren't trying to mislead the jury, you were trying to help them because they wouldn't understand something that you were trying to explain? Is that the way you're phrasing this?
I think at the end of the day, it was to help them understand my background, how it relates to seeing a lot of pedestrian impacts.
Something was important that helps the jury get to the truth. Why would you offer to leave it out?
Well, I didn't leave it out.
No, but you offered to. You would have if requested. Why did you invite, why did you invite somebody else to interject in your independence and guide you to leave something out? Why would you even provide that invitation to them?
Again, it's because I didn't want them to get hung up on a statistic that just because we have more pedestrian impacts at night and in bad weather, that this alleged incident happened at night under bad weather, to give it more weight, to weight the evidence more because of that statistic.
You done?
Yes.
If you make a mistake in court under oath, would you take the affirmative step on your own and correct that mistake?
I'll allow it.
I would do my best to do that, yes.
Well, when you say do your best, would you do that if you became aware of it?
I'm gonna allow it.
Yes.
Before you testified in the proceeding last year, it was a hearing that you testified in front of Her Honor and other people that were here, correct?
Correct.
I wasn't here.
No.
You were.
Yes.
And you testified about your experience, didn't you?
Correct.
When you were
Yes.
sharing your experience with the court, it was important for the court to have an accurate understanding of what your experience was, because it was being evaluated in that hearing, wasn't it?
Correct.
When you testified to the court, you testified that you had been qualified as an expert to testify over 20 times, didn't you?
I don't have the transcript. I believe I said approximately 20 times.
The reality is you hadn't. You'd only testified and been qualified 11 times at that point.
Correct. I misunderstood the question. I thought it also encompassed deposition, so I added those two and approximated at 20.
And at some point when you realized you had made a mistake in your testimony to the court, you had a chance to come back when you testified last year and fix it and clarify the record, didn't you?
Correct, which is why I provided a comment with the specific breakdown for clarification.
And when you came back and testified under oath the second time, on the record, under oath, did you clarify and fix the mistaken testimony that you had provided just days earlier?
I don't recall being asked a question. No.
It wasn't whether you're being asked. The question is, did you take the affirmative step to fix the misstatements under oath that you made? Objection.
I'm gonna allow it.
Move your vote.
Sure.
Well, I think this is number 4. Jackson's not very happy right now because he knows that this is, so he's going to try to get as many sidebars as he possibly can today, because he's going to try to, or no, this is 5. Just kidding. It's number 5. It is number 5. He's going to try to get as many sidebars as humanly possible to try to kill some of the time and momentum, because this is going to make ARCCA look really, really bad. His credibility is about to be shot. Watch what Hank, I can see the line of questioning where Hank's going here. So pay very close attention, I'd say in the next 5 or 6 minutes, to the line of questioning that Hank is bringing here, because I can see where he's going with this. Do me a favor while we're waiting, hit the like button if you already haven't, hit the subscribe button. Both those things are free to do. If you can donate to the channel, we would very well appreciate it. But Friday, everybody, I'd like some mozzarella sticks. I'm just saying. I like them. You guys brought them up. Talking about mozzarella sticks, and now I want them. It's too hot to cook.
You appreciated that you made a statement under oath that was wrong, didn't you?
Yes.
In fact, you made a note. I realized in my testimony I said about 20 times. When you asked me how many times I've been qualified, I misinterpreted your question, which was my fault. But in looking at my D&T list, it's 11 trials, 7 depositions, 18 testimonies total. Not sure if you want to clear it up or just leave it. Was that
Correct.
right?
Yes, sir.
Did you just leave it?
I'm not responsible for asking the question, sir.
Do you ever heard the terms confirmation bias?
Yes.
Do you know what confirmation bias is generally?
Generally, yes.
Do you think that you suffer from any confirmation bias in this case?
No.
Do you have any close family that supports one side over the other? Not the facts of the data, but one side over the other.
Close family?
Yes.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Wife?
My wife?
Yes.
I don't really know what her thoughts are on the case.
Bullshit.
Approach?
Yes.
Take a look at that document. Have you seen that before?
No, I have not.
Never seen that.
No.
Bring it back. You're unaware of anything that may influence you to lean one way or another?
Correct.
When you first took a look at some of the facts in this case, you had some information. Since then, you've received a lot more, haven't you?
Correct. Yes.
Part of your testimony today to this jury was to provide opinions that you do not think that the holes in Mr. O'Keefe's clothes are consistent with some type of collision. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
In coming to that opinion, you relied on some of your testing that we saw in those videos, didn't you?
Yes.
And that testing involves a hybrid 3-arm, doesn't it?
Correct. Yes.
A hybrid 3-arm is an arm from a crash dummy.
Yes.
That's not the technical name, but that's what it's often referred to.
Yes.
And you and Dr. Rentschler have been working together on this case, haven't you?
Yes.
You've discussed ideas and shared thoughts.
Yes.
In fact, you've worked so intimately together, you know some of the things he's going to testify if he comes to testify, you've said many times today, right?
Yes.
And so some of the
Wait for it.
data that you shared and some of the opinions overlap with each other, wouldn't you say?
Wait for it.
Certainly, he's going to rely on a lot of that test data. Yes.
When you were forming your opinion about holes in clothes and potential abrasions to somebody's skin, all of those tests, all of those that you did were using a crash test dummy arm, weren't they?
Yes.
In your report, you cite, or Dr. Rentschler cites, 3 different sources regarding testing clothing and skin, correct?
I'm not sure.
Well, haven't you read his report?
I've skimmed it, but I don't know what the basis are for his opinions.
Did you see footnotes 24, 25, 26, 24 being skin tissue cutability and its relation to lacerations, severity indices? Did you read that?
Let's see if there's a foundation.
No, I didn't read that reference.
Did you read 25, the book that is cited, Forensic Pathology, 2nd edition?
I'm going to have you come to sidebar.
7. He has to be allowed to build said foundation. So, yeah, he asked about the wife. I knew it was coming. I could tell. I knew it was coming. You're going to tell me you didn't know that your wife joined a Free Care and Read Facebook? Everybody on the internet knew, but you magically didn't? That is so not credible. It's not even funny. Even as some of these people who have heard about this, they know that's not incredible. Come on, man. Like, and if they enter that into evidence, I mean, he's trying to protect himself and the defense. He didn't show the jury, but if it's entered into evidence, the jury may have it when they go and deliberate. They're allowed to have certain things because he claimed he didn't see it. So you wouldn't keep asking if you hadn't seen it. You know what I mean? That's how he tried to save himself. And I have no doubt that the defense told him to say no. Nope, you didn't see it. So then they can't ask any more questions about it because there's no foundation to ask any more questions about it if you've never seen it. But anyone on that jury that has learned anything about this case, especially ARCCA, and you can't, like, I mean, 90% of the people they brought in for the jury had heard of this case. I don't believe that the jury doesn't have any idea of what's going on. Some of these people do, and they're going to know he's lying. At least some of them. Also, the fact that Hank kind of put it out there, your wife, they don't have to know or see it to know that the implication is that his wife is for the defense. Therefore, you're going to act like a wife and a husband don't talk to each other about stuff? That's absurd. Especially something like this that he's working on. Stop it. Stop it. No one on that jury is going to buy that. They don't even need to see the post to know that the implication is that the wife is for one side in the case that he's working on. That doesn't look good. Like, I did know. Yes, I did know. She literally joined the Free Karen Reed Facebook group the day, not the day, the day he testified. The last day he testified in the first trial, she joined the Facebook group. Of course he knew. Of course he knew. Wait till you see where Hank's going with this, because I can see it already with his line of questioning where he's going with this.
Let me again ask you about this book that is cited in Dr. Rentschler's report. By the way, have you read Dr. Rentschler's report?
As I mentioned, I skimmed through it.
So in all of your preparation with Dr. Rentschler, you merely skimmed through his report? You didn't take time to read and study it?
Well, none of my opinions are based on work that he did. He's undertaking a completely separate aspect in the analysis.
But that's not the question. The question I asked you was, did you, in working closely with him, take the time to study his report?
As I mentioned, I skimmed it. I didn't read through, as you mentioned, all the references or what he cited. I didn't do that.
Did you read his report?
I did read the report, yes, but I didn't in depth go through each reference and look at what he was citing.
So you read his report?
Yes.
And when you read his report, did you see there were footnotes for a number of different propositions that he made?
I know that there were footnotes in the report, yes.
Well, on the issue of whether or not crash test dummies should be used during experiments as a basis for an opinion of whether abrasions can happen through cloth or an arm, wouldn't that particularly interest you since you were going to come here and testify about it multiple times in front of this jury?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
You knew you were going to come in here and suggest to the jury that you thought that these tests were inconsistent with causing any type of holes in clothing similar to Mr. O'Keefe's or abrasions on his arm. You knew that was going to be part of your opinion today, yes?
Yes, yes.
As part of forming a valid opinion that people can rely upon, wouldn't you want to do as much study as possible on the background for that opinion before you give it to a jury?
I suppose, yes.
Well, you suppose. Don't you think if you come in here as an expert, the jury is relying on your background and education?
You're a scientist, no?
Yes.
And they're relying on the fact that you're representing something definitively or with an opinion to a reasonable degree of certainty? You understand that, right?
Yes.
And don't you think when you do that, that it's important that you have proper study and foundation before you just come into court and give an opinion?
Well, I will note that the ATD crash dummy is a generally accepted test device to use for not only assessing occupant forces in motor vehicle crashes, but also to assess impact forces. So that the use of that device is certainly generally accepted.
When you get uncomfortable with my question, Judge, you generally tend to answer a different question.
Sustain, Mr. Brennan, next question.
Oh, that's a strike.
Strike that, Julie.
Let me ask you again. Don't you think, as an expert, it's important when you come in and you're going to present an opinion based on science or engineering or whatever you want to do, that you study the basis for that opinion before you give it?
Yes.
When you saw in Dr. Rentschler's report references to this very issue about what should be used when you're doing demonstration or study of what can cause tears to clothing, weren't you interested in the basis for those opinions?
Well, again, it was something where Dr. Rentschler and I worked together, and we were in agreement that we could utilize the ATD arm clothed.
When you decided to have an agreement that you could use that arm, did you read the book that he cites as support, Forensic Pathology, 2nd edition, Vincent J. DeMaio? Did you read it?
No, I did not.
Did you brief it?
No.
Did you peruse through it at all?
No.
When you decided to come to this agreement that's going to have a foundation for your opinions, did you look at footnote 26 understanding the acute skin injury mechanism caused by player surface contact during soccer, a survey and systematic review. Did you review that?
No, sir.
Have you seen any articles that support the proposition that a hybrid 3 arm of a crash test dummy is appropriate to use when you're trying to provide a foundation for an opinion about whether or not tears can happen to clothing or abrasions to skin? Do you have any support for that in your report?
Well, again, Dr. Rentschler is going to be addressing the. You're shaking your head.
Multiple opinions.
So I'm going to let him answer the question first, Mr.
So as I mentioned, Dr. Rentschler is assessing the injuries to the arm. Okay. He indicated to me that we could utilize the hybrid arm to assess the injuries to the arm.
So you have no independent experience or research or knowledge, not Dr. Rentschler, you don't have any independent research or science and knowledge to support your idea, your theory, your opinion to this jury about the tears to the clothes into the skin.
I was relaying the observations from the testing that we conducted with the ATD. Ultimately, like I said, Dr. Rentschler, it's my understanding that he will testify to the abrasions or the lacerations to the arm.
Interesting. Talk about you, bud.
Correct. Yes.
I'll ask you one more time. I'll ask it this way. Name, other than someone called Dr. Rentschler, name the papers, the studies, the learned treatise, name the resource material you relied on as the basis for those opinions, that a hybrid 3 arm can be used in these type of demonstrations as a basis for that type of opinion.
I certainly, ATD crash test dummies can be used for impact testing. Yes.
Not impact testing. We're talking about tears to clothes, abrasions to skin. And I'm asking for the third time. Name one journal, one paper, one study that supports your proposition that you're relying on for the basis of your opinion in front of this jury today. Name one.
I did not cite any in my report. No.
Can you think of one that you didn't cite?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
You had mentioned on direct examination that when you first started looking at materials some time ago, at the beginning, you were unconstrained in the scope of your study. Is that fair to say?
Are we talking about 2023?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Yes.
You were unconstrained. You could have done anything you wanted to.
I don't know about anything.
When you said unconstrained, what did that mean?
Well, the agency that retained us didn't ask us to do specific work per se or specific tests.
You didn't do any type of crash test at that time, did you?
Not like was demonstrated today. No.
Instead, you started a working theory that perhaps a glass was thrown at the rear taillight of the defendant's car.
Yes.
Did someone suggest to you that was a theory?
No.
It's just something that you and Dr. Rentschler thought up together?
Based on the evidence that we had, yes.
When you thought up that as a potential theory, that's why you built the potato cannon?
The pressurized cannon, yes.
Yeah, pressurized cannon. And you shot a glass at the rear taillight, yes?
Yes.
You determined that at 37 miles per hour, there'd be similar damage?
Yes.
And then you came into court last year, didn't you?
Yes.
And you provided that opinion of consistency to the jury, didn't you?
Yes.
You got up and you said that something to the effect that that speed is consistent with the damage?
Yes.
Now, when you gave that theory last year to the jury, did you know about other evidence in this case? For example, If a glass was thrown at the back of the car, how would the bottom of the glass bounce off the car and land near Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Ask it differently.
Did you consider, when you came in last year and opined, gave your theory about a glass being thrown at the tail light was consistent with damage, did you think about how, if a glass was thrown at the rear tail light, the bottom would have bounced off the vehicle wherever it was and landed near Mr. O'Keefe's body?
I'm aware that it was found near his body, yes.
Knowing that it was found near his body, well, you knew his body was about 7 or 8 feet off the road, didn't you?
Yes.
Knowing the bottom of the glass, the broken glass was found near his body 7 to 8 feet off the road, did you consider if somebody threw a glass and broke that taillight, cross your mind how would the bottom of the glass bounce with him to where his body ended up?
No, I did not analyze that part of it.
If a glass was thrown and bounced off that car, did you consider how steep it would be left at the curb?
No, I did not evaluate that.
If glass was thrown at the car and broke the taillight, did you consider how the debris field would end up on the line?
Well, it's my understanding, I think that there were plows that came through that night. So I don't know that where the debris field was eventually found, if that's
But
where
you didn't even attempt it.
it would have been at some point earlier.
Did you ever talk to Lieutenant O'Hara or anybody from the state police to see if the plows went all the way to the side of the yard or were just down the middle? Looking at that at all?
No, I did not.
So did you give any careful consideration to if the glass was thrown and hit the back of that taillight, how would it be a debris field on the front lawn of somebody's yard?
I don't think that was a part of our scope. It was more or less to determine whether or not, if the taillight was impacted by a projectile like a glass, could you get generally consistent damage to that taillight? That was the objective of the test.
So when you came in and testified last time, you weren't considering all of the other evidence that may not support that theory, were you?
I think our objective was to determine whether or not the damage was consistent with an interaction with Mr. John O'Keefe, and could there be another mechanism to cause the tail light to break?
Is there a reason why you were backing off that opinion on direct examination today?
Sustained.
You weren't fully embracing that theory today, were you?
I'm going to allow that.
I don't know if I agree with that.
In this case, you provided reports recently.
Yes.
When did you provide your report? Was it April 6th?
April 6th?
Or was it May 6th?
I think it's May 7th,
May
if I'm not
7th.
mistaken.
So you provided a report May 7th, yes?
Correct.
And do you know when this trial started?
Early April?
You provided your PowerPoint. When did you provide your PowerPoint?
I think it would have been Thursday of this week.
Well, it wasn't last night.
Sorry, maybe Wednesday.
probably
Wednesday or Thursday.
Wednesday. Is that fair?
Yes.
In looking at pedestrian accidents, it's important to try, if you can, understand the exact positioning of the body, isn't it?
If a collision occurred, yes.
And if a collision occurred, you can't always identify the exact position of the body, can you?
No, oftentimes it can be very difficult, yes.
You would want to know if it is a collision between a car and a pedestrian, whether the person was fully impacted or it was a clipping type incident. Wouldn't you want to know that if you could?
That would certainly affect the trajectory, yes.
And you would want to know, if you could, the body posture, whether the person was standing up straight or crouching.
If a collision occurred, yes.
Whether they were turning or standing straight, or they had their arm out. That's helpful information, isn't it?
It can be, but when we're talking about how quickly this impact duration is, right? If you recall back to the PowerPoint, right, we're talking about a 10 millisecond window. So however the body is positioned at contact, that's how it's positioned. It's not going to be able to have any significant movement or change in orientation in that 10 millisecond window.
The position of the body can change the trajectory of the person who's hit, can it?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
The positioning of the body, the way they're positioned, that can change the trajectory if they're hit after they hit. Can it?
It can, yes.
Whether they're moving towards the vehicle or away from it could affect the trajectory, couldn't it?
If they have some relative velocity, yeah.
Trying to determine the point of impact when you're looking at a scene, it's important when you do trajectory studies to know where the point of impact is.
If you're going to utilize studies that look at projection of pedestrians when you're contacted at the center of gravity and you get projected some distance, you can rely on those studies, but you have to have an understanding of where the point of impact is and where the point of rest is.
If you don't have the point of impact, if you don't know the point of impact, you don't know the exact body position, that creates variables in your studies, doesn't it?
Well, again, talking about those studies, they're not applicable when you are contacting, for instance, just a limb or you don't have a center of gravity hit. Those when you're talking about how far will a pedestrian get projected, if it's like a forward projection or what's known as like a wrap projection where the pedestrian wraps onto the hood and then becomes decoupled, those studies are applicable there. But when you're talking about where there's minimal overlap between the body and the center of gravity, then you can't utilize those studies.
So you would not want to know where the point of impact is?
In this particular case, no, I don't think it would be helpful.
You would not want to know the body position?
I don't think that it would be helpful in determining, because again, we have to start with, is it consistent with a collision?
And it
So
is.
you would not want to know the body position. That's what you're telling us. You don't want to know that.
Well, if the evidence indicates that the contact is inconsistent, then that's kind of where the reconstruction stops. You can't go to a point of impact and a point of rest if there was no contact.
So you don't want to know the body position.
Can you answer that?
I don't understand his question, Your Honor.
When you're doing studies, you don't want to know the body position?
Can you answer that, Dr. Wolfe?
Again, it depends on the type of impact. For the alleged contact in this case, you can't rely on those studies about impact location and point of rest. They're not applicable to
Let's
this.
talk about
Why not?
studies as far as data, information. You, as the person doing tests, would you want to know the body positioning?
And this time we'll get an answer and that'll be it.
No, we
Can you
didn't.
answer that, Dr. Wolfe?
I feel like I've answered it the best I can, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
You don't like that question?
Strike.
You got him. If you can't answer it,
Okay. When you were doing these video
looks like a fool to the jury.
demonstrations, was it important to be as accurate as possible?
Yes.
Data changes if information changes, right?
I'm not sure I understand your
That's a
question.
tough question. You want to be precise as you can in ultimately having a conclusion regarding data, don't you?
Yes.
Could I have PowerPoint page 12, please? Now look at force on the bottom. The first letter F signifies force, correct?
Correct.
And the last two letters, MA, signifies mass, yes?
Correct.
That's a very important part of that equation, isn't it?
Yes.
If you change the mass, it can change the whole analysis, can it?
Bingo!
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Let me make it more simple. When you did these tests, you chose an arm from a hybrid 3 crash dummy, didn't you?
Yes.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Now, when you made that choice, you knew that John O'Keefe's arm, based on the statistics and his weight of being 216 pounds, you knew that his arm weight would be 11.8 pounds, didn't you?
Yes.
And you knew that he was 6'1" tall.
Yes.
When you decided to choose an arm, in this case, You didn't choose the arm closest to his weight, did you?
It was representative enough, yes.
It was representative enough.
It was close enough, yes, sir.
Close enough. Wouldn't you want to get an arm most closely related to his actual weight?
I don't know that you can have custom-made ATDs.
You probably can't custom make them, but they have one that's 12 pounds. You know that, don't you?
Are you referring to the 95th percentile?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
So there's a 12-pound arm. Mr. O'Keefe's is 11.86 according to the statistics. You know that, right?
Yes.
You looked it up.
Yes.
You didn't tell us that on direct, though, did you?
I don't believe I was asked that.
No. Instead of choosing the 12-pound arm, which is 0.12 difference, you chose a much lesser weight, didn't you?
It was about 10 pounds, yes.
No, it wasn't about 10 pounds. It was less than 10 pounds. Let's be exact. You're a scientist. Let's be as precise as possible when we're talking about data. It was less than 10 pounds. Wasn't it?
Ouch!
I think according to the spec sheet, I think it's 9.4 pounds total.
How about 9.38? You keep coming up a little bit. 9.38 pounds.
Sustaining that
May
point.
I approach?
Yes.
Oh shit! That is ruining this guy's life.
You a photograph. Is that a photograph of your materials in this case?
Spicy.
Yes.
And in that photograph, it shows the arm that you used in your studies, doesn't it?
Correct.
And it shows that that arm weighs 9.38 pounds, doesn't it?
Yes.
And that is less than the 11.86 pounds of Mr. O'Keefe's arm, yes?
Correct. Yes.
You didn't put that photograph in your PowerPoint to make it clear to everybody you were using an arm that was a much lesser weight, were you?
No, I didn't put that photograph.
I'd like to move this to evidence, please.
Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
Oh shit! Omitting.
Give him some minutes, let Madam Court Reporter mark it.
This data is a fraud. He did it on purpose. He knew it wouldn't create as much damage.
Yes, now you can.
Common sense.
This is the arm that you used in all of your videos, right?
Correct. Yes.
And you can see, could you zoom in, Ms. Gilman, on the weight? 9.38 pounds.
Yes.
There's a bigger difference between 9.38 and 11.86 than there is 12 and 11.86, isn't there?
Correct. Yes.
So when you do the math, and have you done the math before on this? When you do the math, it's 26% difference, isn't it?
In terms of more force.
No, of mass, weight, 26% difference,
Okay.
right?
I'm going to trust you. Yeah,
Well, do you have a calculator?
I do.
Can you do it?
Sure.
Okay. And before you do that, you took this from Mr. O'Keefe's 6'1". You used a crash test dummy what is the height on it?
Well, the ATD, I believe, is 5'7". The Rescue Randy, I think, is 6 feet tall.
We'll talk about the Rescue Randy later. We have questions about Randy. But let's talk about this. 5'9". You said 5'7". It's actually 5'9".
Sorry, 5'9". Yes.
5'9". And it's 170 pounds?
171, I believe.
Mr. O'Keefe's not 170 pounds.
No, not his whole body.
He wasn't 5'9".
Correct.
Okay. So when you do the math and you take the 9.38 pounds based on the 171-pound doll, and you look at the percentage, doesn't it come out to 5.48% total body weight?
Yes.
Okay. And so the difference, when you look at it, it's a 26.3% difference from his actual weight, isn't it?
Correct. Yes.
And so I'm probably at the 6th grade level on this, but isn't it very basic that the more something weighs, the slower something has to go to have damage? And if something weighs less, the other part that collides and the force has to go faster.
The force is going to be greater if the mass is greater.
So if you throw a 5-pound rock into a window, you can throw it slower to cause the same damage if you have a 2-pound rock.
I don't know if I agree with that analogy.
So you agree that based on the 26% difference, in order to actually be accurate, to be specific, to be scientific, You then have to adjust the speeds that you presented on the demonstrations, and you have to reduce the speed by 26%.
I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that. You think that having a lighter arm, so what you're telling us is having a lighter arm will cause the exact same amount of damage to the taillight studies as a heavier arm. Is that what you're telling us?
Well, if you look at, for instance,
No, yes or no?
the 29-mile-an-hour impact test, that's significantly more kinetic energy. So the momentum of a 6,000-pound vehicle moving at 24 miles an hour, 29 miles an hour, that's going to overcome whatever the mass is that it's hitting at that point.
You're sidestepping my question.
Objection. Sustained. Ask a question, Mr. Brennan. Just ask a question, no more.
My
comments.
question is, are you telling us that having a lighter arm does not impact the damage in these tests as opposed to using the heavier arm?
Certainly not in the field test, no.
And so you disagree that when you look at the weights of those arms, do you disagree there's a 26.3% difference?
Yes.
You disagree.
No, I'm sorry, what was your question?
Do you agree there was a 26.3% difference in the arm weight that you used opposed to John O'Keefe?
Yes, the hybrid arm compared to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, yes.
And you are denying that there needs to be an adjustment to your calculation because the mass MA is different. You're denying that.
I think, again, if you're, and this is something Dr. Rentschler, I believe, will
No, I want
touch
to talk
on.
to you. I don't want to talk to Dr. Rentschler.
Well, because when you're addressing the forces for injury and the mechanisms for injury, right, you would account for the difference in the weight.
So you're saying that it makes no difference that you use an arm that was 26% lighter. Is that what you're saying to us?
No, I don't think it would have made a significant difference, especially if you look at, for instance,
Would it make
if
any
you're looking at
difference?
the 95th percentile
Of course it would.
hand and the 50th percentile hand, they both weigh 1.25 pounds. They're the exact same weight. There's about a pound more roughly in the forearm and a pound more distributed in the upper arm.
That's not my question. It's not whether it's significant or not. I'm asking you, are you saying under oath right now that a 26.3% difference had no impact on the calculations in that study? It would have no impact at all.
The calculations, yes, but in terms of the damage, no, I don't think that 1 pound difference, when we're talking about something that's 6,000 pounds, striking something that's, quite frankly, whether it's 9.4 or it's 11 something, it's not, you're not going to get a difference in the damage.
So why don't you have a 3-pound arm up there?
Right.
Well, I think that's unreasonable, sir.
What's that?
I think that's unreasonable.
What's the difference? It's a 6,000 pound car, according to you. What's the difference between 26% and 40%?
Well, I don't even know that I agree with your percentage because, again, you're
Got
accounting for
him.
the full part of the arm that goes up to here, which we did not strike that part.
It's, how much lighter, 2 pounds and what, how many ounces?
Sorry, what was your question?
How much lighter is it, the arm that you used?
In terms of a percentage?
No, in terms of weight, the weight, 9.38,
Right.
and Mr. O'Keefe, 11.86, right?
About 2.48.
And you're saying that makes no difference? Not.
Not in the observed damage at those speeds, no.
Why
So
didn't you
again-
use a 5-pound arm, sir?
Exactly.
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Why didn't you use a 5-pound arm?
Again, I don't know that they make a 5-pound ATD arm.
You didn't tell us when you did these studies, you didn't disclose in your PowerPoint that you used an arm that was much lighter than Mr. O'Keefe's arm, did you?
I don't know that it was, I didn't give the weight in the presentation, no.
Let's take a look at some of your testing. The first one was at 10 miles per hour, test A. You remember that test, right?
Yes.
Now, 10 miles per hour, if you had taken 26% off, Would you agree it would change the actual speed from 10 miles per hour to 7.67 miles per hour? If you did out the math, if you did it specifically, accurately, precisely, would you agree, using the wrong arm, you make the deductions and the calculations, that 10 mile per hour test would actually be 7.67 miles per hour?
Hank's
Would
showing his work.
Would you agree with that?
I'm going to allow that.
No, because again, the arm is going to get accelerated up to that speed. So that the speed would still, that mass would still be accelerated up to 10 miles per hour. Same thing in the vehicle testing. It's going to be, given that weight difference, it's going to be accelerated up to that speed.
It's going to be 26%.
Now,
dumbass.
can we see the video of test A, please? Now, this is your study, 10 miles per hour, you claim, with a arm that is 9.38 pounds, correct?
Correct.
Mr. O'Keefe, 11.86 pounds, yes?
Yes.
Yes. Now, this light on the end of this, you're trying to replicate the light on the back of a Lexus?
Correct.
If a Lexus at 6,000 pounds hits a person, the Lexus isn't stopping automatically, is it?
No, it would move at a common velocity with the arm.
It would continue to push forward through the arm, yes?
It may, yes.
And the arm can push into the light before the body turns, yes?
I don't know that I agree with that, no.
If the light on the Lexus, not at this speed, but if the light on the Lexus was broken or breaks and it hits the arm, it's not going to bounce off the arm. It's going to push through, isn't it?
It's going to move at a common velocity with the arm.
And that will move not only the arm, it will move the person's body, won't it?
Yep.
It may, yes.
It may push the body, it may throw the body.
I don't know about throw.
And the light, if broken, will continue to press against the arm until there's separation. Isn't that fair to say?
It could, in some instances, again, it could bounce.
It could, because it's not always the same. It's a dynamic process, isn't it?
It is dynamic, yes.
You could do the test many times and get very different results, couldn't you?
I don't know that I agree with that.
Would you get the same result every time?
No,
I think you would certainly get similar results.
Every time.
not the same.
If you had the exact same impact location and speeds, yes.
Well, that's my point. What if the impact location moved a little bit? Could it change?
Well, is Dr. Welcher changing? I don't know if, again, I was relying on what he provided.
This is your
in his
test,
report.
sir.
Dr. Welcher, I'm asking you. No, it's not.
Okay, so jurors, disregard that exchange between counsel. Next question.
If the body position change, you may get a different result. Isn't that fair to say?
I was going after what Dr. Welcher had represented in his report and analysis. So we did testing to analyze his orientation that he had demonstrated in his report.
You don't like that question either?
Sustained.
If the body position changed, it could change the result. True?
I don't know what you mean by body position. Do you mean the whole body, the arm? What part of the body?
Okay, let's start with the arm.
Any
If
part.
the arm position changes, it could change the result, couldn't it?
Well, I'm not aware of any other orientation that Dr. Welcher provided in his analysis report as to alternative orientations.
We're not talking about that.
If the arm position changed, could it change the result?
Yes, I mean, I presume if you don't have your arm on the taillight, then yes, you'll probably get a different result.
What if it's bent in a different way? Could that change the result?
Again, I haven't reviewed anything that indicates that there was a different orientation that Dr. Welcher suggested.
Hostile
You're a
witness.
scientist, right? You can think. I'm asking you. Just a general question over here. If you bend the arm, could it change the result?
It could.
Thank you. Okay. when a pedestrian is struck, they are not held stationary on a harness, are they?
No.
In this case, the crash test dummy is on a harness,
Yes, he's supported.
strapped
Yes.
by its hips or pelvis.
Yes.
That's not real life. That's not how a pedestrian is usually when they're hit, right? They're not strapped to a harness, are they?
No, and again, the purpose of this test was to evaluate the arm. We're not looking at the whole body here with this test.
And when we talk about injuries, part of injuries is not just the impact, it's the drag, in this case, from the car, isn't it?
It could be, yes.
But when you put the dummy on a harness, restricting or restraining its movement, it is not going to replicate hitting somebody and their movement, including the drag, is it?
I don't know that I agree with that, because it will replicate, again, when we're talking about that impact pulse of 10 milliseconds, it will replicate that. And that's ultimately what we're after, is
hilarious.
what's happening in that 10 millisecond window in terms of the contact and the damage and the acceleration.
I
No
know
one
that's what
dirty
you're
like
after.
that.
What I'm asking you is
No
when
one.
you end it, when the light stops, unlike Alexa, affects the aftermath, the drag and the push after, doesn't it?
Yes, the kinematics would be different, likely, if it's not restrained like that.
In real life, pedestrian usually is not restrained, are they?
Correct.
In real life, a 6,000-pound Lexus, upon contact with an arm, doesn't usually stop on a dime, does it?
No.
Could I have the photo from test A, please? And so there is no break, but there is a crack in this light that was a result of this experiment where this light hits that restrained dummy, yes?
Yes.
And this is at 10 miles per hour in your world and 7.67 if you take off the 26% weight.
Sustain us to that point.
If we can move to test B, please. Now this test B, a similar test, it has the same limitations, doesn't it? This dummy is restrained at the pelvis.
Yes.
Could you show the video, please? There's two videos. We can see the first one. And was the dummy restrained by its head as well?
Yes.
Was its arm restrained in any way?
It was tethered, but it was free to move.
This test you have is 17 miles per hour with the arm that's 9.38 pounds. Mr. O'Keefe, 11.86 pound arm. If you consider that 26% difference, wouldn't it be fair to say that this test, rather than replicate 17 miles per hour, would actually replicate 12.6 miles per hour?
No, can you answer that?
Not the way it's phrased, no.
And so looking at this test, test B, which you say is 17 miles per hour, can you do a calculation for the 26% difference, or is that something that
How
you don't think is
delusional
fair?
is this comment from the sewage?
I don't think that'd be a fair way to characterize it. Again, if no matter what the mass is there, if you're accelerating it, if you're impacting at 17, that arm is going to move at 17.
Well, not just the movement, the damage. If this arm was 5 pounds, do you think the test would have the same exact result?
If it's 5 pounds,
Yes,
probably would be less damage.
it'd be less damage. So to get this amount of damage, you would have to increase the weight, right?
Sorry, what was your question?
To get this amount of damage, you couldn't use a 5 pound arm. There'd be less damage with a 5 pound arm.
Correct.
Right, because the less weight you use, the less damage at that speed. That's
Correct.
basically how it works.
Correct.
I think Dr. Wolf's the one that needs to go back to school, clearly.
So in this test, if we could run that back again, you have a restrained dummy at the hips and the head. There's no follow through of the light or the body that's attached to that arm, correct? And at this
Ma'am,
speed,
Wolf's a fraud.
you can see
A
the
fraud.
shards of taillight.
A literal fraud.
You can see them move, can't you?
When you say move, you mean just
Not stationary.
yeah? I mean they're moving from the taillight as they break.
Detached from the taillight.
Correct. They're
That
broken.
could create a debris field, yes?
Yes.
And you can see them floating in the air, some of them actually floating and then touching the sweater. Do you see that?
Possibly. Some of it might be, again, some of that polyurethane foam.
Yeah, some might be. And why don't we play it again so we can see clearly? Some might be taillight shards too, right? That black object spinning, that's not poly foam,
Nope.
is it?
No,
Taillight
it would
shard.
not be.
That'd be taillight shard, right?
Correct.
And so even at this speed, you can see in this type of collision, there is significant, bless you, significant amount of taillight shards that are broken from the taillight and spewing into the air. Yes?
Well, I think on the one of the slides I had, I think I showed the fragments that were left. And from what I recall, I think there was 4 pieces from the taillight,
Yeah.
from the lens.
If you could put that back a little so Dr. Wolfe can see it again to the point of the collision. Even at this speed, go ahead. Stop. You can see pieces, large, small, medium, maybe even microscopic, are now breaking off from that taillight and being littered into the air, aren't they?
Yes, there are pieces coming off.
If we can go to test C, please. Now, in test C, you actually use only an arm. Isn't that fair to say?
Correct.
You don't use a body or a crash test dummy.
No.
You don't, in fact, this is not the 12-pound arm either. This is the 9.38-pound arm.
Correct.
And when you do this test, you have the arm, it's basically just an object suspended in the air, isn't it?
Yes.
And you said, I think on direct examination, I think you said that this is the same as if it was on the dummy. Is that your testimony?
Well, in terms of, again, the amount of weight that would be interacting with the taillight, whether it's attached to the dummy or not, what's in direct contact is going to be the same.
Well, the fact that it's just floating up in the sky like that, it's very different than if it was attached to a person or a dummy, isn't it?
In terms of how it moves immediately after the impact, yes.
Not just how it moves, as far as the impact. Isn't it different?
I don't know that I agree with that.
Okay. Well, wouldn't you say that
The emojis.
in addition to the arm, if you had another 200 plus pounds being held down by gravity, that would affect the force that's acting on the arm?
Well, the arm, again, is going to be accelerated, but the center of mass of the body is not going to see that acceleration.
Have you testified before in this case about the importance of the full body and gravity?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Have you testified before in this case about the effect of gravity and the full force of a body as opposed to just an arm?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember whether you thought it important on a previous time you testified that there is significance to the arm would be attached to a 200 plus pound body and there was the issue of gravity that would affect force?
From what I recall, I think that had to deal with whether or not the pedestrian would be projected based upon an interaction with the arm or a full-on center of gravity hit, right? When we're only hitting the arm, we're not hitting the CG of the body.
You did test B and you claim it was at 17 miles per hour, test B,
Correct.
and we saw the damage. This is at 15 miles per hour, test C. Could you play this, please? It might be a delay, so you could fast forward a little bit, please. How many times do you think that arm spun around?
I don't know.
That's not what would happen to a person who got hit. Their arm wouldn't spin through their body like that, would it?
Correct. It
Their
would
arm
not.
wouldn't spin that many times.
No.
There'd be the pull of their body weight.
tried it.
Yes.
No.
I'm sorry. What was your
There'd be
question?
the pull of their body weight,
The body weight, yeah, would affect the movement afterwards. Yes.
gravity. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. And so there's a reason why you do this test at 15 miles per hour. Is there a photo related to this, to the damage to the taillight? There is a reason why at 15 miles per hour, the damage is much different than the other tests at 17 miles per hour, isn't there?
Correct.
Right, because at 17 miles per hour, you have a dummy that is strapped by a harness in its pelvis. When it's hitting the arm, it's affecting it much differently than just a arm floating in air. Yes?
No, I don't agree with that. The primary reason there's a difference in the damage is because of the amount of the arm that's outstretched and interacting with
mass,
the taillights.
body
There's a difference in those two
mass.
tests.
And
Newton's
so
law.
the body and the weight of the body, you're saying, has nothing to do with the amount of damage.
Not in these tests, no.
So when somebody gets hit, does the body weight have anything to do with the damage? Not just the area that gets hit. Does the body weight affect it at all?
Not in terms of the impact, like the rest of the body. It's not going to matter if, for instance, only my hand, like in that last test we just saw, it was the hand and the wrist. How much my stomach weighs, my head weighs, is not going to affect the damage to that taillight in that interaction.
And by the way, this test, you said 15 miles per hour. If you consider the 26%, you're only at 11.1 miles per hour. Is that the right math?
Again, I don't agree with that, because if you look at the data and you integrate the acceleration data to get the speed, right, that we saw in those plots, the hand basically gets up to, I think it was 14 or 15 miles an hour. It reaches that common velocity of the vehicle.
Let's go to test F. On test F, you placed the dummy more behind the vehicle, didn't you?
Correct.
And when you test and you put it more behind the vehicle, this is more of a full impact than it is a clipping, isn't it?
Certainly, yes.
I love that,
And when you
Ian. I
put
love that.
This dummy behind the car. This was not a legitimate crash test dummy. It was a different type of dummy, wasn't it?
Yes, it's called a Rescue Randy.
A Rescue Randy. And that is not typically the type of dummy that you're going to use for crash tests, is it?
I wouldn't agree with that.
When you did the Rescue Randy and crash test F, did you use the 12-pound arm or did you stick with the 9.38?
The hybrid arm wasn't attached to the Rescue Randy, and
The hybrid arm was not. Is that what you said, or it was?
it was not. No, not in the full impact test.
Okay, so what was the weight of the arm on the Rescue Randy?
I don't know specifically the weight of the arm. I know that the total mass of the Rescue Randy was 200 pounds.
Isn't the weight of the arm important when you're talking about impact with the arm?
I don't think relative to the rest of the mass of the body.
So now the mass of the body counts, but before it didn't.
Sustained in that form.
Okay. If we can see in test F, we have some photographs. Start with the first one, if you could widen that, please. Now, this is a direct hit.
Correct.
Is this simply a photo or a video? Could we go to the next one, please? So the Rescue Randy's placed much further in the car than the other type of test that would be more similar to a clip, yes?
Correct.
Next photo, please. Okay. And that is the result of the impact.
Correct.
Do you see the debris field?
Yes.
Is it near Rescue Randy?
Some of it is, yes.
Yeah, it's spread out a little bit, yes?
That's fair, yes.
But it's not right on his body. It's a distance from his body, yes?
There may be some, I can't tell from this photo, there may be some around his body, but yes, there's also debris close to the Lexus as well.
And could we, and this is the demonstration where you didn't turn on the videotape, so we don't have a videotape?
Correct. We had the false start. Yep.
What's that?
We had the false start.
The false start. Is there another picture after this? Those clothes. Are there holes or tears in the clothes?
Yes, there's damage that's consistent with road rash when clothing or a body makes contact with the pavement and is grinding into the pavement.
Pavement's hard. right?
Yes.
How about frozen ground, frozen dirt?
Is that hard?
Yeah.
I suppose it can be.
Well, do you have any doubt whether frozen ground in the Northeast in the winter is hard as a rock?
I haven't done any analysis to assess that.
And so seeing holes in those clothes is what you would expect after Randy hits that hard ground, right?
Are you talking about frozen grass or paved?
I'm talking about Randy right now. These
Bro.
holes in the clothes are what you would expect after Randy hits the hard ground, correct?
I'm going to allow that. Is that what you'd expect? All right, jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
This is when you know you like what the hell? He literally, yeah, I'm gonna show you the holes in the shirt. And Jackson's like, Your Honor, I need a moment. I need a moment. God. This is disaster. This is a fucking disaster.
You guys want to take a plea deal now?
Yeah,
Karen, would you like a
have
plea deal?
Please.
So
Would you
holes
like
in the clothes
a plea deal?
is what you would expect after Randy hits the ground, yes?
If there is prolonged sliding contact with the asphalt, certainly you could expect to see tearing, large holes, material fraying, and even transfer of pavement material onto the clothing.
You've done no studies on hard ground like a front yard, have you?
In terms of a pedestrian sliding on the grass,
In clothing tears, yes.
no, sir.
And if you could go back one slide. You see the debris field is near but not on Randy? Can you tell if there's any small pieces or microscopic pieces on or in Randy's clothes in the study? Did you look?
No.
If I could go to test E, please. Test E, you cite as having a speed of 24 miles per hour, correct?
Correct.
And that's with a arm that is 9.38 pounds. Yes?
Correct.
And to remind you, Mr. O'Keefe's arm would be about 11.86 pounds. Yes?
Correct.
If you would reduce 26%, you'd be at 17.8 miles per hour, wouldn't you?
Are you doing the math, Dr. Wolfe?
I don't agree with his characterization, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
I understand you don't agree, but if you took 26% off the 24 miles per hour, you would come out to 17.8 miles per hour, wouldn't you?
I'm going to allow that. I'm going to allow that.
That's what the calculation would yield.
Okay. On test E, there are some differences between your test and what would happen in real life. For example, there is a harness, correct?
Correct.
And the harness prevents the dummy from being thrown naturally.
Correct.
The harness affects your ability or one's ability to see this study and see what the trajectory would be after impact, correct?
Well, that wasn't the purpose of the study, to assess the trajectory, sir.
I understand. I'm not trying to criticize, but it affects the ability to see the trajectory when the dummy's on a harness, doesn't it?
Yes.
Could we put up the first video on this, please? A photo 115, if we can start with.
You know, you gotta out expert the expert, and unless he wasn't good at it, obviously Hank knew what he was doing.
you could stop it right there. And you can see the feet aren't as firmly planted on the ground as a person would be in most circumstances because of that harness, yes?
Correct.
And that affects gravity, doesn't it?
Affects gravity?
Well, when the car hits, the gravity, the weight of the dummy is less because it's held up by a harness, isn't it?
Correct.
Right. So gravity really is, again, it's suspended at this point, just above the ground.
The arm that's extended, is there a glass in that hand?
No, there's not more weight in the hand.
So there's no object in the hand in any of these tests?
No, because ultimately what would happen is because of the accelerometer being mounted on the palm of the hand, if you had a glass there, it would interfere with those measurements.
I understand why you didn't do it, but would you say it's fair to say that if a glass was in the dummy's hand on these tests, it could affect or change the damage?
Well, if you add another, I think that the drinking glass we utilized for the testing last year, I think was 0.7 pounds. So if you add another 0.7 or pound to the hand, that hand contacts the liftgate taillight, you certainly could see damage to that taillight, which we certainly didn't see on the subject vehicle.
So weight does kind of matter, right?
It can, yes.
Not just
Yep.
0.7 pounds, the 2.5 pounds can matter too. Weight matters.
Yes.
Because that's kind of what we were talking about for the last half hour. Weight
Impeached.
matters in these tests, doesn't it?
Correct, but you can't look at this in isolation just between damage, and you can't separate it from the injuries, right? What's going to happen to the body in terms of the injuries in a 24-mile-an-hour impact?
Does weight matter?
In terms of the force?
And so we see this dummy with the arm stretched out, correct?
Correct.
Okay, can we bring this back? Stop right there. This isn't approved crash test dummy, is it?
The Rescue Randy portion, no.
No.
It's not instrumented like a hybrid.
Is the arm the hybrid 3?
Yes, the arm is the hybrid 3.
So you took in test F, you didn't put the hybrid 3 on the Randy, but on this one you did?
No, because you risk these AT devices can range from $100,000 to $150,000, and you run the risk of destroying that equipment in a test like that.
So in test F, did you put the hybrid on the Randy, or did you keep Randy's original arm?
It's just the Rescue Randy in the last test.
On F.
Correct.
This one, you have the hybrid arm on Randy.
Correct.
So you're switching up between tests, what pieces you're using, aren't you?
I would say adding, but
Well, adding and subtracting doesn't have 2 arms. There's one off, one on. One's Randy and one's hybrid. So you're
Yep.
switching.
yes.
Different result.
Different results, right? Skewed results.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay.
Are you trying to say a different result between test F and this test? Because they're not the same test.
Oh, I understand. If we can have this come back a little bit more. Okay, and let it run. Stop. You can see the shattered taillight moving, and most of it's moving in the same direction, isn't it?
Yes.
And that's what creates a debris field after a collision, doesn't it?
Yes. I mean, components will break off and fall to the ground. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Now, since Randy is on a harness, he's not going to be thrown the same way as it would happen in real life, is he?
Correct. And that wasn't the purpose of this
I
test, sir.
understand. When you chose 24 miles per hour without the 26% deduction, which would make it 17.8 miles per hour, when you chose 24 miles per hour, it's because you had looked at the text stream data that had been taken from the defendant's Lexus, right?
Correct.
And when you looked at that data, you understood that during that event, 10 seconds of data is captured, yes?
Yes.
But that doesn't define the whole event, does it?
That only encompasses what was recorded.
And you said you chose 24 miles per hour because that was about the speed at the end of that 10 seconds.
Correct.
You do realize at the end of that 10 seconds, the car, the defendant's Lexus, was going faster. It was still accelerating, don't you?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
From what I recall, the last data point, I believe the throttle was still at around 74%.
Well, ARCCA specializes in tech stream data, don't they?
Yes.
Here it goes.
So you want, looking at that, you
Here
would
it is.
agree that at the end of the 10 seconds, the defendant's Lexus was increasing in speed.
Well, we don't know, again, beyond that data point, what the data is.
At the end of that 10 seconds, the car was going up, not down in speed, yes?
Correct.
And you can't tell how much longer that car traveled for after that 10 seconds, can you?
Correct. We don't know.
So when you chose the 24 miles per hour, it was just based on a data point. It wasn't based on you believing that there was an impact at a certain speed, was it?
No, and the triggering event itself is it's not a collision by definition, and nowhere in that data can you parse out whether or not any contact even occurred.
We know that.
Okay.
The point is, you can't tell how fast the vehicle was going if it was in a collision from that data, can you?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
If that vehicle was in a collision, you wouldn't be able to tell from that data what the speed was at the time of the collision.
If contact allegedly occurred at some point in that data set, no, you would not be able to pick a row in that data and say, this is where the collision occurred.
Or after that data set, you would have no idea.
Outside of the data?
Yes.
No.
Okay. And so when you look at this experiment that you did, if you were to add, you said 24 miles per hour, but that's not considering the 26%. If you were to add 7 more miles per hour to this collision, would you expect more damage to that right taillight?
Potentially, yes, but you're certainly getting into the realm of injury at that point.
I'm not asking about that. I'm asking you a simple question about damage. If you were to add 7 miles per hour onto this test here, would you expect more damage to that right rear taillight?
Yes.
Okay, can you finish the video? Now I want to ask you some questions. You can stop there. I want to ask you some questions. Can you bring it back to right before the collision, please? Speed changes the result of this, doesn't it?
In terms of the impact speed?
Yes, the impact speed can change the result of this, of the damage to the right rear taillight, can it?
Correct.
And the angle of the arm can change the damage to that right rear taillight, can't it?
It can, yes.
Did you take any pictures of the debris field after the impact and damage in this test E? Did you take any photographs of the debris field?
I believe so, yes.
Was it included in your materials that you provided us?
It should have been in all of the test materials that was provided, yes.
Was the debris field within a certain range? Was it within a certain circle, 10, 20, 30 feet?
That sounds about right.
And so a debris field, although it might scatter, it almost forms kind of a ring, doesn't it?
It can, yes.
And it can form that ring away from where the body lands, can't it?
It can, yes.
And in this test, which you say is 24 miles per hour, without the reduction to 17.8 miles per hour, in this test, upon impact, there is a number of pieces of taillight that shatter, isn't there?
Yes.
Did you count how many?
About 19 pieces.
19 pieces. Could you move forward just a little bit? And when they break and scatter, some of them go up, some go down. Stop, please. Yes?
Correct, yes.
Some of them come in contact with Randy's arm. Yes?
Correct.
Now, Randy being on a harness, it's not like real life when the Lexus goes by, could continue to push him with it, right? He can't go with the car or the Lexus because he's on a harness. Yes?
Correct. He's not going to move from that position.
If you can move forward, do you see Randy's feet?
Yes.
See the right foot?
Yes.
It's twisting, right?
Correct.
Turning. Stop. Could you show the photo of the sneaker, please? When you were reaching your conclusions that you offered to the jury today, did you consider this photograph?
No.
Did you know that this sneaker was up against a curb in the area?
Yes.
And you didn't consider this at all?
Wasn't a part of my analysis.
Okay. You can go back to the video. You see the spin and rotation on the foot?
Yes.
Can you keep going? In the turn of the sneaker?
Pirouettes.
Yes.
Okay. I want you to go back, Ms. Gilman, please, to the point of impact. In your studies, you would agree there can be a clip of a pedestrian that causes significant damage to a taillight where the pedestrian incurs no lower body injuries whatsoever. That can happen, can it?
Well, I don't know that I would describe this as a clip to the arm. This is a full-on impact to the arm. So it's not a clip. Again, you saw at the 15 miles per hour. I think that's more analogous to a clip or a side swipe where the arm just kind of gets brushed out of the way. This, I would say, is a full-on impact to the arm.
Okay. To use your words, in a full-on impact like this, a pedestrian could be involved in a full-on impact causing that amount of damage to the taillight that's reflected in this video, but suffer no lower body
Didn't help
injuries.
himself.
Isn't that fair to say?
I don't address injuries, sir.
Well, let's play it forward. Do we ever see Randy's knees hit the car? Hips, ribs?
Nope.
I see the foot getting run over, but I don't think there was contact with the legs, no.
Would you agree that a pedestrian could be in this type of collision and suffer no lower body injuries based on your presentation here?
Sir, I don't address injuries. Biomechanics is not my area of specialty.
You said it's common in vehicle pedestrian collisions that there is some type of bumper displacement. You
Correct.
said that?
Yes.
Okay, bring it back to the beginning, please. Stop. Any bumper displacement in this collision?
In this specific test, no.
You said that on direct, you would expect that there would be some panel deformation. What does that mean?
So if for instance, let's say the hand is not contacting the taillight or a portion of it is contacting the lift gate, you could see deformation to that body paneling.
You said that you would expect to see, not that you could. What you said on direct is you would expect to see panel deformation.
Yes.
And you said in this case, there was none, right? Talking about the defendant's Lexus. You said, I would expect to see panel deformation. And in this case, the defendant's Lexus, there was none. That's what you told us on direct.
Correct.
Let's watch let's watch your video. Play it ahead. Is there any panel deformation? Stop. In this?
No, sir.
Okay. So when you said on direct examination relative to the defendant's Lexus, you would expect panel deformation, there was none. There are examples, one that you gave us yourself, where there is a collision causing this amount of damage to a taillight where there's no panel deformation.
I'm going to allow it.
right?
If I recall, I think you're referring to my prior testimony in another proceeding where I had not conducted this testing yet. So ultimately, that's part of the reason why this testing was conducted, to evaluate that.
In this case, the damage to the right rear tail light, there's no panel deformation here, is there?
Correct, there is not.
When somebody is wearing a hat and they're involved in a collision similar to this, can their hat fall off?
Potentially.
Did you look at photos? Is there a photo of the hat, Ms. Gilman? Before you came to your opinions and conclusions, did you look at this photo and see a hat on the grass?
I did review this, yes.
And did you give any consideration when you did your tests to whether the hat would come off Randy or any crash test dummy when you hit it at that speed?
No, that wasn't a part of my evaluation.
Could I have photo 77, please? What's that, sir?
So I don't know if you'll be able to see it in the photograph, but there was some material transfer from the jeans that the rescue Randy was wearing.
And so as a result of that impact, there was scuffing from Randy's jeans onto this exemplar Lexus.
There was scuffing, yes.
Did you look at the defendant's photos of the defendant's Lexus to see
Yes.
if there was a,
Sorry.
it's okay, to see if there was any scuffing in a very similar area?
I don't recall it being at that portion of the vehicle close to the rear wheel.
Where did you see the scuffing on the defendant's Lexus?
I think there was some scrapes along the wraparound section of the bumper cover.
The bottom part?
Correct.
It's not claimed that's attributed to the collision, so I don't want you to consider that. But did you see other scuffs a little higher up on the Lexus?
I did, but I don't know that those could certainly just be normal wear and tear to the vehicle.
Is that normal wear and tear?
This, no, because we observed it in the test.
Could I have photo 153, please? Now, this is a photo without the hatch back up. This is just the lighting fixture, right?
Correct.
And could you close up in on that? And you would agree if you went 7 miles per hour faster, it would cause more damage to that, wouldn't it?
Yes.
When the taillight is shattered and it spreads through the air, does it have the potential to impale a person, for example, on their nose?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
In your test, you saw that upon collision, there was a scattering of taillight that broke from the fixture, correct?
Correct.
Would those shards, as they float or fly through the air, would they have the ability to impale a person on their face or even their nose?
I think that would be unlikely.
And finally, we've discussed, you now would agree with me that weight does matter, doesn't it?
It can if it's significant, yes.
I have no further questions.
All right, Mr. Jackson? Yes.
Get ready for a lot of theatrics. Folks, do me a favor, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you can donate to the channel, that'd be very, very helpful. First thing I'm doing when we have a good day is getting a damn fan in here. That's for damn sure. It's too hot. I wish it was Chili Joy. It is literally killing me. I'm just gonna like woo-saw some
Can
of your
we,
cold.
Dr. Wolfe,
me.
go back to your power? Do you have your PowerPoint
Yes,
set up?
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
You have that ready?
Yes.
Can you go forward? And I don't have them memorized, so bear with me. Can you go forward to test E? And I'm going to ask you a couple of quick questions.
Okay.
Okay, if you could scroll through, keep going. If you'd please to the next slide, the next. Can you, is this a video or is this a still photograph?
It is a video.
Is this at full speed or is this slow?
This is full speed.
Okay, can you go to the next slide? Okay, go back one. This is a test at what speed?
This is the Lexus moving in reverse, contacting at 24 miles an hour.
All right. Let's go ahead and play this at full speed if we could. Dr. Wolfe, can you, that's awfully fast. Can you get to a point where you're moving frame by frame just at the point of contact?
Am I able to display my screen without doing the, I'm trying to see how I can get this to work.
If you could just move forward frame by frame rather than.
I don't know that I can in the. Oh, I missed it.
Okay. It may be more difficult than we thought. Let me ask you a couple of questions.
Sure.
Based on that. Did you review that video in slow motion as well as at full speed?
Yes, from a frame by frame perspective.
And in terms of a couple of different questions about that particular test, when there's impact with that right arm, what's the speed that the arm gets to upon impact?
In test E?
Right. If the car's going 24 miles an hour, what's the expected speed of the arm?
So the hand got up to a little over 24. The arm got a little over 21 miles per hour.
The debris that comes off of the taillight, the fragments, what speed would they be going at the point of impact when they crack and are released from the taillight?
At the impact speed or less.
In order to penetrate the sweatshirt and cut the arm across, would the shards have to be going faster or slower than the arm?
They would have to be going faster. If they're moving at a common velocity with the arm relative to it, they would somehow have to accelerate with more speed to catch up and go beyond the arm, essentially.
Is that physically possible?
No.
I also want to ask you about do you have in your PowerPoint the photographs of the sweatshirt at the full, what you call the full-on impact, test F as in Foxtrot?
I don't have any of those in the PowerPoint.
Okay. The photo that you showed, if I could ask this woman to show the same photograph that she showed earlier.
Uh-oh, did he just admit to having extra photographs he didn't turn over?
Test F as in Foxtrot, with the holes we
If she can.
If she may.
Can you do that, Ms. Gilman?
Very kind.
Thank you.
Dr. Wolfe, you're shown just the left arm underneath the, whatever you call the dummy, Randy, right?
Yes.
Did Mr. Brennan show you the rest of the sweatshirt?
No.
What did the rest of the sweatshirt look like after this full-on impact when he was launched on the asphalt?
Mangled. So there was not only significant road rash to the clothing all over the torso section, the left arm, the right arm. There was holes in many different locations of various sizes. There was also just on the skin of the dummy, there was road rash on the face had been scraped. The torso had been scraped. So there was significant body damage to the torso as well.
Where's the pictures?
Just the sweatshirt. Separating that out. What about
Where's the pictures
bottom of the sweatshirt? The front of the sweatshirt. Were there holes, frays, and damage to the front?
It was covered in all of those, yes.
What about the back of the sweatshirt? Did that also have damage?
I don't believe the back, because I think he fell onto his stomach.
What about the other arm?
Yes, both arms did.
Were the holes and frays larger than the holes, the puncture holes that you saw on John O'Keefe's sweatshirt?
Certainly larger and again spread out amongst the entirety of the sweatshirt, at least on the front side.
Was the damage to the sweatshirt that you saw in this experiment consistent with the damage or defects that you saw in just the right arm, those 9 puncture holes on the right arm of the sweatshirt of John O'Keefe?
No, this is distinctly road rash. There's a clear distinction between the two.
Looking at this particular set of defects in the arm, is that misleading in terms of its comparison to John O'Keefe's sweatshirt?
Yeah.
Sustain.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask to approach very briefly on an issue we discussed earlier.
What a absolute disaster this witness has been for the defense. Like this is bad. Like this is like holy fuck bad.
Yeah.
Like what were they thinking? And like I think Mr. Jackson's question follow-up about the other damage on the shirt is good, but the problem is where's the pictures? And also it's late in the day, and it's probably a point that would have been better brought up when the jury was fresh. If I was probably Jackson, I'd probably, I don't know. I mean, you're left with only 15 minutes basically to figure something out.
Pretty much.
Because now the jury's going to come back and they're going to hear Hank's cross, and it's just a disastrous situation. I mean, he basically, I mean, he might as well testify for fucking prosecution at this point.
Facts.
You show the taillight broken, then he shows them that he's, he shows the picture of his wife as a free Karen Reed person, shows that this guy is altering tests to suit him, and even though he's doing that, it's still showing damage and stuff like that. This is really a bad situation. Not only this witness's credibility is shot, but it also shows his bias of obscuring tests. And also the fact is that this guy, even with his tests being off, you can clearly see that it matches with the prosecution's case.
Yeah, of course it does. And that's the thing is they're trying to say like, oh, the rips, the holes. Where are the pictures that you took? And
you were asked
the ground is not the asphalt. It's
cross-examination
hard,
about some of the work that ARCCA does on behalf of private
asphalt.
lawyers, even insurance companies, correct?
Correct.
You were not hired by an insurance company. That's not who hired you on behalf of Ms. Reed.
This is a smart question to ask.
The initial hire, correct?
Correct. It was not an insurance company.
Thank you. A couple of more questions, if it's okay with the
With
court,
her
Your Honor,
hair.
before we break. Thank you. You were asked several questions about the glass and whether or not the glass weighed in on your analysis of the damage to the rear tail light, correct?
Correct.
Did you consider that the glass on the rear bumper did not match the cocktail glass that was found close to John O'Keefe's body? Or were you aware of that?
I don't think initially I was aware that there was a difference between the glass cup that was found and the glass on the bumper.
You were asked a lot of questions about the difference in the weight of the arm, and I'm going by memory, 11.8 pounds statistically as it relates to Mr. O'Keefe versus 9.4 pounds. Have I got that right?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. Are you aware that anybody has ever measured the weight of just John O'Keefe's right arm?
I'm not aware of that, no.
When you were asked questions about whether or not his arm weighed 11.8 pounds, are you aware of anybody ever weighing just his arm?
No.
What is that based on? 11.8, where'd that come from?
I don't know.
Mr. Brennan mentioned the word statistic. Based on the statistics, his arm would weigh that much. Height, weight, etc.
Correct.
Does a statistic determine the actual weight of an arm?
No, not conclusive of what Mr. O'Keefe's arm weighed, no.
As you sit here, do you know whether his arm, John O'Keefe's right arm, is weighed by itself accurately? Because pounds and apparently half pounds matter. If it weighed 11.8 pounds, or if it weighed 9.4 pounds, do you know?
I don't know, no.
Do you believe that your testing, the totality of your testing, was dependent upon those 2.5 pounds based on the weight of the hybrid 3, or at least the arm of hybrid 3, and the statistic of 11.8 pounds?
Sustained.
In what way does that differentiation of 2.5 pounds or approximately 2.5 pounds, in what way does that make a difference in terms of your testing?
It doesn't, and that's part of the reason why we increased the speeds to almost 30 miles an hour to look at, again, when you're bringing that much more kinetic energy from the vehicle, that's going to overcome any mass that arm has. If it, like I said, if it's a pound difference, 2 pound difference, the momentum of that vehicle moving at 30 miles an hour versus 24 miles an hour, again, kinetic energy is equal to 1/2 times the mass times the velocity squared. So even if you go up a few miles per hour, you're exponentially increasing that amount of kinetic energy from the vehicle.
You were also asked a series of questions about reducing the speed of the testing by a certain percentage. Remember those questions?
Yes.
Did that make any sense to you mathematically? Okay.
Sustained indefinitely.
What effect, if you can tell us, well, let me ask it this way. Is the speed of the testing vehicle tethered in some way to the difference of that 2.5 pounds that Mr. Brennan was asking you about?
No, and again, as you saw throughout the PowerPoint, when that vehicle is coming in at 24 miles an hour, 29 miles an hour, at those speeds, that arm, when it makes contact, is going to get accelerated up to that velocity. It's just going to reach that common velocity. It's not going to, you're not going to somehow affect the vehicle speed due to that, the fact that the arm weighing 10 pounds roughly, and you've got 6,000 pounds. It's not going to somehow scrub off speed of the vevehicle.
Thank you.
But the
Your Honor, at
damage
this
will.
point, I would be going through a couple of
So
photographs
we'll,
and videos. It might be a
we'll-
good place to.
Okay, I understand you said it's on. So we'll start today. Dr. Wolfe, you have to come on, okay? All right, jurors, one question I have for you. So I know a long time ago, we told you that Thursday would be if not the day.
Don't do it,
Full
lady.
Nearing the end of this case, so I'd like you to think about whether you're able to stay all day next Thursday. think about it over the weekend, if you've made appointments or anything like that, I'm not asking. But think about it, and on Monday, if you let Tony or Paul, whoever's with you Monday, if you have an issue, just let us know, and we'll do that. All right, so please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. Let us know. And again, be very careful with your social media use. Have a great weekend. Thank you.
All rise for the court, please.
This, I don't know what the hell, how they're going to claim that this was a victory for the Karen Reed people, for the defense. I don't know how the law
Because
team
not
was.
every day, Beaton.
I
Hello.
don't know how the law team was going to handle this. To me, I would be like, if this was like if this was like the people claiming that this was like Karen Reed's guilty and that their witness flipped this much, I think we'd be all like, holy fuck. That's like having the dog expert come to testify and then suddenly is like a defense witness. It's like, what the fuck was this?
I mean, again,
ARCCA
the ARCCA just proved the Commonwealth's point. And of course, as I told you guys, Hank literally took each piece of ARCCA's nonsensical theory and it proceeded to deconstruct it piece by piece. You used an arm, okay? And again, remember I told you guys before they started testifying that like ARCCA, I have no doubt in my mind, skewed their results on purpose by doing things that they thought no one would really notice, and to make sure that it wouldn't be as much damage as what was seen on Karen's car. Okay, wait a second, hold on, let me unmute that for a second. I want to see if they're actually talking here.
You're talking.
No.
I'm listening to you.
No, I'm seeing if the judge was talking. I wanted to unmute it. If he was talking.
She's not talking.
They used an arm. All right, that was 9.38 pounds. John's arm was 11.86 pounds. So that's over a 2 pound difference. Okay, closer to 3, but over closer to 2.5 pounds. Okay, difference. And of course, that's going to affect the amount of damage. Why wouldn't you use at 11, if his arm was 11.86 pounds, why wouldn't you use a 12-pound arm? That's a 26.3% difference. It's a large difference, okay? And as someone who works in science, you're going to sit there and say,
hey, thank you so much for watching the Karen Reed.
Shut up, Jesse.
Now,
That makes no difference?
yeah, I mean, I Googled, does mass and speed affect kinetic energy? Yes. Kinetic energy of an object does depend on both mass and velocity. So it's like a 2 pound difference matters. And the guy was trying to say, well, we went extra speed, so that affects that helps even the calculations. No. And the problem is that his tests were all for show. It was just an attempt. Yes. It was an attempt with half the data, obscure data, to reach a biased conclusion. And it was very smart of Hank to put that out there. And it pointed out that he failed the one course that would have been probably important because angle with collision or something like that. And he failed it. He had to take it twice. And that's literally.
But then he said it was elementary, but you didn't pass it the first time. Elementary, but you didn't pass it the first time.
And the fact is, he pointed out this is what he's testifying, but he's not that good at it. And then he pointed out, oh, well, any family members with the Karen Reed? And he said no, and he impeached him with a photo. And he knew he fucked up because he just basically lied under phone. Because him and his wife are in a photo on Facebook, and it says "Free Karen Reed." That was the photo that he showed her. And that's I wish he put it on the screen because that would have been hilarious if he did that. And if they say, "Is that you? Is that your wife?" But he probably is going to hand that to the jury. But the fact is the guy was impeached. He was shown to have a bias. And it was shown that he did tests, obscured the data to get a conclusion that he wanted.
The original dummy was 5'9", 170 pounds. Nowhere near John's height and weight. Nowhere near. And then Randy was about 6 feet.
Yeah. But another issue. I think
Where did you guys think you were going to get it? But you want to criticize Dr. Welter for making everything exact. Well, he's going to get the better results. It's kind of common sense there, folks. Like,
you think EDB is Emily Baker's gonna be like, this was a great day for the defense. I think the prosecution is losing terribly. Can I have a super chat? Can we have a super chat, please? A super chat treat. I need a new pair of glasses, please. I need a new pair of glasses.
Say that? Does she say that?
No, I'm just making shit up.
I was gonna
because she
say
has that pair of
I
glasses. I'm just fucking with you.
probably do. But I mean, really though, like, I mean, this is what these people do: is scream, "This was great." I mean, did you not see the story? Hank didn't want any of this come out. Hank objected to nothing other than leading, and he didn't even object to every leading question. He kind of let him do it because he's like, "All right, you're building your own grave here, bub. Like, go right ahead." Like, he knew he was letting himself build his own grave.
Bro, did you notice at one point it showed, like, even with the harness being held and everything, the shoe was popping off almost on the Randy? I couldn't believe it. I sat there, I was like,
great.
It's like one of those moments where you sit there, you're like, is this real world? Is this their defense?
And it is. Joan, that's the thing. Clearly, the judge didn't allow him to show it on a screen. But what he can do is ask for it to be marked as evidence and entered into evidence as something that's given to the jury if he wants. Like,
bro, what was that, bro? I can't imagine someone actually decided it was a great idea to basically put this on the screen, because this was a disaster. This is an unmitigated disaster.
Of taillight flying out towards, like, that was, you're proving the Commonwealth's points. Like, what the
even
hell?
your bias, he was like, even your bias fucking testing helps my case. Thank you, fucking bought and paid for. And the recross is going to be fucking brutal because he played stupid. He's going to play stupid. He played stupid with the defense. And that even makes him look worse, because like people don't realize, if he would have just agreed and been neutral with the data, it would have been fine. But him playing stupid, that makes they be like, okay, so this guy is either biased or stupid. I don't think I like that.
Well, I mean, so that's the thing. You're either biased, stupid, or maybe both. I don't know. But to sit here and say that it doesn't make a difference that you used a arm, why wouldn't you use a 12-pound arm? Why would you use 2 and almost a half pounds difference at 26%, 26.3 difference? That is, and then you're going to use an arm that's just suspended in the air, floating around like this. Like, what in the actual hell is going on here? And you expect, why are they huddling? What? You're right, Freak. Why are they huddling?
Bro.
What is happening?
You have to be delusional if you think this witness was great.
They
for
put
the
their
defense.
hands in and go break afterwards? No, yeah.
No, I'm saying like you have to like be delusional if you're in a free Karen regroup to think this was great. I honestly, Jackson, you better not stand behind that fucking car because she's gonna hit you. She's gonna kill you. Because this was actually worse than Alessi's direct of Russell. To be completely blunt with you, that it was a disaster. This was like something.
They're already doing it. Wait a second. Hold on. They huddled, okay, and then they went back to sidebar. What is happening right now?
Can we get a deal? That's her line. Can we get a deal?
Can we sign a deal
I'll
now?
turn in Turtle Boy. I'll rat him out right now. I'll point him out. I got the messages.
I will give you all the minions.
I'll turn in the Glare too. I'll throw him in too.
I mean, why are your lawyers they can't decide it right there at side? I've never seen anything like that. You go back to huddle and then what? Like, what is happening?
And you think this is going to be bad? The other witness, he's going to be
they can
put
ask
to
all they
pieces
want,
too.
but they're not getting one. I know you're joking.
I mean, they might. If I was them, I would ask for a mistrial. I'd pretend to have a heart attack. I don't know.
Pretend to have a heart attack. Your Honor, we cannot go on with this. Counsel has had a heart attack.
Like, this is bad because you just basically visualized the impact, and your witness fucking was terrible. This was terrible. This was worse than Russell.
You don't like that question? No, you don't like that one either? Because Dr. Wolfe, as a scientist, you can't say, he's asking a very clear and concise question, and you're like, I don't understand the question. I don't understand what you're saying. What in what part of the body movement do you mean? Like, what? The body moving in any direction is going to create different damage. No, yeah, no. Like, baby Huey needs some help. Somebody get his bottle. Like, what is happening right now?
Bro, I mean,
Karen's gonna run.
yeah, if I was her, I'd kind of run at this point. I'd be like, okay, we're going to Mexico. We're going.
Mexico! Cuba.
At least you could get Tito's in Mexico.
Okay, wait a second. It says WCBB reporting. With the jurors gone, I can see the notebooks on their chairs. Some have just one. Others appear to have 3 or 4. From outside the courthouse, I can hear cheers. Oh God. The road hadn't stuck yet. No. Yeah, it was starting to stick.
Someone in Twitter posted it and made an account called Rescue Randy, and he said on Twitter, Dr. Wolfe is a hack. I'll never work with him again.
I love it. I love it. Poor Rescue Randy.
Justice for Rescue Randy.
Right? Hank's got questions about Randy. All right. He said, we got questions about Randy. Like, got some serious questions about Randy. Do you not think it's funny that these people automatically start showing up when ARCCA gets there? Like, there's been no one. I mean, like a handful, maybe like a dozen or less people outside that courthouse the entire freaking trial.
Well,
now all of a sudden you got a group of people cheering. Like, come on.
You know what? A lot of people believe there's like astroturfing going on with this group, and if you don't know, it's basically, you know, you can go on Facebook and pay people to show up and make it look like your movement is going great.
Yep.
The truth of the matter, if I was in a Karen Reed movement, I'd be kind of pissed because I'd be sitting there, but I would be like, okay, the 227's a lie. Okay, now we're admitting that the taillight can break. I've been an idiot for, you know what I mean? Like, you had the glare literally saying it's impossible for bone to break this powerful piece of plastic. And now they look like idiots.
A half-wit with half a brain that literally relies on his chat to tell him what is or isn't in a courtroom. Like, like what? Like, I might rely on you guys to go find tweets, or like, I know what happens in a courtroom and I know what that motion means. I know what the ruling probably will be, what the implications are. He has to literally ask his chat.
Yeah, this is really, no, that's what he did with me when he was like debating me. He was like losing so badly. He started getting messages from Sleuthy and just like looking in his chat. At first, he was like, I'll shut off the chat when I debate, because he thought I was scared of the chat when I went on his channel. I was like, no, I'm not fucking afraid of your chat. I'm in the fucking Crommerverse, okay? I could deal with a lot of fucking crazy people. So, and if you don't know, Crom is like fucking drama and true crime and shit like that. I deal with a lot.
Yeah.
I deal with a lot. Like, honestly, you got one channel that reviews you, Twisted. I have like a couple.
Not even a channel. She's just a fucking middle-aged lunatic. Like,
yeah. When you get 10, come to me. Come to me when you have 10.
I have 10 middle-aged lunatics. I'm just saying that's just one of the lunatics.
No, I'm at 10 channels. Like, oh
yeah.
But,
no. I mean, I'm sure there are. I just don't know they exist, nor do I care.
But like this, like, honestly, like, you don't realize how disastrous this is. They basically proven the prosecution's case that the taillight can break, that you can see the fragments popping off. You could see the debris fragments popping off. You see, like, literally a lot of them. Just a lot of the proof. What?
You guys want proof this went badly today? Just look at Dr. Reed over there.
His misery brings me happiness. I'm just telling you. Fuck that guy. You fucking piece of shit.
Like,
you should have told your daughter to do the right thing.
He has been staring straight ahead and then put his head down off into the abyss for like a good 5 minutes at least now. And I've just been watching him, and Janet's like off in La La Land, not even paying any mind to what's going on at all. Like, dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. And Mr. Reed's like, damn.
Like, yeah, it's like, damn, I paid these people millions of dollars to help me in this case, and they did nothing.
They called in lots of favors, and this isn't working out.
You know what? I mean, like, that guy is a piece of shit. All right. You know, they're trying to dox the court reporter. They're actually trying to dox the court reporter.
I saw that.
I'm like, this poor lady that's just, you don't realize how tough it is to be a reporter. It's a tough job.
Who's head?
It's probably, I saw it on Twitter.
Head? His rotary cut? Who's head? Oh, Mr. Burns, his neck. Yeah, he got the baby bottleneck. You know, it's just, it rolls around like, you know, like a baby that can't hold its neck up, you know, it's just bobbling around like Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed is contemplating his, Mr. Reed is contemplating the failures of his children. One's a fucking used car salesman, the other who's a piece of shit, and the other is a fucking boozed up accused murderer. I mean, if I was the father of these two winners, I would fucking want to deny them as my children at this point. Listen, I'd rather die alone, to be honest with you. I'd be like, at least I, didn't have loser children.
Right.
I mean,
I mean, hello. If and here's the okay, my kid is morbid when she makes jokes, but she's me in a little body, so I get it. But when I showed her a lot of this case and things like the taillight being broken, remember back when we saw the dash cam footage of the taillight being gone on that side, and everybody from Free Camera Room was like, I don't see anything. There's no missing taillight. Remember that? Do you remember that way back?
I remember that. I remember
So
I debated so many people. It's impossible for the taillight to break.
So,
no.
My daughter is legally blind. She can't see anything out of this eye. And out of this eye, she can only see if it's like real close, like right up to her face. And so she uses her phone, and what she'll do is she'll get her phone at whatever angle that she can, see it at and get it close and then look. She looked at it for about 3 seconds before she looked back at me and goes, Mom, I'm legally blind and I can see the taillight's missing. What's happening here? What is happening? Like, what do you mean? They're saying there's no taillight missing. Like, what? I can clearly see this whole piece right here. Gonzo. Like, like what? What? And it's willful ignorance at this point because they don't want to give anything that sort of contradicts that the Karen Reed's case is going great theory. And it's unfortunate because they all look foolish in the end. They all look foolish in the end. And I guess most of them, in my opinion, will literally probably never talk about it again once they've been proven wrong, and they'll probably be ashamed. I've had many people come to me and be like, I am literally ashamed of myself, of the way that I treated people, the things that I said to people, the way that I accused people of things just because the sewer turtle said so and then everyone else said so. I kind of went along with that mob, and I'm ashamed of myself for doing it. So I can only imagine how many people already left are ashamed of themselves, won't talk about it anymore, and haven't told someone that. Never mind the people that were brave enough to say something to me about it, and the very small subset of people who have apologized to me.
You got a lot of shit for turning, to basically say, hey, I'm not going to follow this bullshit anymore. They turned on you like fucking, like the fucking Julius Caesar. Fucking every single one of them grabbed daggers to stab you in the fucking back.
You know what's funny about that is it shows you very clearly that what people are willing to do, because even people that knew certain things were completely and utterly false that were being spread, those same people who knew those things were not true jumped on the bandwagon of, oh yeah, she's a piece of shit, she must have done that, knowing full well 100% fact it had nothing, that it wasn't true. So it's like, if you're willing to go that far knowing something isn't true just to get a pat on the back from a blogger on YouTube, you have some serious issues. And he doesn't even interact with his audience. He doesn't befriend people. He doesn't he has no concern for his audience. He does not care about any of them in any way, shape, or form. As a matter of fact, privately, he calls them idiots who will give him money no matter what. Have people seen them? They all look horrible. They're a bunch of middle-aged losers. Like, the things that he says about his audience make me want to vomit just thinking about it. Like, I don't care what people look like, how much money they make, what their job is, whether they're married, not married, have kids, don't have kids, whether they're purple, yellow, white polka dot. I don't like what? There are people who come here collectively because they enjoy my content. How do you not appreciate the people that enjoy your content? How do you not try to make relationships with those people? How do you not try to integrate your audience that comes every day into your show?
Yeah.
Like, he'll literally somebody will donate and he'll get the thing on the screen, not read it right, and sit there and rant at that person for 20 minutes about how they suck.
TBS trial starts Monday, and it will be there for the trial. I hope that motherfucker gets aired. I hope we have camera footage of TV's fucking trial. Fuck that guy.
It's not his trial. That,
you know what I mean?
It is just that one is for the restraining order violation. It's like a mini trial. It's like a one.
Yeah, it's a civil matter that can become criminal if it's deemed if they want to prosecute it. Yeah, I know.
So it's not like a actual trial. So his actual trial for the rest of the stuff, we don't have a date for that yet. I don't know. This is just for the
Bro,
restraining order violation.
I hope
Restraining order violation.
I hope he goes. I hope that gets televised. I really do, because that will be great to cover. That will be the next trial you can cover.
Listen, I attempted to cover both his, the hearing that was on Zoom and Karen at the same time. You remember I had that?
Oh,
Karen
yeah,
on-
right.
I had the phone and I'm like listening into the Zoom, like what? Because they didn't televise that one. Like I try to do two things at once. You know what I'm saying? Bring information. It is what it is. But a lot of times with the Karen stuff going on, they won't televise his because, well, it's not important. And he knows
Well,
that.
I mean, I think he's going to be quite important pretty soon. My one regret is I wish that Hank could prosecute fucking Turtle Boy too. Can we get Hank to prosecute Turtle Boy too? He's doing such a bang up job.
Dude,
He needs to prosecute Turtle Boy.
I would die if Hank, hopped into the ring on that one.
Can we
because
get
I
a
just don't
petition
think
going?
Seriously,
Yeah.
Cosgrove is like admittedly not an internet guy, right? Like, internet is not his thing, and this is like wholly an internet thing. Like, so in my eyes, like either you give Cosgrove help or somebody else has to take it over at some point.
We need fucking Hank Brennan on a Turtle Boy case. We need to do a petition to get Hank over there. Hank, your job is not done after this case.
I think that he feels some sort of responsibility for the way people have been treated, because before he got onto this case, like he had no control over the harassment, who's getting charged, who's not getting charged, like all that kind of stuff. And I do think that he would want to help if someone asked, like if the DA's office was like, hey, like you did a bang up job here, like do you think you could help us out with this one? I think if they asked, I think he would do it.
The one thing I will say, even if Karen gets up, I think what Hank did in this case, and Lolly did, it was a fantastic job. They put it their all, and they attempted to do the right thing. It really shows you that they care, and whatever the case may be, I'm sure the family is going to appreciate that they fought very hard to get justice for their lost one. And I think even if they lose, even if there's a hung jury, whatever, I think it's a good thing that Mr. Hank did and Mr. Lolly did and his team to try to bring justice. So I think it's a good thing.
Absolutely. I mean, the problem is now that I think the defense knows this is pretty much over for them. I mean, who are you going to call? The Ghostbusters? Like, you got Green.
To save your dead case?
Right, exactly. To like bring it back from life from the afterlife. Because what you got left is an Emmy, if you're going to bring them up. Richard Green, which is why you would start with ARCCA right now, I'm wholly confused.
Well, my thought, I don't understand the thought process of bringing ARCCA in, because you have the medical examiner, which is going to be the weakest witness.
Yep. One of the weakest, yeah. Dr. Lopisada.
And honestly, they probably would have been better off just resting after the prosecution's case instead of bringing the ARCCA witness in. What were they thinking?
I don't know. But I think they know the mistakes that they've made at this point, but why keep making them is my point. Like, why? You're wholly making huge mistakes in this case. And if Dr. Welter is going to rebut the F out of what ARCCA just did, and he's going to tear apart every little tiny inconsistency, including using different weights, different things for the same kind of test, using a suspended arm, dummies that aren't for crash test use, like all sorts of nonsensical crap. Like, where's all the pictures and videos of what you're describing? Like, you took pictures and videos of this, and at one point I remember him saying like, oh no, I don't have pictures of or them asking about a picture of Jackson asking about a picture of something, him saying like, oh, that's not in the PowerPoint. So did you just admit to having pictures you didn't turn over? Or does Hank have those? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, which one is it? I don't know. I think Lally was overwhelmed last trial. Yeah. No, they're definitely already got an invoice, 100%. I think if you go to hire ARCCA after this, though, you're going to have to be a defense team. I don't know how any Commonwealth could call them as witnesses for anything with their lack, especially Dr. Wolfe in this. How does the man keep his job? If I'm ARCCA, I don't know how you keep somebody like that on. Your credibility is shot. Completely shot. Yeah, he has crippled the defense. I mean, they're not even using a cane anymore. They need a wheelchair. They're on life support. Like, somebody's about to pull that plug any second. Like, that's where we're at with the defense's case. What case? They still have no to the jury. Okay, the jury's like, okay, they're saying it could be not consistent with a car accident, except that taillight and those clothes look like so
Yeah,
how is it not consistent?
yeah. I mean, the problem is that he's going to come in there and he's going to be like, well, the other side was there was more scuff marks. And it's like, yeah, but the point is of Mr. Hink's, cross was that damage can occur from random things, including frozen ground, and that your test was incomplete, even obscure. He basically, I have to say, he did a fantastic job on this. I actually think he does better on cross than he does on direct, because this was disastrous.
Oh yeah, it was bad.
I couldn't believe my eyes. First, I couldn't believe the direct by Jackson, because it was fucking stupid as can be. I sat there, I was like, what are you doing? Why are you showing this? What are you doing? Bring back the potato cannon. That would have been better. What were you thinking?
Bring back the potato cannon.
Bring back the potato cannon in the test, because you're better off with that. And the fact that he destroyed his credibility, destroyed his bias testing, completely out expert was brilliant. This should be fucking studied in fucking law school, to be honest with you. They should just play this guy's fucking crosses. I've never seen an attorney do such a 180 on a situation like this, turning a defense witness into a prosecution witness in the middle of a fucking trial.
He's done it at every point too. Every point,
and
all of them have helped the Commonwealth. All the defense witnesses helped the Commonwealth in this series.
Do you think this is going to force Karen Reed to get on that stand? Please, God, let her get on the stand.
Oh my! Listen, I don't think there's any chance she gets on the stand. But if there was a 1% chance, it would be those statements that she makes that they play in the clips would be the thing that would force her to do it. I don't think anything else would have forced her to do it. So if she ain't going to do it because of that, then she ain't doing it.
I mean, they tried to tempt Turtle Boy to get on the stand because they brought up
he'll throw his own children under the bus if that's what it took for him to get out of jail. Make no mistake about that.
No.
They tried every member of his family and throw them under the bus.
No, they tried to get Turtle Boy get the defense to call Turtle Boy. I think that's what Hank was trying to do. But the defense is not that stupid to bring in Turtle Boy on the stand. They might as well convict their fucking client and throw him in jail right now. He's too much of a liability.
If you called him, that would be the end of your case right there. He's too much of a liability and a liar. So, I mean, he would be eviscerated in about 3 questions. The jury can see the picture of his wife if it's admitted into evidence and the judge allows it to be admitted into evidence the jury's allowed to look at. I don't know if that's happened or not.
Yeah. So how badly do you think Monday's going to be for the other ARCCA witness?
So Dr. Rentschler isn't as bad when it comes to being elusive and not answering. He'll answer the question, even if it's not so great for his side. At least he'll answer it. Dr. Wolfe won't answer it, and he'll pretend like he doesn't understand what it means, or I don't know what you mean. I don't understand what you're asking, or he'll try to sidestep it by talking about something else, like, oh, well, somebody else is going to answer that question. No, you're the one on the stand. You're going to answer the question. This is not how this works. I ask, you answer. And so Dr. Wolfe is, and again, the jury's watching that, where if to them it's a question that you should have been able to understand and answer, and you didn't numerous times, you're supposed to be a scientist, right? You're supposed to be someone who's smart. So they're looking at you like you're doing it on purpose. Dr. Rentschler at least answers it, even if it's not going to help his side, because he doesn't want to perjure himself. And obviously, he wants to maintain his credibility. He's more seasoned.
And the fact that Mr. Wolfe basically tried to state that it's impossible for taillight fragments to break through shirts and cut people, that is hardly an accurate statement to make. That is a very stupid thing to say. And it's just, I think it's going to be very interesting. Guys, I would say if you see a law tuber go live and say this was the greatest thing since fucking peanut butter and jelly, and and Hank is just doing a terrible job, I suggest you unsubscribe from those law tubers, because they are idiots.
I can't say it enough. Check your information always.
Matter of fact, you should probably subscribe to like Matt Panic or something like that. That guy is cool. I like.
He got his ex back. No, still
he got
no?
his ex back, and
Thank
also
God.
he has a YouTube channel. He went live earlier today. Like he did like a little bit of a video. He might be going live again. I think that guy's an honest man who's though he wants to dress up like the Polar Express fucking conductor, but it is what it is. I'm just
That's all right.
he says, I want a 3-piece suit and a watch. I'm like, okay. And he's like, I don't want to look like the Polar Express guy. I'm like, okay.
Well,
Whatever.
well. I mean, we have some people that have some really great commentary. That's for sure.
Yeah,
Matt
Tim
Panic. It's
Tim Panic.
T-Y. Hold on.
He's got an X account. He's the only non-grifter attorney I've noticed.
Yeah, that's his last name. Well, then you have Michael Collins, an anonymous mass lawyer, and then Judge Lou on X.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much that is the only like every other fucking law tuber has said, I need to make a bunch of money because I need another house.
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much that's the case. You got Bedro and fucking lawyer, literally about to have to leave, like it looks like the lawyer is about to leave his wife to date Mr. Bedro and go move into like Mexico together or something, have a villa. I don't know.
You never know. Like, yeah, Judge Lou is definitely one to follow. He's not playing around with the harassers, that's for sure. He is
it's just very clear to me the defense has dropped the ball. If you compare the defense of last trial to this one, it is a difference of night and day.
It is.
They were a lot more confident. They were doing better. And also you have to realize Mr. Wolfe was a very powerful witness in the first trial because unfortunately, the Trooper Paul, I believe was the guy.
Yes, Trooper Paul. Yep.
He wasn't very articulate on cross, and he got very much flustered by Jackson's method. And unfortunately, there were certain tests that weren't done. And it wasn't really that presented well at all in that case. And Wolfe did a very good job. And Wolfe was basically doing, even though, Lolly did a very good job of discrediting him based upon him not checking out all the facts, it still was damaging Mr. Wolfe. This time around, it is like Mr. Wolfe has not only been defanged, but he might have been neutered as well. He's working for the prosecution. I'm starting to think maybe he might have got a check from Mr. Hank Brennan as part of the $400,000 because he basically helped the prosecution's case.
Right? Shit. I don't know his for Matt Tim.
Oh yeah, Crime Talk too. I forgot him. He actually has an actual thought process in this case that is not insane.
I can put it in our Discord when I have him on X. I'd have to go and look and then
I watched Crime Talks, and he's actually very sensible. He's like, I would like try to get Dr. Russell off the stand immediately. That woman's like a lewd. You're losing the case. And he's like, he was originally very critical of the prosecution's case on the first trial. And he sees it as clear as anyone else that they are fucking up badly. The defense.
A lot of people lately, especially on Reddit, that were like, in the first trial, it was not clear to me. I've watched this trial, and it is very clear that she backed up. His phone never moved again, and all the evidence shows that that's what happened.
And we waited for the case in chief from the defense, and what do we got? What the fuck do we got? We got one guy arguing over 30 seconds that never did a test to test, right? We got a dog lady that only testified once that is who basically probably will say anything on the stand if you give her a fucking roast beef sandwich for lunch as her payment. You got Lucky, who's blind as a bat, who couldn't even see a dumpster on the side of the road, and he's being threatened online. You got some rando lady they grabbed from the bar to testify because she wants to be on TV.
She's still friends with Karen.
She still sits with Karen. You got Wolfe, who's got secret communications and has a Karen Reed wife, obscure test, and even he fucked up where he's actually proven more of the prosecution case than the defense. And who else? Who am I forgetting?
Officer Dever, the one who was threatened with perjury.
Officer Dever, the lady who was completely said, I was threatened by you. I was threatened by you to lie on the stand. And then the other one. And then the last one is Burroughs, who basically at one point agrees with the defense, and then afterwards on crosses, I agree. That's exactly how it looked at the taillight. I agree with you, prosecution.
Yep.
He was a nothing burger, and the problem is like, is there a defense? Is there a defense?
A dog?
Is there a defense? Because we're getting down to the wire here. We're going to get the other guy coming on. He's going to look like a fool. And then we got a medical examiner, apparently, that might jump on, who has even worse record than Green, to be honest with you. Because at least Mr. Green, didn't.
At least he apologized.
Well, at least he didn't fuck up 1,500 times. This lady didn't do 1,500 autopsies and
1,512.
1,512 and up in a few of her cases, and she had to be fired.
Yeah.
What?
And then disqualified as an expert because she tried to play accident reconstructionist in a different case.
Like, if they bring up Green and they bring up this lady, you might as well play, instead of sidebar song, you might as well play the song "Bring in the Clowns." All the clowns. Just play that song. You might as well do that, because this is getting ridiculous. Are we going to get actual experts that aren't bribed, threatened, or coerced to testify?
No.
No, apparently not.
No, we're not. We are not.
What is going on?
I expected more out of the defense myself. I expected better. I expected more. And that's not what we got, obviously.
Carl thinks Hank is a horrible and corrupt person, and Jackson and Yannetti and Leslie are three of the most brilliant. Well, how much fucking drugs is that man taking? Who is Carl? Is he on drugs?
He's a YouTube person, another one of the grifters who saw the free Karen Reed money roll in and just kept going with it.
Carl, you need to stop doing drugs. This is a terrible defense. All their witnesses are fucking bombing on the stand. They are bombing
hard.
Like last trial, you can make that argument. You can make an argument where the prosecution dropped the ball. Okay, I begrudgingly agree with you.
Guy. Yes, it is the Steinbeck guy.
I begrudgingly agree with you. The first one should have been way better. But unfortunately, Lolly was not only fighting the FBI, dirty lawyers, and the fact that the judge who was too nice to the defense, and also literally all of social media and the news, he was a little overwhelmed by himself, and he did the job he could do. And now we got fucking Hank coming in hot, and they're just falling the fuck apart. The defense.
I mean, I expected that with, Hank. I expected it. I expected him to be effective and to not leave any stone unturned, because that is his style of lawyering.
I think Hank has, honestly, if I was Karen Reed right now, I'd be really fucking more. I'd be probably fishing for a deal right now. I'm not even joking. This is not me being hyperbolic. This is not me being like, oh, well, I'd be like really, really scared right now, because the fact of the matter is that every witness you have put on the stand has been compromised, has a credibility issue. And that basically you got a dog lady that never testified before and has no actual scientific methodology at all and has no clue what she's talking about. You got one guy who, the first witness, got his name already, who was arguing over 30 seconds and never actually did a test to compare and contrast at all. He's gone. And they probably forgot about that guy. I
was going to say, I can't even remember the dude's name. I wrote it down, but I can't remember that guy's name.
So the jury probably forgot about that guy. You got a free Karen Reed person they put on the stand. I don't know. Maybe she donated a bunch of money to Karen Reed and you said, hey, Karen, can you make me a witness so I can be on TV? And Karen was like, sure, why not? I'll call you as a character witness. Why not?
Sure.
I'm surprised she hasn't sold tickets to be her witness for her case. I'm just kind of shocked at this point.
I am actually surprised she hasn't done that. She's done everything else under the book. And I think, Sarah, it would have been easier for Kelly Dever to go in there and say, like, yep, that's what I saw happen, and just say that instead of risking being harassed by FKR. But the truth is the truth. So she really didn't have a choice. If you don't have a choice because the evidence shows you couldn't have been there, then what choice do you have other than to go in and say, and remember, this memory of hers was rectified before the first trial, not during the first trial, not after the first trial, before the first trial. That's why they didn't call her in the first trial. But hey, it would have been easier for her to go in there and say, yeah, that's what I saw, and help the defense and not
I'm going to have
go
a
around.
very unpopular opinion about Devers. I think she originally was
Wanted to be involved.
wanted to be involved. I don't believe the
Yep.
whole false memory bullshit. And I think she,
Nope.
when she was confronted with the truth, realized I
Didn't have
don't
a
want to
choice.
be caught lying on the stand. Let me
Yep.
save my own ass.
Yep.
That's what I think.
It's a thing that makes the most sense, which is she wanted to be a part of it. She might have been a little salty. They asked her to go back to dispatch, right? Because she was already out. Why couldn't she respond? If somebody was already at dispatch, why did she need to come and change out with them? Why couldn't they have stayed at dispatch
Yeah.
and her responded? You know what I mean? And so maybe she was a little salty being the woman in the building. I probably would have been too. I'm not going to lie. I probably would have been a little
Also,
salty
there's
about
a
it.
lot of I mean, according to Kevin and according to some people, there was a lot of cops that did believe there was a grand conspiracy. You have to realize in the early days of the Karen Reed stuff, I mean, you were there. There's probably a lot of people in that town
Yeah.
that basically believed in the conspiracy.
Oh,
And
yeah.
cops
I mean,
are
she
people
didn't.
too.
Let's be clear. She didn't testify to the false memory. She never testified to it. She told it to the defense, but she never testified, in court about it. So I just want to make that part clear. But I get it. I mean, I tend to agree with B. Tim and Jack on this, where I think she wanted to be involved, and then when it was shown to her that she couldn't have possibly have been there or seen that, she didn't really have a choice but to tell the truth, because otherwise it's now proven that you're lying and you're a police officer for Boston. So what does that look like for your career? You could never testify for any case ever again. You'd basically be reduced to either nothing or desk duty. Doesn't that not make more sense, Sarah? To me, that's what makes the most sense when it comes to Devers. Obviously, I have no idea if that's actually what happened, but that's what makes the most sense to me about her. I mean, she could have just had a false memory, but it's hard for me to believe that she had such a detailed false memory. Could she have seen them in the Sally Port a different day with a car? Sure, she could have. But why testify that it was when Karen's car was there then, if you weren't sure? It was over a year and 8 months later before she was ever asked. Yes, she talked to the FBI, but I wouldn't call that testifying. Testifying would be under oath in the court. She told the FBI, but I mean, yeah, maybe she did have a false memory, but it's hard for me to rectify you having such a specific false memory about Karen's car being there. Them being in the Sally Port, okay, I could see where you might have a false memory about that, but to be as specific as when Karen's car was in the Sally Port, to me, is a little bit of the sketchy part. I mean, hey, you never know. That's just my opinion, obviously. Yeah, August 9th is when she told the
Agreed.
FBI. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to skedaddle. You have a good one.
Thanks, B. Tim. Appreciate you.
No
I'm going to
problem.
wrap it up because I'm hot as F. And I'm going to go cool myself down, probably change my shirt because I'm sweating to death, and chill out for a little bit. Get something to eat because I am hungry. And tomorrow is my day off, so I won't be here, but we will have our Sunday show. Probably usually around 11:30 is when we usually do it. It'll probably stay around that time unless something's going on this weekend and I change it. But if I change it, you guys won't be the first to know, obviously. Do me a favor and on your way out, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you can donate to the channel, we would appreciate it. We are trying to grow. We're trying to keep us on a steady flow of covering this and getting to the end there. And we can always use your help to do so. We have many ways to help out the channel. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. We have a link for those of you who want to use credit or debit. All the information is in the description of the video. It's also on the front page of my YouTube, channel as well. So if you do donate when we're not live anymore and you donate, I will read it on the next one, as I always do. I love your faces. I'll see some of you in Discord later. If you haven't joined our Discord, make sure you do. We have a lot of fun over there. A lot of information comes and goes. So I'll see you guys Sunday morning. You know how to get a hold of me if you need me. My email is also in the description. So until then, I will see you guys later. Everybody have an amazing weekend. Bye.